KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Man, it's Thursday. Game's almost here. We're going to be sitting around all day on Sunday waiting for it.
Watching all this football.
I know. There's a lot of good games in the early window. That Colts-Jags game, which is big for the Texans, if you've got Sunday ticket, you'll be able to watch that bad boy.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, and speaking of Sunday ticket, we'll talk about this later in the show. Space City Network's going to be available
on an
standalone product.
Yeah. It's
obviously deal. That's not the same as Sunday ticket, but if you're paying, if you're already paying for, if you live out of Houston, we have a lot of listeners who live out of Houston, and you're already paying for NBA League Pass, and you're also paying for MLB.com. It doesn't help you necessarily because it's only for a few states. But if you're up in Oklahoma, you poor bastards.
It was in case you're waking up and you hadn't heard that, and you're somebody who curses Fubo every day. That's what I heard. That's the one service, the bundled service, that seemed to be taking the most on the chin last night on Twitter after this announcement by Space City Home Network. It's like, that sound you hear is people clicking on canceling Fubo. The states are Oklahoma, Texas, obviously, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, Eastern New Mexico.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, for whatever it's worth. Yeah,
we got the East. Now, on we march to the West.
That's right. We're going to take over the rest of New Mexico by the end of the year.
Manifest destiny of New Mexico for Space City Sports Network.
Yes, so we're basically the explorers in the 1700s. Yes.
We are the Lewis and Clark of Space City Network.
Yep. So that was good news for everybody who's looking to cut the cord or get rid of your bundled.
Well, yeah, especially if you've already cut the cord and you're just trying to minimize, paying for stuff that you don't care about.
Yeah, I know that's what everybody wants is one more app to keep track of every month.
It's like for Apple TV, the 3 times a year that I gotta watch the Astros on Apple TV. I look around at the offerings. I don't care about any of the other stuff. I just don't.
Yep.
And so it's it's nice. It's nice when you just get exactly what you want.
That's right. So 7:20 kickoff on Sunday. We remind you. We'll talk plenty about the Chiefs and the Texans today. In fact, we'll do it in a minute. Before we do, so you texted me yesterday. I heard the news from Seth C. Payne that Cleveland had opened the practice window for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Because we've been seeing all the videos of him on Instagram, and he looks, for the workouts he's doing, he looks very, very.
It's not any different than the videos we watched while he was under investigation for sex crimes.
Right. Yeah,
it's just him out there in no pads throwing
football. He looks physically healthy.
Ooh, yeah. It looks like he could squeeze it into a tight window there. Yeah.
So
squeeze in through a tight window.
Of course, immediately. I thought, I can't wait to hear what the guys have to say about this on tomorrow morning in Cleveland. And it's consumed their show. They conceded yesterday when the news broke to one another. Ken Carman and Anthony Lima, they both did the thing where they're like, well, show's done for tomorrow. We're all set. No prep needed. But it's interesting because the big debate is, does he play this year? Because Shador Mania is still kind of going on up there right now.
Yeah.
Shador has played well enough to where people are still intrigued by him up there. Stefanski announced after their loss to San Francisco on Sunday, Shador's going to start again next Sunday. They play Tennessee, so he's set up to have a pretty good game, and I think it's at home. But that's the big talk because they can't move Deshaun Watson. He's going to be on the team again next year. He's going to be in the building again next year. So that's their big conundrum now is, holy crap, this guy who we thought was done, we thought an insurance policy was going to pay the rest of his salary off, and we were going to get cap relief. And no, all of a sudden the dude becomes more committed to being a Cleveland Brown than he's ever been. He rehabs his ass off, and now he's helping Shador on game day, and he's actually doing the things that you would expect a contrite person to do that realizes they've been a gigantic waste of money.
And the thing is, you got to try to be, as level-headed about it as possible if you think about the before Deshaun Watson, had that entire episode, we'd never had any reason to doubt or question his professionalism or anything on the field or inside the walls of the building.
No, it's
so for him to be doing football things the right way, it doesn't shock me. But you also do have to remember that when he was completely healthy with the Browns, he wasn't doing anything. He was about the same caliber as Davis Mills, who was also playing on a bad team down in Houston.
Yep. That was and that was kind of their tone up there. Is like, look, I think he's done. Hell, their owner came out at some point during the offseason, during training camp, and it admitted the whole thing was a mistake. That's not something you. That's not something you do to somebody who you open the book for again.
No kidding. I mean, and that's for the owner to say it when he did. And it's not like Haslam's the guiding light for all owners. He's kind of a jackass. So he's gotten himself out of a few legal scrapes himself, much like his quarterback. But the sum total of it is, unless Deshaun came back and won a Super Bowl, or it made the Browns relevant again. Let's say that. That's the low bar that you would have to clear.
Yeah.
And because of the amount of money they have. And they're at a point now where if they tried to cut him next year, it's like a $130 million cap hit, dead money hit. So the only thing they could do is potentially trade him, and it wouldn't be nearly as big a hit, but you'd have to be trading him to a team that wants to take on his $45 million guaranteed salary.
Yeah.
So there's a lot. It's just about impossible to cut him or trade him without completely blowing up your team. But I almost wondered, man, I know Stefanski's saying, no, this is just about getting him back out on the field, practicing and everything. Yeah. There is a world in which if he comes in and plays 3 games well, that he might be enticing to somebody out there. And then if you're a Shedeur fan, that's even better. Because, look, if Deshaun's healthy this year, they're going to give Deshaun the chance first.
Yeah.
If they trade him away, then Shedeur's going to have a good crack at it.
Yeah. They still seem to think up there they're drafting a quarterback because they've got 2 first-round picks. They've got Jacksonville's first-round pick, and they've got their own. But we'll see what happens.
They picked the wrong year to have 2 first-round picks.
It's not a great quarterback class. So you're right about that. But yeah, I when you sent me that tweet yesterday, I wanted to just double check and make sure it wasn't, Schmadam Schmefter instead of Adam Schefter.
The one that by far the biggest thing that I've had to double check or wonder if somebody got hacked or is this some kind of elegant form of AI was Andy Reid saying that we're going to tickle your tonsils every week. Yeah. I spent a good 10 minutes on that. I'm like, at first I thought this is NFL memes or something, or this is AI. And no, this is all no denials coming out of Kansas City.
He wants to tickle your tonsils. And so
he just made up a phrase.
He did. And an extreme lack of self-awareness.
Yeah.
So the Texans and the Chiefs. All right, so we got our first practice yesterday, which means we got our first injury report. There were a lot of Texans DNP yesterday, did not practice. D'Amico Ryans doesn't seem too fazed by the whole thing. Here's the list, and then we'll hear from D'Amico. The big names on the list: Will Anderson Jr., Woody Marks, Kamari Lassiter. Those are probably the 3 biggest names. Trent Brown didn't practice yesterday. Danico Autry didn't practice yesterday. That feels like old guys getting rest, if I had to guesstimate.
Well, Trent's been dealing with a hand issue, so I would worry about that. And not to mention, look, he's still coming off a patellar tendon injury at 375 pounds at least.
Yes.
What do you think he actually weighs? You think he's 400?
He's more than 370. I take the over on 375.
It's not like he's carrying a lot of muscle mass, like in his lower body or anything. A lot of times that's the deceptive weight.
Or his upper body.
Yeah.
He's got kind of skinny twig arms to go with that body.
He's got that. He's got a happy retired golfer's physique.
And
he's got almost like a retired player who is like, I'll get healthy at some point.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna play 18 holes a day and spend a fair amount of time at the 19th hole.
And yet, the best version of the Texans' offensive line clearly includes Trent Brown at right tackle. Mm-hmm. It's wild. Tim Settle was a name that wound up on there that I had forgotten. He limped off the field at one point on Sunday, so that's something to keep an eye on. But the 3 biggest ones: Woody Marks, Kamari Lassiter, Will Anderson Jr. D'Amico doesn't seem too worried.
Kamari, Woody, Will, they'll all be fine. We'll see how the week goes.
Okay. Will, it's been this way for a couple of weeks now. He had I think it was the Buffalo game.
They called it a chest.
Yeah, it was the Buffalo game where they were fiddling around with his shoulder a little bit.
And then last week they listed it as a chest.
Yeah, chest. Yeah. So and Clinton.
Which I immediately worried like pectoral.
Yeah,
but it's probably a bruise or something. Who knows?
Yeah, Clinton. I had him on the post-game show after the Bills game, and he was Will Anderson. He was fine.
If I were worried that it was an actual pectoral tear or something, I don't think he could have pulled off a couple of those ferocious bull rushes that he had.
No doubt.
Didn't look like he was trying to be Mr. Finesse out there last week.
The big thing on the Kansas City side, the injuries on the offensive line for Kansas City. Here was Andy Reid with the injury update on the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday.
All right, the guys that will not practice today are Roland Wallace with his back. He is making progress. And then Josh Simmons ended up having surgery on that wrist for a fracture and a dislocation. He'll go on to IR, and then we'll just see about the recovery on that, where it goes from there. And then Trey and Jawan won't practice today, and they're making progress going forward. Look forward to the challenge of playing the Texans. A good football team. D'Amico's done a great job down there with that.
We got the update we needed. The big one.
His tonsils.
The big one is Josh Simmons is going to IR. Their left tackle.
Yeah, with surgery, and so that's his rookie left tackle. Who played very well. Did go absent for an entire month with personal issues.
Yep.
Without telling, this is the biggest thing, Sean, about personal issues. This is one thing I remember. The first time I heard my college coach flip the hell out was when some kid had some issue and missed a meeting, but he didn't call. Like, it's the first thing you learn in college. You call, or these days, at the very least, text.
Yeah, you text.
Send a DM, something, some kind of communication.
Some form of correspondence, yes.
Yeah.
And
So
Josh
regardless,
Simmons
though,
did not do that.
He's been playing very well. Their entire right side of their offensive line might not play this week. It's shaping up to be an absolute nightmare scenario for Pat Mahomes. And yet, we know that Pat Mahomes has dealt with bad offensive lines before, and he still can play hero ball at times. Some of their wins this year are pretty much just the Chiefs' offense not looking that great, and then Pat Mahomes bails you out with a couple big plays in the fourth quarter. So there is at no point in this game will I feel like, well, that Texans got them all hemmed up. No big deal. Ready to go.
No. And the right side of that O-line you're talking about is Jawan Taylor at right tackle. Is Trey Smith their right guard or their left guard? Well,
yeah.
He's their right guard. Okay, so they're not on IR, but they didn't practice yesterday. So they're at the best
and
case.
They didn't finish the game last week.
Right. The best case for the Kansas City Chiefs is they're playing with a backup left tackle and a banged up starting right side of the offensive line. So that's bad news.
Well, that's where if those two veterans were out on a Wednesday, I wouldn't normally think too much about it this late in the season. But because they didn't finish the game last week, that would in a close game. Neither of those guys are wimps. They're going to be out there playing a close game versus the Cowboys. That I'm feeling kind of optimistic that those guys might be actually seriously injured.
That would be,
and I hope and pray for that. Thoughts and prayers that you're injured.
Right, just this week. We're not monsters.
Yeah, not that I'm scared or anything. I just want as lopsided of an advantage as possible.
Of course.
In America, that's what America wants. America wants to see the Chiefs put in their place, brought back down to earth.
Yes,
America stands united with Houston, Texas.
They're America's team this week.
Yep.
They are America's team. Everybody wants to see. Everybody outside of Kansas City wants that stake driven through the heart of the Chiefs, and the Texans can do it this week. And the Texans can, if not kill them, put them at a 12% chance to make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. That's what I always like when I watch horror movies. I'm like, I think that monster only has like a 12% chance to live after they stuck a stake through its heart.
One thing to think about, the Bills had some injury issues with their tackles, and the Texans took advantage of it.
Yeah.
So you want your injured starters out there versus Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, or last week the Bills played their backups and they looked better they looked better versus lesser pass rushers, but they looked a lot better with them in there. And it's maybe a cautionary tale a little bit that, look, these guys have played before that you'd be going up against, but B, that just maybe I want Jawan Taylor out there trying to play injured.
Yeah, I'm cool with whatever happens on that side of the offensive line. I think a banged up starter maybe just as ripe as a backup over there.
And Trey Smith, their right guard, being injured helps too. If the Chiefs decided to just turn this into one of those rare instances where Kareem Hunt gets 25, 30 carries a game. And I think that's very possible. I think that as much as Andy Reid hates to do it, he might look at this game and say, look, we have to get to 3rd and 5 at least. And the Chiefs can run the ball very effectively. It's just that at times they'll run the ball real effectively and then go completely away from it. But I could see this would be a game where Andy Reid tries to commit to it.
Yep.
You can't make a hoe a housewife. I've heard that expression before. Andy Reid's a little bit of a hoe in that regard. He's not going to commit to the run.
Yeah. You didn't call him a hoe.
I'm making the analogy.
Right. You don't want Andy Reid coming after you because you don't want him. You don't want him tickling your tonsils.
It's scary. Yeah.
Hey,
I want him to help me get out of any kind of vehicular issues, but other than that,
that was over the top.
Yeah, I'm the bad one here. Yeah.
The funny guy videos on NFL.com for each of the games. The guy who cracks all the guy who cracks all the one-liners that really connect with me and you, because I feel like a lot of them are references to the 80s and 90s.
I think he actually does. There's a lot that go over my head, though, so I think he actually does have a lot of Gen Z and millennial ones. We just don't get them.
Gotcha. So the ones we get,
I think he does a really good job, since I don't understand a third of his jokes.
Yes. Yeah, he's got to be funny then. You remember 2 weeks ago when all the experts picked the Bills to beat the Texans? They were all wrong.
So-called experts?
This week, despite all these injuries on the Chiefs' offensive line that we just spent 5 minutes talking about, 9 of the 10 have picked the Chiefs to win this game.
I think that a lot of what we're seeing here, and we've seen it the last couple of weeks, was people, despite the glorification of the sack, the glorification of pass rushers and everything else, they still can't quite get it out of their heads that, no, the quarterback is the supreme, most important being in all the universe, and other than numero uno, the big G, and that somehow it just doesn't matter. And for 2 weeks in a row, the Texans have been underdogs versus a team that wasn't going to be capable of handling the Texans' pass rush. Yeah. And so, and the Texans won. Now for the 3rd week in a row, the Texans, despite having a huge advantage of pass rusher versus quarterback, the Texans are the underdogs.
They're the underdog. It's funny, though, you bring up the quarterback, and this is for a deeper dive probably than the minute that we've got left in this segment. But somebody posted a tweet yesterday. It was this John Frisella, who at NFL Frisella. He posts some good stuff, some good observations. And he posted a list of just instances here in this year's NFL where the correlation between quarterback play and the quality of the team is just completely out of whack. Like Caleb Williams is 24th in passer rating. The Bears are the number 1 seed in the NFC. The top 3 seeds in the AFC are Drake May, who's deservedly there. Drake May is an MVP candidate. But the fact that Bo Nix and Trevor Lawrence are the quarterbacks for the number 2 and 3 seeds, and quite frankly, the 4 seed right now is the Ravens, who are only there because they're leading their division. But Lamar Jackson's not had a good year. And they've had Cooper Rush in there a couple times and Snoop Huntley.
Look, some people predicted this, which is that, because defenses have adjusted to the pass so much, they're kind of light in the pants. They're a little light, narrow-waisted, little pass coverage specialists out there. Linebackers look like safeties. Defensive tackles, they're still massive. But the run game matters, though. So the Bears are the second leading rush team in the NFL.
Yeah.
And they can kind of take it to some of these teams that aren't as equipped to stop the run.
Kind of a shift, yeah. I mean, and Brock Purdy's had a bad year, and they've had Mac Jones in there, and they're not now because they lean on Christian McCaffrey. It's.
But then I also do have to point out the Jets have the 7th best rushing offense in football.
Oh yeah, no, these rules are not hard and fast.
No.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here. We got a lot to get to. J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. How far can the Houston Texans go? The Texans are a big national topic right now. We'll have plenty of that for you throughout the show today. J.J. Watt weighing in on the Texans is coming up next.
Thirsty Thursday is headed. Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good audio show today. I'm just looking at the rundown. We got a lot of good stuff to get to.
There's a lot of funny stuff, and I'm going to add a couple more, Sean. It's been a fun week.
Yeah.
CJ was light and bubbly in his press conference.
Well, they're winning. Like the press conferences are a little, they're probably a little easier to endure when you're putting W's up on the board,
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a pretty dour affair back when they were 0-3. I mean, we're doing a lot of psychoanalysis back in.
People have an appetite for the old baseball keep an even keel mindset when it comes to football.
No, there's only 17 of these, man.
If you're 0-3, you want to see that your players are angry and upset. At which point you will also criticize them for being angry and upset,
right?
And you're going to criticize them for anything when they're 0-3. Every single thing, as D'Amico found.
Yes.
That, hey.
Whoa.
Hey, how come people are so mad?
Where'd all this negativity come from?
All we've done is lose 3 games in a row.
They were close. They're close games. We're just kidding, D'Amico, if you're listening right now.
No, that's the reality of human nature.
We're just playing around. J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show every Wednesday. He was asked yesterday by McAfee and the crew, how far can the Texans go?
This moves the Houston Texans team above 500 and certainly looking good. CJ made some throws that reminded me of very good CJ. Thought CJ looked good. I thought the Texans offense looked good as well. What's your takeaway on where the Houston Texans can go this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think CJ, he said it himself. D'Amico said it himself that he's still knocking off some rust. And there's a couple throws, obviously that interception that he'll want to have back. But overall, they ran it well. They got in down in the red zone, which they have all year long before CJ. During that 3-game Davis Mills stretch, they started to figure it out, and I think they're continuing that down there in the red zone. But the defense is unbelievable. I mean, you got to see it up close and personal. It's just the speed and the violence and the intensity that they play with. And you look at it, they don't even do anything that crazy schematically. I mean, they had a couple cool things drawn up this week where they had Will Anderson off the ball over the center, and he just kind of ran straight down the tracks. But other than that, Derek Stingley's unbelievable. Kamari Lassiter, Aziz, these guys, they just fly around, and Matt Burke has that defense humming. So it's very, very tough. I mean, the Colts had not scored under 20 points all year long as the most potent offense in the NFL, and the Texans hold them to 16.
They, the one thing they do that's kind of unique, and it doesn't necessarily look all that exotic on a whiteboard, is that they are perpetually baiting the offense by having guys playing off coverage and just kind of saying, go ahead. Take it.
Yeah.
Just take it. And meanwhile, the quarterback's under duress. And the defensive backs are really good at breaking on the ball. Not just to break on the ball, but to break on big hits.
Yeah.
D'Amico has the kill zone where they invite you into that zone, that area, that easy reception. And you're like, all right, go ahead. Yeah. You're gonna get your fella murdered here?
You willing to pay? Are you willing to pay the price?
Yeah. And it's fun because it creates turnovers, it creates broken up passes, but it also it exacts a physical toll over the course of a game. The Texans cause a lot of earned injuries. You know, it's not a lot of the injuries that the opponent ends up having. It's not just I was moving in space and I got an owie. It's no. You got hit with blunt force trauma.
Yeah.
We know exactly how you got hurt.
The Bills game felt like that. It felt like they physically punished because so many of the Bills guys had to leave the game at some point or just left. That right tackle, that Spencer Brown, it felt like he tapped out by the end of the game.
He was injured. He was definitely, he was
right.
Injured.
I mean, I'm not saying he was a wuss or anything, but he.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, they bludgeoned him.
They bludgeoned him. That's what I'm saying.
However injured he was more injured by the end of the game.
We need to start looking at the injury report of the team the Texans played the week before.
Right, yeah, and just try to see. There's got to be analytics on there somewhere.
Yes.
Well, because remember, they used to have that stat of when D'Amico was defensive coordinator in San Francisco,
Yep.
The teams that played the immediate week following afterwards were winless that entire season in
Correct.
2022.
That's right.
They were winless.
Winless.
The only team that won after they had a bye week the next week
was Kansas City.
They had a week to recover.
Yep.
And I think there's a little bit that gets fun when you start talking about playing some of the divisional opponents late in the year twice, like the Colts.
Okay.
You bang them up a little bit, and then they remain banged up.
But I would submit that the Texans want the Colts to beat the Jags this weekend. We went through that exercise yesterday. might the Texans have just punished the Colts a little too much this past week? You know?
Yeah, I wonder if D'Amico's on the sideline saying, "Hey guys, don't injure anybody this quarter. I think we're close enough to victory here that we don't want to injure anybody."
Yeah, just drag them to the ground. They play Jacksonville next week. Don't hit them too hard. I don't think he was doing that.
I'm still amazed that there's starting to be more and more teams that they don't like the Texans defense. They think they're dirty. They hate Aziz Al-Shaair, all that. I'm surprised that the existence of the kill zone hasn't become more of a national story, because Nico's talked about it on a podcast. Yeah. But it doesn't. I get so excited when I hear anybody reference it from inside the organization, because I'm afraid that they'll stop saying it. So I get really excited that that's their mentality.
Well, Seth, in the real world, the murderers that are the most famous are the ones that actually murder famous people. So perhaps if Travis Kelce enters the kill zone this week, and Travis Kelce is himself famous and is in a relationship with one of the most famous people in the entire world.
That's true. If we want to get the word out, we got to tell the Swifties.
Yeah. So if you attack something, I'm gonna. You know what?
No, but we got to tell the Swifties about the existence of the kill zone.
I'll tell my daughter today. I'm gonna let her know, and I'll kind of workshop this thing a little bit. But I think the key is going to be they've got to kill a really famous person. Not just football famous, pop culture famous.
You know what I love whenever – I've hated this since I was a football player myself. Like when people say, well, we would never want to injure anybody. Never. We would never want to do that. By the way, did I ever told you about this kill zone?
Gather around, kids.
You don't want to injure anybody with dirty play.
Right.
But you can't sit there and tell me you're hitting somebody as hard as you possibly can in a soft spot of their body, and that on some level you're not hoping to injure them.
That's true.
You don't want to give them a career-ending injury or something devastating or anything.
No.
But you want to injure them a little.
Yeah.
And that's not. You're just lying to yourself if you say you don't.
Yep.
Kill zone.
Kill zone. And it's got to be somebody famous.
When somebody enters the kill zone, we want to do everything possible but not hurt them.
Right.
Yes.
I like that we want to get the word out about the kill zone this weekend. We got to get the word out about this thing.
It's kind of like the Huns with their whistling arrows.
That's right. Here is J.J. Watt. One more from J.J. Takeaways on the Texans' win over the Colts this past weekend.
I don't know if you saw on Monday, people on the internet were making despicable images. They had Lucas Oil Stadium, and then they were calling it the Stroud House, which it's called the Lot House. You heard it when you were in there. What was your takeaway from the game as you were calling it? Feels like Houston, CJ, that defense, maybe clicking at the right time. What is your takeaway from the game?
Yeah. First of all, it was really cool to see you and Mackenzie there going crazy in the suite. That was very sweet to see up close and personal from the booth.
Hell yeah.
The loud house, there were definitely moments where it got loud and they were into it. But the Colts offense, it's so clear right now that if Jonathan Taylor does not carry this offense, they will not win the games. That is just what you are seeing play out in real time. It's when he has over 90 yards rushing, they're 6-0. When he doesn't, I think it's 2-4. It's just any stat, any way you want to slice it. If he does not run the ball well, they don't win. They can't do what they want to do, and it all comes down to first down. Shane Steichen will tell you that. Daniel Jones will tell you that. If they can't keep their playbook wide open, if they can't run their RPOs, if they can't run their play-action pass game, their screen games to Tyler Warren, if they can't keep the defense off balance, they are not successful right now, and that's the truth.
Well, Tim Settle made some comments about how he thought that maybe the Colts should have given Jonathan Taylor a few more touches. I felt the same way. Jonathan Taylor only had 3.8 yards per attempt. That's well below his season average. So by and large, the Texans bottled him up better than most teams do, even though he had a respectable number of total yards. And they fed him the ball relatively heavily. I did still feel like, if they had leaned into Jonathan Taylor a little bit more, that might have gone differently.
Yeah.
And Colts, I noticed that Colts fans and bloggers picked up on Tim Settle's comments and agreed with him by and large. This is 2 weeks in a row that the Texans defense has forced the other fan base to be really angry about the way their offensive coordinator called the game.
That's interesting. That's a good deal.
Well, acknowledging, and it's not like they're being it's not like they're not acknowledging that the Texans' defense is really good. It's almost like the fans and the media are saying, did you guys not realize how good this defense was?
Yeah.
And did you not realize how good Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter in that secondary is? Because with the Bills, it was, D'Amico afterwards said, after the Bills game, they didn't really chip our defensive ends that much, and we don't see that often. We don't go into games where teams say, nope, just explore the space, Will and Daniil.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and do what you will.
Did you watch any film during the week?
Right. And likewise, this last week, I think people in Indianapolis are saying the same thing. That what exactly did you think was going to happen if you tried to put the ball in Daniel Jones' hands? He made some great throws, but there's only so much you can do consistently versus that defense.
Yeah, well, and Daniel Jones, without the threat of him running, is, like a lot of NFL quarterbacks can make 3 or 4 good throws in a game. Daniel Jones is going to have to hurt you with his legs at some point if the Colts offense is going to look like what it looked like the first 2 months.
And that's where it's tough because I think there's some offensive coordinators that understand the importance of the running game, and yet they don't necessarily have the gumption or the intestinal fortitude to commit to it when you're only running 3 yards per carry.
Yeah.
And that's the tough part, the balance there. And that's how 5 or 6 carries can make a difference when you're only getting 3 or 4 yards per carry. It's still moving the sticks, and it's still making it a little bit easier for your quarterback.
And Taylor was running the ball better in the second half of that game. He actually got some things cooking in the second half. All right, let's get to headlines. Texans injury update. Rockets won again last night. Thanksgiving, boy, a lot of you are watching football on Thanksgiving, and we've got the numbers to prove it. We've got a few things to get to here in headlines. We'll do that coming up next.
Hawthorne Capital, based right here in
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's hit headlines. The Texans back at practice yesterday. Among the names not at practice, Will Anderson Jr., Woody Marks, Trent Brown, Kamari Lassiter, D'Amico Ryans. At least on three of those guys said it's going to be fine.
Kamari, Woody, Will, they'll all be fine. We'll see how the week goes.
Okay. So
Yay.
Yeah.
He said, okay, if we're going to dive deep into that, he will be fine. We've heard that from D'Amico before. We've heard about, like, Christian Harris was going to be fine, and that actually never ended up being true. He came back and played a little bit, but and has played a little bit on special teams.
Yeah, I feel all right about this because he did this with Will last week. He did this with Will and the chest injury. I do believe these guys are going to be
chest / shoulder. Actually.
Yeah, and the other
I said just chest.
The other thing too, different than that, and I know you're being tongue in cheek with the Christian Harris thing, but like Woody Marks. He talked to guys in the locker room after the game. You know, like these guys have all done media, you know, in open locker room and stuff. They're all there and available. They're just not. They just didn't practice yesterday.
With Woody, the thing I would worry about is yes, he finished the game, but sometimes with injuries, it's what happens afterwards, the swelling and everything in the next couple days. So Woody's the one that I'm most concerned about from that group because he's a running back. It's hard to gut your way through any kind of an ankle or foot injury. Yeah,
and Woody's value. You and I talked about this, I think, on Tuesday this week. Is that, you know, Will Anderson Jr. and Kamari Lassiter are better football players than Woody Marks. There's a bigger drop-off at Woody Marks' position after Woody Marks. Well, I mean, you lose Kamari Lassiter, that's not ideal, or Will Anderson Jr., but, if you lose Woody Marks, there is almost no real juice in that running back room at all. You know, with all due respect to all the things Nick Chubb has accomplished, he is a grinded-out 4 yards in a cloud of dust guy now. There's nothing dynamic about Nick Chubb. There's nothing dynamic about Dare Ogunbowale. There is a dynamic element to Woody Marks' game that does not exist in that room. So you're absolutely right. That's an injury to keep an eye on, and we'll get another injury report today and tomorrow. Rockets last night, they beat the Sacramento Kings. Kind of your classic Rockets letting a team hang around for the first half and then destroy them in the second half, kind of drubbing. Sacramento's a bad basketball team. 121-95, the final score. Alperen Şengün was awesome in this game. 28 points, 10 rebounds. Kevin Durant, his typical 24 points. Amen Thompson, damn near triple-double. 20 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists. They bounced back from that loss in Utah on the back-to-back. So the Rockets get a win last night. Phoenix, Kevin Durant getting his first look at his old teammates, or some of his old teammates. And I don't believe Jalen Green is back and healthy yet for the Suns. So Rocket fans, Jalen Green fans, you probably won't see him, I don't think, on Friday. But that's Rockets win last night, 121-95. Thanksgiving Day ratings records shattered this weekend in the NFL. Yeah, the Chiefs and the Cowboys, the middle game of the three games on Thanksgiving, 57.2 million viewers.
What?
And just for some perspective,
it's like they were watching the final episode of MASH.
They obliterated the previous record for Thanksgiving Day football watching was 3 years ago when the Giants played the Cowboys. That was the year the Giants were actually good with Daniel Jones. They beat that record by 36%.
Yeah.
I guess there's I don't go too deep down.
They're measuring it differently.
Yeah, there's a lot more data available now. So some of it is that, but I think some of it too is the NFL on Thanksgiving. It's a thing, man.
It's looking. That was a good matchup too. Obviously, I think that I haven't put too much weight into ratings since they did start. I think they started measuring it more accurately.
Yeah.
And yet there's a certain level of distrust I have to where like, all right, yeah, great. Is it actually that much more accurate, or is it just a better way to juice the numbers? Who knows?
Yep. Either way, it shattered records. In the early game and the late games, too. The Packers-Lions in the early window and the Ravens and the Bengals in the late window both broke records for that day part. We mentioned this earlier, but if you're somebody who is subscribing to a bundled package of streaming or cable and you're only doing it because that's where I get my Space City home network and that's all I really watch are Astros and Rockets games, great news for you. For $19.99 a month or $199.99 a year, you can now subscribe to Space City Home Network Plus. They've got their own app. They've got their own little corner of the internet. And for you cord cutters out there, you get one more subscription that you can track on your card every month.
If you're hardcore and all you wanted to do was to watch your football team, your basketball team, and your baseball team and nothing else on television, you could get Space City Network, and then for the NFL, you could get Peacock.
Peacock?
Just get an antenna. If you just get an antenna,
okay,
you're good to go. Yeah. Well, you still have to then get for some of the, like Thursday night, you'd have to get Amazon Prime.
You have to get Amazon Prime. Yeah.
And for ESPN, you'd have to do something for that.
Yeah, I don't. Are the Monday night games on ESPN and
Monday
ABC?
I guess if all you want to do is watch your local teams, then yeah, you can watch it on ABC.
That's right.
So if all you want to watch is your local teams,
yeah,
I think you could do it largely with Space City Network. An antenna that costs about $20 or $30, and then maybe a little bit of a stream here or there for Thursday Night Football. You sign up for Amazon Prime for a day.
I feel like you would know the answer to this. How good is the quality with the over the air antenna?
I'm told that it's actually better quality than a lot of the digital.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
It's kind of like how people will tell you that vinyl actually sounds better.
Now what's back? Vinyl is back.
Yeah. So I guess depending on what TV you have and everything, I guess the over the air antenna is actually really high quality.
Okay. Now, if you're somebody,
everybody. Big disclaimer. I might be completely wrong about every bit of part of that. It's just that's the way I understand.
Yeah. Now, this part I know we're accurate on. If you're somebody, we have a lot of people that listen outside of the Houston area on the free Odyssey app that are probably live in Georgia or New York or California. They're like, oh, there's an app now. I can watch the Astros and the Rockets. Only if you're in Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and certain counties in eastern New Mexico.
I'll tell you what,
that's
Sean,
the footprint.
From experience, I'll tell you, the MLB app is awesome when you're out of Houston, except for the blackout areas. If you're in the Northeast, they black out just about every freaking or maybe because my family's from the Western New York area, like Toronto, Cleveland, Cincinnati, New York.
Those are all blackout areas
on the MLB app. Yeah,
wow.
It's awful.
That's quite draconian by MLB, man. Yeah, no. You will not get your baseball.
I think we're luckier in Houston. There's just more geographical space.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, that's wild. There you go. Those are your headlines for the day. All right, up next, national talk about the Texans defense. There are a lot of people climbing on that Texans bandwagon this weekend for this game against the Chiefs. We'll hear from them. We'll see if we agree with how they're breaking down our Houston Texans nationally. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 10. Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Texans kick off 7:20 on Sunday. It's going to be fun, man. Kansas City Chiefs, Sunday Night Football. Get to watch the early window. Y'all get to watch both windows. Seth and I will be we'll be doing Texans Countdown starting at 4:20 on Sunday. So
I don't multitask, so I will watch none of the late afternoon games.
Not while we're setting everybody up for the Texans and the Chiefs. 7:20 kickoff. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you at 4:20, 3 hours ahead of kickoff time. So we're looking forward to that. Texans are a big topic around the country this week. Can't flip on a debate show without people talking about the Houston Texans defense. And now they're playing one of the most high-profile teams. This is the most high-profile game. I don't know if this is the most important game that they'll have played, Seth, because I think they can lose this game and still have most of their goals in front of them, given their schedule the rest of the way. The schedule is very manageable after this game. So this is not as must-win as the last 4 games have been, just to get back to 7-5 and keep the percentages on your side. But it's the Chiefs, man. So it's
the Chiefs.
Yeah.
It's right. I mean, if the Chiefs didn't have their previous history and if their quarterback wasn't Pat Mahomes and everything that he's done, it would be, wow, Texans look like they've really got it together and they're going against a 500 football team.
That's right.
Nice game.
Yeah.
But no, we know that it's much, much more than that.
It's the Chiefs. So now everybody is weighing in on this game early in the week. Here was Stephen A. Smith talking about the Texans' defense going into Kansas City.
If there was ever a time when you needed to be what you used to be, it's against this Houston defense. These brothers are something special. I haven't seen a defense in the modern era like this, the way these brothers hunt. Yeah. And to be in a situation where your offensive line, not one, not two, but 3 different dudes out against them, listen, Houston's going to tell me more so than Kansas City. I'm looking at Houston because I have total faith in their defense. The question is going to be what CJ Stroud and that offense is going to be able to give you. Because I believe they got a chance to still take the South. And I believe that Houston is the team to watch in the AFC that comes out of the AFC. That's how I feel about that defense.
Okay, this is where, for one, I I never take a compliment or an insult to one of my teams from Stephen A. Smith all that seriously, because next week he's setting himself up to talk about how he's never been more disappointed by a team than the Houston Texans.
He entertains me. Just delivery is outstanding.
It is. I want to believe that this is the most ferocious defense he's ever seen in the modern era. But let's be realistic here. But,
if they give up 30 this weekend, they're trash again.
So there is. I mean, this is a thing though. It's rare to see pass rushers like Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson operating at the level they are, while also having really sound coverage behind them. And that's the part. And then their style of play, I think, is what's really caught people's eye. You see the highlights and the cut-ups of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. You see Kamari Lassiter slapping his head. You see the big hits and everything. Yeah. And it's intoxicating. Yep. That's the kind of team, especially in December, that people get into. We played that clip yesterday of Daniel Jeremiah saying, man, in a year like this where nobody really seems to be stepping forward, the tough physical teams are the ones that matter.
This is the year, man. Yeah.
And we're getting to a point where I can feel it amongst Texans fans where they almost they're like, okay, nice hopping on and realizing that the defense is really, really good. But we also know, because we've witnessed it, that without a good offense on the other side, that's not even saying awesome offense, but there have been times in the fourth quarter where the defense has just had to come up with stop after stop after stop.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden an offense breaks one. Whether it's the Broncos, whether it's the Bucs, whatever it might be, they can only be the best defense in the modern era for so many series per game.
That's right.
So really and that's why everybody right now is kind of holding the Texans right there around from 10th to 12th or 14th in the power rankings, because they want to see, all right, what is this offense really? Yeah. And can they just be just good enough of an offense, and can they get the best version of CJ Stroud? That's really going to, for me, the story of the rest of the season is, yes, obviously it's about the defense, but really just can they rely on the offense to do their part?
I'll take it a step further. The offensive conversation, Seth, this weekend is very, very key, because I think the offense has shown it can operate at a moderate level. It's not an elite offense, but it's shown.
The offensive line has been what we hoped for. Average.
You're 100% right. The thing about this weekend's game, and why I won't say I'm glad it's at night in Kansas City, but this is where we are, is can this offense operate in elements? Can it operate in cold weather at night? Because there's a better chance the Texans are a wild card team than the division winner right now. That's just math. There's a better chance they're a wild card team. Look at the places they would have to go play if they're a wild card team. There's a chance they'd have to go to New England in January. There's a good chance they'd have to go to Denver in January. There's a chance they'd have to go to Baltimore in January, or Pittsburgh in January. The only one out of all those teams that are above them right now that are potential division winners that play in non-inclement weather is Jacksonville. Jacksonville plays, they'll if you're the 6th seed and Jags are the 3 seed, you're going to head to Florida to play. But all those other teams, there's no indoor teams. These are all outdoor, up north, or in the case of the Broncos, in cold climates in the mountains. So that to me, because I can't think of a game yet where the Texans have gone against a good team. I'm not talking about Tennessee in December. Against a good team, gone to their place in bad conditions with this group, with CJ Stroud as their quarterback, and won a football game. That to me would be the biggest thing to come of this game on Sunday.
The 3 cold weather games that CJ Stroud has played in his career, you're going to see people say, oh, he's 0-3 in cold weather games. Okay, well, there was the Ravens game in the playoffs. Texans were facing a much better team than themselves.
Yeah, it wasn't the weather that beat them that
They were
day.
playing the Chiefs late last year in the regular season.
Yep.
Texans lost to a team that's better than them on the road.
Yep.
They played the Chiefs in the playoffs, lost to a better team than them on the road. I mean, I don't put a whole lot of weight into that. I mean, CJ obviously in the playoff game didn't have a great game, but there's a lot more that went into it in the cold. I never felt in any of those 3 games that the weather was the issue or that CJ was particularly inaccurate.
Sure.
You go to the Chiefs game last year in the regular season, it really seemed to fall apart. I mean, he made a brilliant throw to Tank Dell, but then Tank Dell gets injured and everything kind of – and they had some nice drives after that. CJ made some mental errors, but his accuracy seemed just fine. And CJ made some dime throws last year in the playoffs. And so I didn't see the cold being a factor in any of those games, so I'm not worried about that part of it. I would worry about if there's wind, just because any quarterback has a hard time with the wind.
Yep. Here's Dominic Foxworth of ESPN. He's also saying Texans defense can get this done against the Chiefs.
I believe that the Houston Texans are going to extinguish the Chiefs' playoff chances this season. The Chiefs have been up and down all season long. The Texans defense is incredible. Patrick Mahomes hasn't been the same version of him that we all remember, and I think it's hard for us to let it go. I know. I hold on to the belief in Patrick Mahomes all the time. But when you watch the way their offense performs, and then you look at that damn Texans defense. Oh, my God. It's hard for me to imagine Patrick Mahomes being comfortable at all in that situation. There is no weakness on that defense. There's nowhere to attack. It's going to be a tough game for them, and especially if they have Stroud back. The offensive line isn't great, but they've been slightly better as of late, the Texans, that is. If they can score enough points, I think that they'll knock the Chiefs off.
Okay. So
and this is the thing where the Chiefs present a bit of a problem, I think, is that the Texans, when they face the team where they feel like with the Bills, I mean, they just came right out and said, all right, we got to stop James Cook, and we're not going to worry as much about Josh Allen other than containing him as a passer. You almost get the sense they wanted Josh Allen to try to be a passer, especially with the way they were calling the game.
Yeah.
Last week, Kalen Bullock came out and said, you know what, we got to worry about Jonathan Taylor, and if you take care of him, you don't get much else.
He went extreme. He's like,
yeah.
Else.
But it gives you a kind of a hint of what they were hearing in meetings.
For sure.
This week it's a little bit tougher because I would say worry about Kareem Hunt right now, the way the Chiefs have been operating. They're like 3rd in EPA in rushing the football. But when you do that and you load up against Pat Mahomes, it's those dagger shots in the fourth quarter. It's those chunk plays when he extends the play and he finds somebody over the middle like Xavier Worthy last week.
When he's falling down.
Yeah,
Mahomes,
you're looking at last week the Texans let up some chunk plays over the middle.
They did.
That's the area of weakness, I would say, is just when the Chiefs can extend the play, are they hitting chunk plays over the middle? is Miles Bryant dialed in and playing everything exactly the way he's supposed to be. But it's very, very lopsided in terms of just how good this defense is operating right now versus how the Chiefs' offense has been operating. The big question mark is really just can the Texans' offensive line can they go out and grind clock? Can they methodically move down the field? But then first and foremost, can they put it in that zone?
How many points? I mean, we play this game a lot. Like, what wins this game? How many points the Texans need to score to win this thing, do you think?
I would say, the problem is Mahomes is almost like facing a really good three-point shooting team in basketball.
Yep.
Even if they're not a great team, but if they're daggers from three-point.
It's a great analogy, yes.
It's a coin flip sometimes.
Yes.
Because whether the three goes in or not. But, let's say without any miracle, let's give him one miracle circus throw.
Okay.
I think it's still – I'm putting it at 21 points.
I agree with that. That was my number.
Yeah.
That's what I wrote down on my piece of paper, 21. I think it's 21, which means take the under on this game. I don't know what it is. I guarantee it's over 40 because Mahomes is playing.
It's weird. The Chiefs are hard to figure out. They have been for a couple years. Last year they won a bunch of one-score games. This year they've lost a bunch of one-score games. You look at their EPA offensively in a lot of categories is still top 5. And that's where everybody likes to bow at the altar of EPA these days. That doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot for them. The defense isn't as scary as it used to be.
No.
The Chiefs' defense is allowing the same number of points per game that they did last year when everybody was gushing about their defense, but they're not doing it with its big impact plays. They're not doing it as opportunistically, but they're still a solid defense. Some of what's happened, I think, is that the rest of the league, a lot of defenses are copying a lot of the stuff that Spagnuolo and a couple other coordinators have been good at, and offenses are just getting better at anticipating it. The blitz pad, they've just got more film and more evidence and more reps playing against defenses like that, so it's not quite as scary. It's still scary, but it's not quite as scary as it used to be.
Here's Peter Schrager, also of ESPN, echoing what we just heard the last two experts say. Experts, air quotes. Texans can end the Chiefs season this Sunday.
I was in the building when Logan Ryan intercepted a Tom Brady pass, took it in for a touchdown, and it was like, wait a second, the Patriots just lose to the Titans in the wild card? Is this really happening? Are they really out of the playoffs? That was in 2019. Will Anderson sacking Patrick Mahomes on a Sunday night on national television in early December, and you're like, time has run out. Like it might be over for the Chiefs this season, and it might happen in early December.
Okay, that's much less creepy analysis of the Texans. Last time you heard from Schrager.
Texans are this fun young team.
Yeah, I like the high energy. They can kill the Chiefs season dead in the water.
Yeah,
Sunday Night Football. He paints a picture. Will Anderson sacking Patrick Mahomes. Way better than
Texans are this fun young team.
He sounds like the creepy guy on the Family Guy watching Chris go by on his paper route. Yeah,
that's right.
This is now they're full-grown men, and Peter Schrager has to now he's in business mode. He's like, oh, okay,
business mode.
Gonna take off the bathrobe and put on a suit and talk about the Texans.
That's right. If you're you can do that stuff on the NFL Network, but boy, when you get to ESPN. You better bring the energy and stop sounding so creepy, Schrags, all right?
That's right. I'm looking on Sumer Sports, and EPA per pass play, Chiefs are third. EPA per rush, they're fourth.
Does that match the eye test? From whatever you've watched of the Chiefs.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
And it's points matter. Just that. I think that's where. Some of the things that the Chiefs did really well last year was all of those little things on the margin. They weren't a good offense last year, but they were really good at converting third downs and fourth downs. They're good at that again this year. But some of the old standbys of just simply when you are third and long or when you're on third down situations, they're not as scary.
I guess this would be the scary thing is that if the Chiefs are able to move the ball between the 20s and get into the red zone, the Texans have not had a great red zone defense this year. So the Chiefs are at home. You got Mahomes at quarterback. They got a ton of weapons. Boy, Andy Reid, whatever the Texans are in the red zone, Andy Reid is the complete opposite of that. The things he can draw up there with some of the shovel passes and the misdirections and all the – he's just so creative. I guess that would be a concern, that if you don't completely stifle the Chiefs in between the 20s, that we've got a big enough sample size now, Seth, 12 games into the season, to say – Texans aren't a great red zone defense.
Right.
Yeah. And the Chiefs feel like a team that at home in a primetime game would cash in on those opportunities.
They can get into the red zone.
Yeah.
That is, and as we've talked about, it takes a little bit of when you're down in the red zone, your pass rush doesn't necessarily make as much of an impact.
Yep.
The balls, everything's happening fast. The ball can come out quickly. And the other thing the Texans do really well is they play off coverage really well. But that you get down in the red zone and you give some guys some cushion. That cushion, the goal line is smack dab in the middle of that cushion.
Yeah. By the way, we're getting people weighing in on the over-the-air antenna.
Yeah.
If you can get a good signal as a text message. For those who missed it, in headlines we talked about the new, if you haven't heard about it yet, the new Space City Home Network app, the Space City Home Network Plus. So now if you can't get Space City Home Network because it's not in your cable package or you cut the cord, or if you have a package that you're not very happy with, but you only have it because of Space City Home Network, for $20 a month, you can now watch all your Astros and Rockets games on a Space City Home Network app. But Seth, we got into a sidebar of, hey, if you want to watch all your football and all your baseball and basketball, really, if you have the app, that covers you for baseball and basketball, and for most of, if not all of your football, you can get with an over-the-air antenna and not even worry about cable or streaming. If you can get this is a text, if you can get a good signal, OTA broadcast is the best. Getting a good signal is hard. That's the problem. Because you had said, Seth, that there's a lot of people that say the picture is even crisper with the over-the-air antenna than it is with the with streaming.
So the antenna is the thing. So you might have to go, if you want to go that route, you got to go put the old school antenna up on your roof.
Oh yeah, well, you attach it to the chimney right there.
So it sounds nice and simple when it's just like something $30 that you get from Best Buy. That's cool if you live close or within a good range of the antenna.
Yeah.
But if you got to go attach something to your roof,
be careful.
Or sneak it up on top of your apartment building, that's a little dicier.
Be careful. Yeah, someone said if you get a digital HD antenna, the quality is amazing. Much better than streaming.
Better than streaming.
Better than streaming. That's what they say.
You mean it won't stop and pause and then all of a sudden catch up, or all of a sudden go blurry for no reason whatsoever?
Have a circle in the middle that's just spinning the whole time.
It's so fun. It's so weird in a lot of ways. It's like we've become so accustomed to HD TV that when you don't have things, in certain situations when you don't have high definition television, you're like, oh, this is awful. What am I, living in the Stone Age? But then there's other areas where we just don't give a single damn about we watch stuff on our phone all the time that's got horrible definition.
Yep.
So
that's funny you say that. I was thinking about this the other day because they were showing highlights of a college football game from when I was in college. So HD TV was still 15 years off from being a thing. Are those like late 80s, early 90s games that they show that aren't in HD? Is that the same? Do kids nowadays look at those the same way that you and I looked at highlights in black and white back in the day?
I would imagine, yeah. Or something like when we'd wonder why is everybody moving so fast on these old film reel stuff?
Right. Because every Notre Dame highlight that I watched from like the 50s as a kid when I went to school there was all in black and white. And that's the same amount of time now, pretty much. I mean, we're approaching 30 years that HD's been a thing.
I look at it now, I'm shocked by aspect ratio sometimes. A phrase that I never knew growing up, but sometimes I'll be watching a clip from the early 2000s.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is this square on my computer? What the hell is going on? What's going on the periphery?
Yeah.
Where? Damn you, I need to know what's going on the periphery.
That's what I'm wondering. Like I like showing a video to my sons of their uncle playing football in the early 90s, and it's like, what is this picture?
That was why I was watching something about Ferris Bueller's Day Off and about how good one of the things they did when they filmed that was that they were very conscious of people watching it in different ratios.
Yeah.
So that they specifically thought, like, they made it really good for playing on television.
Oh, so
like that it was going to be, it was going to, they had certain things in there that were for the cinematic audience, but that also they wanted to be sure that it transferred really well to television. And then lo and behold, that was on, I mean, for like 20 years, if you turn the TV on a Sunday or something, Ferris Bueller's Day Off was somewhere
TBS,
on.
If you want to sit through commercials, you can watch that. That and Shawshank, those are the two always on, and any Rocky movie. All right, the biggest X factor in this game, as we're digging deep on the Chiefs, and we'll continue to do that for the next couple days here. I think Mahomes' ability to scramble, and especially when you consider how big a topic that was going into the Bills game. And they did a good job on Josh Allen. He only got out of there one time for like a 14-yard scramble. And other than that, they shut him down. Now, Mahomes isn't a designed run guy like Josh Allen is, but he is an elite scrambler, and he's an elite quarterback at buying time or using his legs to go get yards. Here was DeMeco Ryans talking about the importance of tackling against Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City.
Yeah, the main thing with the tackling with him is you never assume, right? Never assume that, he's throwing the ball. Never assume that he's like, just go finish your play. Like if he's scrambling out of the pocket, and make sure you just have body on body, making sure you're clean with him going out of pocket. Always understand that he can throw the ball at any given time. He's not really looking to scramble and run the ball. Like he is looking to throw the ball. His eyes are always downfield. So secondary has to be aware of that, making sure you're sticky on your coverage, and the guys who are rushing, kind of similar to the Josh Allen. Yeah. He's a bigger player, strong guy. You just have to make sure you finish.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. I think sometimes with Mahomes, you forget how big he is. Like that, just how sturdy he is, and that he's able to shake off contact in the backfield. So the wild card element of him being able to find a Rashee Rice, a Hollywood Brown, an Xavier Worthy, all of those things, it's all very much real, obviously. Like we've been watching him operate for so long. It's just that this year, because the Chiefs defense isn't putting them in as many advantageous positions, because they're not taking the ball away as often, it's some of the, Mahomes doesn't have as many opportunities to make those magical plays and have them matter, but it's still very much there. Yeah. And it's the speed of all those different options that he have. But he doesn't have that same, it doesn't feel like he has that ESP level ability to know exactly where guys are going to be and find them with a lot of these guys, because they're either younger or partly injured or whatever it might be. But it's still very much there.
Yep.
And Hollywood Brown made an incredible catch at the end of that Cowboys game.
He sure did.
And that came out, that wasn't a scramble situation either. That was that came out Mahomes' hands very quickly.
Yep. Here's Mahomes himself at his press conference yesterday. Will you have to utilize your legs in this game?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to utilize everything, not just my legs. I mean, you got to utilize everything you have to go out there and win. I mean, this is a really good football team that's playing really good football right now and has a really good defense. And so we're going to throw it all out there and try to find a way to win. And this will be a big game for us to showcase who we are and who we think we can be moving on the rest of the season.
This, he threw 4 touchdowns versus the Cowboys, and the Cowboys' defense is much improved, but still not, they're not nearly at the level of the Houston Texans. But I thought, last week, was a good reminder that he's still very, very dangerous, and they did that on the road. I'm glad that was the game that Mahomes had, because there's a lot of cautionary tales in that game for the defense about the importance of really staying disciplined on the back end.
On the back end, and that's exactly what I wanted to say, because you hear that all the time about having against certain quarterbacks having to cover guys twice.
Yeah.
You cover whatever the route that's drawn up, and then because this quarterback's got great improvisational skills and the ability to keep a play alive forever safely, that you got to cover your guy. You got to stay on him twice, and that'll be a big thing in that game Sunday for sure.
In some ways, he's thrown 22 touchdowns already this year. He only had 27 in 2023. He had 26 in 2024. And we've known this. We've known that he hasn't been the same guy.
What were his peak year touchdown numbers?
His peak year.
I feel like he had 50 one year.
2022 was 41. 2018, his second year in the league, he had 50.
50.
That's when it looked like, well, he'll never not throw 50 touchdowns a year. Look at this unstoppable force.
That was his first year as a starter. That was because he sat out. He played one game his rookie year. So he took the league by storm.
It's like we've known the last couple of years, it's been more about the balance between their offense and their defense. Yep. It hasn't been as incredible, but in the clutch situations, all the downs that really matter and all of that, they've been really good.
He's a killer.
This year, and he's throwing more he's throwing more touchdowns. He's on pace to throw more touchdowns than he has in the last couple seasons.
Yep.
But the defense isn't as complimentary to the offense this year.
Yep. One more from Mahomes. It looks like he's going to be down. Looks like he's definitely going to be down at least his left tackle. Josh Simmons went to injured reserve yesterday, their left tackle. He's going to be down. So Josh Simmons for sure. 2 more offensive linemen, Trey Smith and Jawan Taylor. What's that mean to you, Pat?
Yeah, I mean, they're guys that have played, and so obviously we'll go through the week and see where we're at with the guys that are a little banged up. But you got to give the respect where it's deserved, and those guys have a great defensive line, and so we'll try to do the best we can as getting the ball out of my hand, running the football, and then whenever there's shots down the field, you got to be able to hit them. And so standing in the pocket, making those throws against a really good defense.
Yeah, that might be the one thing. You know, Kansas City's got extreme speed at the wide receiver position, but if you can't protect for longer than 2.5 seconds, that helps. Those injuries are going to help negate some of the downfield stuff, probably.
So the Mitchell Schwartz, former awesome lineman for the Chiefs, but the less hinged of the Schwartz brothers. Yes. Jeff Schwartz seems like your classic O-line, maybe kind of nerdy. Wasn't as good an offensive lineman as his brother, but kind of varied, measured takes on everything. Mitchell Schwartz just flies off the handle. But
what do you say?
Okay, so yesterday Reed said that Wanya Morris would be the left tackle and Jalen Moore would be the right tackle if Jawan Taylor can't play.
Okay.
Mitchell Schwartz said that makes zero sense to me regarding Wanya at left tackle and Jalen at right tackle. I would love to know their reasoning. So he thinks that Jalen should start at left and Wanya at right. For whatever reason, I want to trust Mitchell Schwartz, the more loose cannon and wild card of the two Schwartz brothers on this one. That the Chiefs are making a dire error, and whatever the reasoning is for that.
I just like that it's two names that aren't Jawan Taylor and Josh Simmons. I don't care where they play.
I was kind of looking forward to – look, Josh Simmons and Jawan Taylor are both in the top 5 in terms of penalties amongst offensive linemen.
Cheaters.
They both Josh Simmons has come in and he's been taken under the wing of one of the most heavily penalized offensive linemen in the history of football, and who is notorious for getting an early lead, for lining up too deep, all that.
Yeah.
I wanted to see those guys versus Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, who are really good at causing false starts.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Colts got away with a couple of egregious ones.
They did. They absolutely did, yeah. We may still get Jawan, so we'll see. And he may, dude, if he's hurt, he may be even more inclined to have to get a fast start on those plays. We might see like 5 false starts if Jawan Taylor plays. So there you go. We'll dig more into the Chiefs as we roll on here with the show. One of the bigger news items yesterday outside of Houston was Deshaun Watson getting his practice window opened up by the Cleveland Browns. If you haven't been following Deshaun throughout this season, it's probably because you don't follow him on social media. That's the only place you can follow him this season so far are the videos of his workouts that he's been doing. And he looks good. He as far as good as you can look running around cones and throwing it to practice squad wide receivers and whatnot. But he's been in the building with the Browns all year. If you've watched either of the games that Shedeur Sanders has started, he's been on the sidelines helping Shedeur out. Kevin Stefanski has been very complimentary of Deshaun Watson. Here he is yesterday talking about Deshaun Watson returning at least to practice with the Browns for the next few weeks.
He's been working so hard with the training staff and coming along, getting through all of his rehab, so he's cleared, ready to go to the practice portion of this, so that's really what it is. Outstanding for Deshaun. He's been working so hard, rehabbing, so finally to get out there on the practice field with his teammates, go through individual, I think is really great for him. So excited for him. His focus, my focus is obviously getting him back to playing football, practicing football, which he hasn't done in over a year. So it's good next step for him.
I thought it was done, Seth. I was leaning towards he's never going to play again after the first Achilles. When he tore it again, remember he tore it twice.
Right.
He tore it twice. When he tore it again, I'm like, well, he's toast now. I just don't think he's going to – I don't think Cleveland's ever going to want him back. I think Cleveland would rather his career be over so they can get an insurance settlement on it and get some cap relief, not to go too far down that rabbit hole. But the fact of the matter is he's apparently worked really hard to get back. The things that you've seen him do on video, he looks good doing. None of them are football with pads on yet. But that's a big debate now. Like, okay, what if what did they lose to the Titans this weekend? And Shedeur Sanders stinks against the Titans. I'm just telling you what the topics were this morning when I was listening in. Like, does Deshaun see the field this year? That was the big debate.
I feel like if you're the Browns, you went into the season looking at Shedeur as a project. And I think it's understandable that if you watch Shedeur and the way he's operating, that he's, to make a very loose comparison, Case Keenum in his rookie year, Case was more impressive when he first showed up. When he got his first playing time. But you saw all of those bad habits from college or the things that needed to be ironed out. They were very much there. And he was a project. And over time, he worked on those things, and he got a lot better at it and became a viable NFL quarterback. That's where Shedeur is right now. And I wonder if you're the Browns, do you want to get him as much time as possible and see how much you can iron out? Or if Deshaun's ready to go, do you want to really just see how good he looks so you can know what all your options are? You're still going to look at Shedeur as a project. He's got a lot of stuff that I think is going to need just at least one offseason to figure out, and he needs to learn some of these lessons. But you're probably not going to fix him over the course of the next 5 weeks. I feel like I'd rather really see where Deshaun is at, and then that way, I don't know, maybe he comes out and just tears tears it up and has 3 awesome games. Then you'd still be taking a big bruise on trading him. But maybe you could work something out if he puts that on film. Or maybe you think, okay, let's give it one more run with Deshaun.
Yeah, I think the odds are he's on their team next year. I think that, look, I don't know if people realize how much cost is still tied to Deshaun that has not been realized yet on their cap.
If they were to just cut him, it would be a $130 million cap hit.
Yeah, and there's no navigating that. These are all dollars that they've shoved into future years to manage his guaranteed contract. Which is great if you're doing it with like Drew Brees with the Saints all those years, and you deal with the cap issues down the road if whoever your quarterback was getting you to conference title games and Super Bowls like Drew Brees was fairly regularly with the Saints. But they've still got to $130 million in cap dollars in the future. To me, if there wasn't such a big PR hit with Deshaun, it just seems like Cleveland is just so out on him, and he didn't. Look, Cleveland wasn't where all the off-field stuff happened, but let's face it, Deshaun carries that off-field stigma with him still, like where you're going, okay, right or wrong, this is a guy who's not very popular around the league. We forced ourselves to like him for a couple of years while he's our quarterback, and he stunk. And by the way, even during those couple of years, it didn't really seem like he was acting like he wanted to be here all that badly. Now all of a sudden he wants to be a Cleveland Brown really bad after he tears his Achilles twice. I think there's more of a PR issue with the Browns with Deshaun and putting him back in there to be their quarterback, not to be something you're putting on the glass to show other teams. I'm talking about the chances that he could be their guy because the draft isn't very good next year for quarterbacks. The chances are Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders are not the solution. So you got a guy in the building who's played football at an elite level at one point. Why not throw him back out there to see if you can recoup some of a really bad investment that you made? That's where I would be. And I think if he didn't have all the off-field and the personality stigma that they're feeling in Cleveland, it would be an easier decision to put him back out there. But it's a really hard decision for them right now.
It's a nice problem not to have.
It is, yes.
I can sit here and be like, that's an interesting conundrum you've got there in Cleveland.
If we were sitting here at a round table with a couple of Cleveland hosts and we were debating the Deshaun Watson experience with them for whatever reason, I would submit to them that the year that Deshaun was here in 2021 with David Culley is way stranger than anything they've had to. The only they've had to endure there is just guy can't play football, guy gets injured all the time. That happens all the time in the NFL.
Yeah.
The star quarterback being out at training camp as a scout team safety.
Yeah, during a walkthrough.
Yeah.
It was a weird time to be alive, man.
Yes. Yeah, nothing weirder than that.
My favorite was the one, how big a news it was the one day we finally heard Deshaun Watson's voice when he was walking out to practice, and he asked, "Why are y'all filming? It's the same thing every day." Yeah. And like he got his answer. That became like viral video.
That's exactly why.
Because of this.
Yes.
You're a big story right now, Deshaun.
We've been waiting for this.
I don't know if you've consulted with your lawyers, but you're in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah.
And people are paying attention.
Oh my God. Question on the text page. Do y'all think Damen Pierce was able to help Kansas City with Houston's scheme? Damen Pierce couldn't help Damen Pierce with Houston's scheme. How do we think he's going to help Kansas City with it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Like some of the overall philosophy and some of their calls and everything, I think that they could probably pick his brain a little bit with that.
Yeah. He's on
the scheme, I mean, some of it's overrated in that like everybody runs the same plays by and large for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
But just exactly what is Nick Caley's philosophy and his tweak on things, they might be able to glean a little something from it.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Damen Pierce is on Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean, like we are, like this is a topic that comes up anytime a future opponent signs one of your former players. I think Damien's specific issues seem to be in actually picking up schemes and making the reads and everything. So of people that I would be worried about, who was the guy that went from, was it Lawyer Malloy that went from the Patriots to the Bills?
It's Lawyer Malloy.
It seemed like the Bills did something. And Lawyer Malloy was a smart player, a veteran, and the Bills went out and took the Patriots to the woodshed.
31-0. They smoked them. Yeah.
Like I could see where Lawyer Malloy made a difference. I don't look at Damen Pierce on that same level.
Ted Johnson talks about it. Ted was on that Patriots team that played against the Bills. He said, Lawyer Malloy, smart guy. Text message, man, I've had this game circled all year. I'm nervous but excited.
Yeah.
Where are you on the? Are you your nervous excitement ratio here, Seth? Are you more nervous than excited?
I think I'm not as I guess awestruck by the Chiefs logo as I once was.
I'm not as nervous as I thought I would be at the beginning of the year for this game.
I'm really, honestly, the thing that makes me the most nervous was just all those procedural issues in the first half of last week's game.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that really had me freaked out until that first Texans touchdown drive. I had a very uncomfortable feeling in my soul, in my football soul.
Yes.
Not my actual soul. I'm
Right.
good. I'm good with the man upstairs. But my football soul, that looked like a slip shot affair, and I was wondering what is going on with these guys. They got it together and started out more smoothly. But I think that the Texans defense has given me maybe a little bit too much of bravado about how I feel about this team right now. I feel more right now. I feel like, all right, listen, you bastards, you're all still picking the Chiefs. You've watched this team 2 weeks in a row be the underdog, come in, and the defense is taking you to the woodshed.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, I feel a little bit of indignation that, by and large, most of the experts, even as they gush about the Texans' defense, are still picking the Chiefs. So go die.
Yeah,
that's what I'm.
we're on the same
feeling more
page.
go die than I am. Feeling
We're
nervous.
on the same page. We're on the same page. All right. Do you want to set this audio up in a tease here for the next segment?
Yes. This was. I'll say this. I was as equally confused and befuddled as Deshaun Watson was when he was
CJ Stroud
and CJ Stroud. I was. Can you guys imagine I was befuddled? So, no, I and CJ Stroud were equally befuddled by this question as it was being asked yesterday.
There you go. All right, good. We'll hear that. We'll hear that and a whole lot more coming up next. Stay there. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Men's Tea Clinic.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Seth, I watched CJ's press conference yesterday.
Yeah.
But this particular juncture of the press conference, I only saw the interplay. I didn't hear the question.
Yeah.
And it's
some of the questions you could hear really well yesterday. I had to go back and boost and clean up the audio on this one because it was pretty funny. I was really confused when Aaron Wilson was asking this question, and you could see by the look on CJ's face that he was confused by it as well. I'll let you you tell me. We're gonna play this audio, and you can tell me afterwards whether you knew what Aaron was talking about or not.
Okay.
What are some of the things you see from Karlaftis and also Stone Cold? Have a follow-up.
Who?
What do you see from Karlaftis and Stone Cold Jones?
I don't know. That's what people call them.
Chris Jones, they call Stone Cold?
Yes. He called him. I vaguely remember that people have tried to call him Stone Cold Jones or something, but Aaron didn't even attach the last name to it. He just said Karlaftis and Stone Cold.
Stone Cold. I'm with CJ on this one. I had no idea.
Yeah, I had no idea either. I was. I'll credit Kansas City bloggers for not picking this up and turning this into some kind of disrespect or something. I think a lot of people in Kansas City were probably like, Stone Cold, wait, is he talking about Chris Jones? Okay, I guess he's talking about Chris Jones.
I've never heard that being his nickname before.
I think I read an article about it a long time ago.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
It was so...
Well, it's funny. You and I were talking off the air. CJ was good. CJ had a good press conference yesterday. It was interesting. Landry asked him a question about Brian Hartline, the soon-to-be former Ohio State. What is the offensive coordinator at Ohio State?
Pass game coordinator.
Yeah, he's a former receiver at Ohio State and in the NFL for a little bit. And he
worked a lot with CJ. Yeah.
Yeah, CJ always cites him as being instrumental for getting him to Ohio State, and then the success he had there. He got the job at South Florida yesterday. And Landry asked CJ about it, and CJ had no idea that Hartline had gotten that job.
Right, yeah. He said, because at first I couldn't hear what Landry was asking, and CJ said, am I missing something here? And I was like, ooh, it's about to get contentious. And then I could hear Landry explain that he'd gotten the job. Yeah, it's a good window into sorry, Stephen A. Smith. Yep. The guys aren't actually sitting around watching First Take and ESPN all day long. Yes. They have jobs to do, and they're in meetings, and they're doing that. Yeah, and CJ's not monitoring the wire the way that Stephen A. Smith apparently thinks modern NFL athletes.
You're a liar, Drake May.
For Drake, for those of you who don't know, Stephen A. Smith called Drake May a liar because Drake May said he didn't know which show Cam Newton was on.
Right.
After Cam Newton had been on First Take for all of 1.5 weeks.
Dude, and it wasn't just a 5-second comment. Went off for a minute and a half.
Yeah.
About how Drake May's a liar.
Yeah.
And how relevant First Take is. Imagine. Okay, this is funny. Imagine a text message. Imagine.
Oh, by the way, Ron Hughley. Sorry, Ron Hughley says no one in real life settings refer to him as that. It's his social media name.
Okay, Ron would know. I mean, Ron. Yeah. In real life,
I feel like Landry and Cody might have put him up to that. They have him on their YouTube channel, and they call him Alpha Aaron.
I'll put Aaron Wilson up to asking him.
Yeah, they call him Alpha Aaron. Aaron comes on, and I think sometimes they put him up to things, and they might have told him to do that. I don't know.
Oh my God!
If they did, good job.
I bet you wouldn't do this. Yeah. Oh man! Text message. This is a somewhat valid point. Imagine if Damen Pierce was so bad at understanding the schemes that he gave Kansas City the wrong information accidentally.
That's true. That's one thing you have to worry about when you're interrogating people. You're like, all right, this is actually good information we're getting
from
them.
This disinformation.
Now turn that screw harder. Yeah. I think that...
Hit him again with the phone book. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes that's when you get into... D'Amico talked about this a little bit. You don't want to get too much as a coach into the, well, they know that I know that they know that I know, because you can go down a million different rabbit holes if you start thinking that way. So whatever, you try not to, whatever a guy can give you, whatever information they give you, maybe sometimes it's in-house information about this guy's been playing through something or whatever. So, yeah, there might be some good info from Damen Pierce. There might be none at all, but it's a potential wild card.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be something that's earth-shattering or ground-moving.
No, I don't think so either. Ocho texted in. He's got an interesting point on how he's looking at this game. I wonder, this might have been how I was feeling about this game if we looked at it several weeks ago. I just think the Texans are playing at such a high level defensively, and the offense is caught up a little bit right now that I'm more optimistic. But he says this, Sean, my thoughts on the Texans' chances versus the Chiefs, a national TV game on the road, in the cold versus a proven team. Just beat the Cardinals and Raiders. That's my thought in this whole thing.
Oh, that's
when you come back, you play the Cardinals and the Raiders.
That's his thought, not yours.
That's Ocho's thought. Yeah, Ocho said. I'm just wondering if any people feel similarly to that.
At the beginning of this 3-game stretch, I had said, all right, if they win 2 out of these next 3, and if they split the Colts and the Chiefs, I'm going to be happy with that.
Yeah, we're there.
I'll tell you, everybody, right now, I'm a liar. Yeah, I'm greedy. I want more. It's never enough.
No.
Never. Never.
I think
you won 2, but you didn't win emphatically enough versus the Colts. I need a beatdown.
A beatdown. Well, I mean, you exercise a lot of demons if you go in and win this thing. And I think Ocho touches on some of them. I think primetime road game, cold weather, Pat Mahomes. There's a lot of dark clouds over the Texans when it comes to these situations.
The Ravens game left me wanting a little bit, just because. All right, did you really exercise any demons when you're playing a JV defense and no Lamar Jackson is on the field? And I know Lamar Jackson has just not been himself this year, but it doesn't feel like you really proved. Oh yeah, we can go on the road and win in Baltimore. Like, did you? Right. Not the capital B Baltimore Ravens. That's a lowercase b, lowercase r Baltimore
That's
Ravens.
really interesting. Because you're right. Like they'll play the Ravens next year because they cross over with the AFC North next year. So they'll play the Ravens at NRG Stadium next year. How will we be treating the win over the Ravens this year when it comes to playing the Ravens next year? I think you nailed it. I think we're going to be like, okay, well, until they beat Lamar Jackson, you really haven't exercised anything.
But at that point too, you might have missed our window. The Ravens might be coming down back down to earth right now, and just we'll see what version of the Ravens they get next year. Yeah. This is obviously a weakened version of the Chiefs, and still it's Arrowhead Stadium and it's Pat Mahomes, it's CJ Stroud versus a coordinator that is really good at fooling quarterbacks.
Yes.
I mean, Sean, there were times last year, I think it was Josh Allen that was getting a whole lot of criticism for not recognizing a blitz and not responding to it correctly last year. And I remember going back and watching it like 10 times and thinking, I don't know if Tom Brady in his prime would have sniffed this out.
Yeah.
Because the Chiefs are still, even though they're not operating as well defensively, they are really good at showing you one thing and then giving you something else. They're really good at disguising who's actually blitzing. They still do present a big challenge. It's just that there's just more film of them now. There's more reps guys have had against them. And more teams around the league are copying what Spagnuolo's doing, that it's not as confusing. Way back in the day, back when, all right, we used to call a sim blitz a zone blitz, all right? It's not invented. Like, all of a sudden, everybody's acting like this. The sim blitz, nobody's ever seen anything like about it. They are doing it with more complexity than they used to, just because of the way the passing game has changed. But the zone blitz came along, and, they were running it up in Pittsburgh, and nobody had an answer for it. And for a few years, the zone blitz was running roughshod over offenses. But then quarterbacks just kept seeing it. Yeah. They saw it more and more and more and more, and they got better at it, and the zone blitz lost its effectiveness. So a lot of the things that the Chiefs do really well, I think they still do it really well. It's just not as much of a wrench in the gears as it used to be.
Yep, that makes sense. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we head into the 8 o'clock hour. All right, the ESPN did their best players at 109 different skill sets in the NFL. We will go through each of them one at a time. No, we won't. But there are several Houston Texans that were designated the best at certain things, certain skill sets in the NFL. Did they get it right with these guys? Did they get it wrong with some of the Texans they left off the list? We'll go to that coming up next. But first, Beck's Prime. Oh, yeah. Wednesday was steak night, baby, at Beck's Prime. They got all different
Realty FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. So ESPN had this thing yesterday, Seth, where they had 109. This is Matt Bowen who did this. The best NFL players at 109 different skills across all position groups, okay? Mm-hmm. So let's methodically go through all 109 of them.
Okay.
No.
That'll eat up some clock.
Yeah, that's good.
That's what this job's all about, eating up some clock.
Chewing up innings and getting the hell out of here. Got to go eat me some breakfast.
I won the time of possession today.
That's right.
Sweetheart.
That's a good way to put it.
4 hours of nonsense.
These are the ones, the Texans had, I would say, more than their fair share of guys who were the best at what they do in the NFL. And they're very specific skills.
Yeah.
I think there's very little surprise that all 6 of the players that were designated best at a certain thing in the NFL all come from the defensive side of the ball for the Texans.
Yeah.
And it's no disrespect to the Texans' very good offensive players. Like I was kind of hoping to see Nico Collins get best physicality at the wide receiver.
Nico Collins, I would say, might be the best, or at least in the category in the running for ability to sit down on a route or whatever they would call it. Like, because of his size and speed, people don't expect him to be able to just hit his comebacks and his in-breakers the way he is, because he's got that threat of being a vertical threat, but all of a sudden, boom, he's sitting down and coming back to the ball. But
yeah,
did they have a category like that?
The closest thing I can see to that is best route runner.
Yeah.
They had Justin Jefferson as the best route runner. So I haven't watched all his routes be run, but I know that Justin Jefferson, very good at running routes. Yeah, they don't have anything. The one I thought Nico might show up, most physical pass catcher. He is very physical.
Yeah.
He does thirst violence. He is very swarmy. Mm-hmm. They had Puka Nacua as the most physical pass catcher. So
that mean, yeah, I would give that. Like he has a more explosive feel to his run, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess I would have thought that would be on 50-50 balls and things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Best on 50-50 balls, George Pickens, Cowboys.
Oh, okay.
It's funny you say that. Yeah. Although, did you see Puka's catch this past week that he had?
I did not.
Dude, catch of the year. One-handed catch. It's hard to describe. If you saw it, you know. I'll send it to you. We'll go find it. Here are the Texans that finished best in their categories. Best speed to power in the NFL. And this is an edge rusher thing, right, Seth? Speed to power?
Yeah. I mean, traditionally, yeah. I mean, there's an element, but yes.
Largely edge rushers.
It's speed to power. It's when you're rushing upfield, and then all of a sudden you turn in because the offensive tackle is worried about your speed rush, and then all of a sudden you turn in and bull rush them right up into the lap of the quarterback.
Will Anderson Jr., best speed to power in the NFL. Does that match the Seth Payne eye test?
Yeah, Will Anderson. And it's really cool because Will, in his rookie year, would too often get locked into these stalemates where he hadn't set up his bull rush. And, against most good offensive tackles, if you just line up and you just run straight at them, that's exactly what they want. And if they know that's what you're going to do, because they can lean on you, and we saw that in college with Will versus the bigger, tougher, more physical, like the future first-round picks who were 335-pound offensive tackles. Will would kind of get stalemated versus those guys. And that's one of the things that he had to work on, was learning how to offset the speed and the power element. And you got to set up that bull rush by threatening them with speed. So that he's done an incredible job of that over the course of the last 2.5 years.
Best spin move.
Mm-hmm.
Danielle Hunter, best spin move.
That matches the eyeball
Big
test
time.
by a long shot.
Yes.
And the cool thing about Danielle Hunter with his spin move is that, again, he's a master at setting things up. And a lot of times he's hitting his spin move. That one that I showed you a couple weeks ago versus the Bills, the spin move was really the fourth move he hit in that sequence.
Yes.
He went Euro step to rip to hump to spin. And
in a matter of 3 seconds.
Yeah, and it's just all seamless to the point where at that point I'm guessing, I talked to him earlier this year about just, his plan versus offensive tackles and everything. But then he also said, and sometimes it's just I'm not thinking about it at all. I'm just hitting it. Remember when he hit Penei Sewell with that spin last year?
I do.
He's like, I don't know what happened on that play. I don't know. It just happened. I feel like that one that he had it versus the Bills just kind of happened.
Okay, I have a hot take prediction about Danielle Hunter.
Okay.
Very hot take with a minimal percentage chance of happening. But it just popped into my head. With as good as he is at his footwork and the spin move and everything else, and you talking about how he did 3 of them or 4 of them, 4 moves within 3 seconds, if the Texans get to the Super Bowl, which elevates the star power of everybody on the team, right? You get to a Super Bowl, especially if you win the Super Bowl, that elevates your level of celebrity. Danielle Hunter, Dancing with the Stars. Damn. He'd be awesome on he would be awesome on Dancing with the Stars.
Visually stunning presentation. They would put him in one of those shirtless, glittery shirts or whatever.
Dude, and I think his personality.
I said shirtless, sleeveless.
Sleeveless, yeah.
They probably have him go shirtless at least once.
I would, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
The ladies would love that. And his personality, if he's going to be on reality TV, Danielle Hunter, his personality kind of low-key fits Dancing with the Stars better than it does other reality outlets.
They don't really, you don't get reward. They don't lean as much into the personality side of it with Dancing.
I think they do when it's appropriate, but the show is kind of the personality. The judges, like they're very flamboyant. Okay. Yeah,
I haven't watched that in a long time.
Dancing with Amy watches it, so I kind of watch it. Like I'm in the same room as it. Watch it. Yeah, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. So Danielle Hunter, Dancing with the Stars. You heard it here. Mark it down. December 4th. I predicted it when it happens. Best hitter in the NFL.
Oh boy.
We got the video to prove it. Ask Trevor Lawrence. Aziz Al-Shaair, best hitter in the NFL.
Yeah, he's got a knack for it. People have noticed, too. They've stood up and noticed.
Well put, Seth.
He does
have a knack for it.
People have stood up and paid attention, often after they've slid. And sometimes they don't stand up.
Right.
And they
as they're riding off on a stretcher.
They've laid down and noticed that he's a very vicious hitter.
This is what Bowen says
about. You know what? Real quick.
Yeah.
Credit to Aziz Al-Shaair. I can't remember any dicey out-of-bounds situations this year.
No. He had the one last year against the Bears where they all surrounded him on the sidelines.
And he also had a couple weeks before he hit Trent Lawrence, he blatantly hit somebody out of bounds versus the Titans. But
that's right.
He had a few of those where you're like, all right, man, like let's I want to defend you here. Let's not do the stupid stuff.
Yep.
And I think he's towed the line. He almost hit, who was it? Was it Josh Allen? He went flying over somebody a couple weeks ago.
It was Josh. God, boy, I want to say it might have been Trevor Lawrence again, but it may have been Josh Allen. I remember I think it was Josh Allen. I know I was sitting next to you in the press box and said, man, Aziz is he's towing the line right here.
He kind of got lucky on that. Yeah. And it wasn't a slide situation. It was a quarterback who was already getting tackled.
Yeah.
But it would have been an ugly hit. It would have ended up it would have been a big talking point.
It was either Allen or Lawrence because it was at home.
Yeah.
Because I remember I was sitting next to you and I said something to you about it at the time. Aziz Al-Shaair, this is what they say about Aziz, by the way. Al-Shaair looks to take the ball carrier's soul every time he makes contact. He has thunder in his pads. Accurate, I would say. All right, the Texans have 3 more guys.
I'm curious to see where the third letter of that PA word at the end was going to go. The thunder in his pads. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, 3 more they've got. Now we go to the secondary. Best field vision, Derek Stingley Jr.
Oh.
So this is what he said. This is what they say about Derek Stingley. Stingley uses his backfield vision to overlap seam balls, plus he will get in the weeds looking for work. He has 3 interceptions and 8 pass breakups this season.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of people have noticed, like Pro Football Focus is weirdly down on Derek Stingley this year.
Weird doesn't even begin to do it justice.
Well, at the same time, putting out all these stats about how Derek Stingley has more games with fewer than 10 yards receiving against him this year, fewer than 20 yards receiving over the course of the last 2 years or whatever. And some of it is just what they ask him to do. I think in their grading system, it doesn't get as much credit just because of the way their grading system is, and yet, like, the proof is in the pudding. He just doesn't get targeted, and when he is targeted, he makes plays on the ball. He's after overcoming that oblique injury. Once he looked completely healthy, he's become, I think, as good as he's ever been, and is just they didn't even test him last week.
No, the last 2 weeks it's been that way. The only reason he showed up on tape in the Bills game was because of the hook and ladder at the end where he overplayed the first receiver on that. Other than that, you wouldn't have known Stingley even played in that game. I think that's where we're at now with Stingley, Seth. I think we're probably where we thought we might be last year, in part because we hadn't seen full-on Stingley yet going into last year. He'd been banged up in 22 and 23. Plus, there was a rookie on the other side in Kamari Lassiter that we thought teams would over-target because Stingley's on the other side. And it turns out they were targeted fairly equally last year. Now we're at a point, if teams are treating for the rest of the year Stingley the way the Bills and the Colts treated him the last 2 weeks, he's not getting any more interceptions this year.
And the thing last year was Stingley was traveling with the best receiver more often. And over the last 5 weeks or so, Stingley has just stayed on the left side. And Kamari stayed on the right side. And it is because the one thing about, I know it's kind of like when people say, well, just use a spy on the quarterback. It's not as simple as just saying, well, just have Stingley follow the best receiver. It does make it harder for everybody else because everybody else has to tweak their alignments and their responsibilities and everything when you have your best cornerback follow the best receiver. So I think with D'Amico, now that Kamari Lassiter is playing as well as he is, and because you have a good pass rush up front, you leave Stingley part on the left side, and it allows everybody to play 1,000 miles per hour and not think as much. And that's what the calling card of this defense is just playing 1,000 miles an hour.
Kamari Lassiter's straight line speed was the reason, or lack thereof, was the reason he fell to 42 in the draft. I'm only bringing this up because they're playing a team that has extreme speed on the outside this week with Worthy and Rashee Rice and Hollywood Brown. Is that still a concern?
Not as much because the Texans play so much off coverage. And that was one thing Kamari said in the preseason that he wanted to work on is his off coverage because he hadn't had to do a lot of it in college, and he's gotten a lot better at it. So that's one of the things that helps them, keep the top on the defense is that they're willing to concede some things underneath. But they're still, because they're so good at breaking on the ball and coming up and making hits and everything, they've got both bases covered. They've got the deep ball covered, but they can still come up and make plays underneath.
Best third level range, okay? Best third level range among defensive backs. Kalen Bullock. Bullock glides through the third level of the defense with post range and ball skills, and he can cover ground from depth. Bullock's 4 interceptions are tied for fourth most in the NFL.
Yeah, he looks like one of those air-to-air missiles, or ground-to-air, whichever missile you like. We watch these videos of like a jet trying to elude the ground-to-air missile, and it's just how you're like, how the hell does anything ever outrun that? That's how I feel about Kalen Bullock.
That's who he is, man.
Like I'm standing deep in the backfield with a bazooka on my shoulder.
He was the one guy though. He gets drafted out of USC, which does not exactly have the reputation of being this bloodthirsty defense with Lincoln Riley as their head coach.
No, and his tackling was an issue.
And he's gotten much better, and he's
gotten way better in run support. That's been one of the big questions about him. And then you look at his frame and you think, and he's kind of slender. The one thing I encouraged about him coming out of college was I saw no lack of lust for violence. It wasn't like he was afraid of contact or anything. He just needed to refine it. So I figured, all right, with D'Amico, it's time. I'm thinking D'Amico now as well as Matt Burke and all the other coaches. If they can refine it, then he's perfectly willing to come up and make tackles. And he's that. USC has become fertile ground for the Texans to look at and say, here's some underdeveloped talent.
Here's a guy who'd be a first-round pick if he went to Alabama or Georgia.
Remember, how many USC guys have they drafted in the last couple of years?
Woody Marks.
Solomon Byrd,
Woody Marks, Kalen Bullock, Jalen Smith are the 4 that I can think of. But that's 4 in 2 years.
So this year when, there started to be a little bit of a trend of like, wow, you're drafting a lot of guys from Iowa State. Or and some of the guys they drafted this year, Nick Caserio really gushed about the coaching.
Yeah.
And I found it interesting that the team they've plucked 4 players out of, not a word about the coaching at USC.
Guy's got all the tools, man.
It's like Texas back in the day.
Yes.
I was always amazed that Texas didn't have, they'd have all these 5-star recruits, but they wouldn't turn into first-round draft picks. But I'm like, but some of these guys, they were 5-star recruits for a reason.
Yeah.
This is fertile ground for underdeveloped players,
Dude, They went years without having an offensive lineman even drafted. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Last one. Best field goal blocker. It's the 109th out of the 109 skills on the list. Danico Autry.
It's because you wouldn't even look at it as something that's actually a thing.
Right.
It's so hard to have a knack for blocking field goals. It's such a rare occurrence. And the Danico Autry has blocked either a field goal, an extra point, or a punt 14 times in his career is pretty astounding.
They don't even mention that, though. The one sentence they say about this, Autry's blocked a league-best 2 field goal attempts this season, creating an interior push to slip through gaps and get his hands up. They don't mention what you just mentioned, Seth, is that nobody's blocked more kicks than Danico Autry right now, in not just this season, but across a career. 14 block kicks, I believe, is the number. So, yeah. Texans, I wish, had been recognized. We mentioned Nico Collins' physicality. Woody Marks is probably too young into his career to get recognized for this, but I think he does. You know what? Since he didn't get recognized, Ben, I'm going to acknowledge Woody Marks.
Acknowledge me.
He didn't get recognized in this article, but his pass protection, they named Javonte Williams of the Cowboys the best pass protector among running backs. But I don't know they got the sizzle reel like Woody Marks does. Woody Marks has put a couple guys into the dirt this year, blocking, picking up blitzes and whatnot. Plus, he's a rookie doing it.
Yeah, I've gone from saying that he's really good for a rookie to, wow, I think he's just really good in pass protection.
Yeah.
And for a rookie running back, that's rare, especially for a 205-pound one.
That is one thing, as long as we're going to take swipes at Lincoln Riley in the previous couple minutes of the show. We had Woody Marks on the post-game show in the preseason, whatever the home game was they played in the preseason. I think it was Carolina. We had Woody Marks on the post-game show, and his pass protection had been a talking point for not only the preseason games, but out of practice and things like that. Like, wow, this rookie does a good job picking up blitzes. He said they worked on that a ton.
Yeah.
And you would, Lincoln Riley, an offensive head coach, he gave his time at USC a lot of credit for that.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's just got so many reps in extreme air raid offenses, both as a receiver, as a runner, as a pass blocker. And the biggest thing about it is that usually a lot of times with rookie running backs, when you wonder how come they're not getting on the field more, it's because they're horrible in pass protection. And defense, if you know that a running back is horrible in pass protection, it makes your offense the more predictable. It makes the offense easier to scheme against, all those things. So him being good in pass protection amplifies his role as a rookie way faster than it would be with a lot of, especially with 205-pound running backs.
That's a good way to put it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Seth, I need to apologize to a fan base in the next segment. Yes, I need to give a heartfelt, sincere apology to a college football fan base that I said some bad things about a couple of weeks ago. So I'm gonna give this apology. We can even run it through the apology ringer here and see how I did. But I owe this fan base an apology heading into this weekend when I need them to do a great service for me. So we'll do that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. They've done great stuff.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll get the Chiefs' thoughts on the Texans' defense. We've already heard the national people's thoughts on the Texans' defense. What are the Chiefs' thoughts on it? We'll get to that in the next segment. Seth, for 9 o'clock, remember you and I, we played that audio of D'Amico yesterday saying how many things they clean up. Mm-hmm. We started impromptu, just power ranking a few bad penalties, like what are the worst ones. I've got my list of the 9 most infuriating penalties in football that I'm going to do at 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So most infuriating when your team commits them?
Yes, not when the ref screws them up, when your team commits them.
Ooh.
I did an odd number because I'm experimenting with your theory that people like odd numbers better than even numbers.
Yeah.
So I did 9.
Not a prime number. A prime number is ideal, but yeah, still good. Odd numbers.
Well, there's so many of them that are infuriating. I could have done 20 if I wanted to. But I narrowed it down to 9. So we'll do it at 9 o'clock. 9 at 9. We'll do that. The most infuriating penalties.
You've gone all BuzzFeed on us.
Yes. Yeah.
BuzzFeed Radio.
Thrill list. Yes.
I should sell a podcast to BuzzFeed.
Dude,
people love lists.
List podcasts, man.
Yeah.
I'm all over those. Okay, I have an apology that I need to make because I have a football team that needs to do a great service to the football team from my school this coming weekend.
Yeah.
Let me play this audio first because this is what triggered my anger at this particular coach and by proxy school and fan base. This was Joey McGuire. This is like a month and a half ago. For some reason, out of nowhere, after they beat BYU, Joey McGuire, just the head coach at Texas Tech, just takes a shot at Notre Dame's independence here. Here he was. This is about a month or so ago.
I have so much respect for BYU. I do, man. They're I was really excited whenever they joined the Big 12 because I think that they carry a lot of weight and a lot of respect. I think that I have a lot of respect for them entering a conference and not playing an independent schedule like other people. Y'all already know who that is. And so I have a lot of respect for that. I mean, they're earning their right just like everybody but a couple of people in the nation are earning their right through conference play, and playing in some really tough places.
Okay. I mean, I thought that shot was a little uncalled for. We didn't do anything to Texas Tech, It's
Yeah.
He's taking a shot at Notre Dame, for those who don't know, and then being independent. Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Well, first, you do your mea culpa concerning.
Well, this is why I wanted to apologize because I went off on Joey McGuire. I called him a meathead. I called him stupid. I probably called their fans names, which is probably not the smartest thing in the world because some of my favorite people went to Texas Tech. Hell, I just got done talking to in the hallway, talking to Briley, one of our coworkers here, who just graduated from Tech a couple years ago. She couldn't be nicer, super sweet. And by proxy, whatever I said that day, she got swept into because I overgeneralized with the entire fan base. But now here's the thing. I want to apologize for that. I was out of line. What Joey McGuire said, you know what? I could entertain it. I don't know if I agree with him, but I'll sit down civilly and entertain it. And whatever I said to the Texas Tech fans or even about the Texas Tech fans, I apologize for. Whether I called you stupid or whether I called your school stupid or your coach stupid, I didn't mean it. At the time, I was emotional. It won't happen again. Whatever I need to do to make that up to you, I'm willing to do. I'm trying to go through all the things here, Seth, with the perfect apology. I'm willing to make it up to you. I will also point out, completely unrelated, that Texas Tech really needs to beat BYU this weekend for Notre Dame to stay in the college football playoffs. Yeah, because if BYU wins the Big 12 championship game this weekend, Notre Dame is 10. They're in the last spot right now for an at-large. BYU is 11. So BYU wins that game. They're in automatically as a conference champ. And Texas Tech is 4. They're not going to fall past Notre Dame. So, poof, there goes Notre Dame.
Let me ask you this, Sean. When it comes to Texas Tech, are there still people doing kind of flyby analysis on Texas Tech? Are there any fraudulent takes out there about Texas Tech? They can't even play defense or anything like.
Oh,
are there people that are just don't realize I know there are somewhere because Texas Tech had atrocious defenses forever and ever and ever. But like this year, they said some people put them in their top 10 defensively in the preseason.
Yes.
They'd hired Shilwood away from the Cougs, got all these poor transfers and everything, and people didn't want to believe it. But now there you sit at the end of the year, and they're one of the best defenses in the country.
You know what? You know who's probably doing that? You know, the college basketball tournament suffers from this, where people just start paying attention once the postseason rolls around, and they haven't paid attention to the regular season. If you've watched a Texas Tech game this year, I guess other than the one they lost to Arizona State, then you know that this is a team that brings the wood every day.
Right.
You know, like
Yeah, so it's a good indicator of whether people have actually paid attention at all or whether they're just throwing it out there right now.
Yep.
I get that. You know what? Now that all of a sudden people are talking about the Texans more, I've seen a couple of people, and it's been a very big tell about like, oh, okay, you look at PFF rankings, and there you go. They've talked about how, the Texans have those two safeties, Kalen Bullock and Jalen Petrie.
Yes!
Manning, and they'll talk about it specifically like those are the two guys in the back. And I'm like, oh, yep, I'm guessing he's listed as a safety on PFF.
He is.
And they don't, and then they won't bring up, which I don't expect people to talk about the league at large. I don't expect them to watch every single game every single week.
No.
But when they say that when they just discuss Jalen Petrie like he's just a classic safety, then it's clear that they're not. They haven't put an ounce of like even surface level research into it.
They did one of two things, Seth. They either are looking at PFF, which has to put him somewhere. Jalen Petrie, I think, is the closest thing we have to a positionless football player, right? Like he's just
and it's become more common, but the role he plays is
it's hard to put a label on him.
He's a nickel linebacker, sometimes slot corner. You could call him a box safety, whatever.
It's hard to put a label on him. But on sites like PFF, they have to put him somewhere, so they put him at safety. The other place they have to put him, because he's playing well enough now to be considered for this, is the Pro Bowl ballot. You may have some of that. He's listed under strong safety on the Pro Bowl ballot.
Right.
So these people are looking at places that are applying a label. They're not watching Jalen Petrie play.
So Texas Tech is like a well-rounded football team, and it's probably hard for some people to really even still believe it.
They're not just a well-rounded football team, Seth. They've rapidly become my favorite football team in college football. I have more respect for Texas Tech than I think I even do my own alma mater. I think Texas Tech is amazing, and I pray that they beat BYU this weekend.
I feel like now you're just trying to go.
Am I going a little over the top?
Apology.
Okay.
I don't know, like whichever person. It feels to me like somebody powerful in your life is a Texas Tech alum, and that you really want to make it up to that person.
The team is a powerful force. Here's the other thing, and I know as the czar of common sense, you can appreciate this. There's all this talk. Notre Dame's 10. They're in the last at-large spot. BYU is 11. They play in the Big 12 title game this weekend. Miami is 12. They beat Notre Dame this year, as has been recapped every week since the rankings came out.
Yeah.
But Miami's gotten closer and closer to Notre Dame. They're 12 now. Notre Dame's 10. They got BYU in between. There is a thought out there that if BYU were to lose the Big 12 title game, enough to where it made sense to drop them in the rankings, that now all of a sudden that Miami and Notre Dame would be next to each other in the rankings without a buffer in between, that head-to-head matchup, which has not been enough to put Miami ahead of Notre Dame yet, would all of a sudden in Week 16 come into play. That you've had Notre Dame ahead of Miami all year, but that the committee could all of a sudden say...
At that point, say when it comes down to this close a margin...
You know what? This head-to-head should make...
Yeah, and I would back the committee up on that and saying, okay, previously all the other factors overrode the head-to-head, but when it comes down to now, they're close enough that head-to-head matchup becomes enough of a factor to tip the scales.
What's illogical about that, and you know the side I'm arguing, so I'm going to say it's illogical, is that what should BYU doing anything have to do with how Notre Dame and Miami compare to each other? Like the only reason they would be close is because BYU went and lost a football game in Arlington that week.
I don't know, Sean. It's also stupid that I don't know. So there you go. Okay, Notre Dame should be. It's the dumbest thing in the history of sports that this is the one sport that we spend all season long arguing about all this stupid stuff. Instead of just have. It drives me insane. So I don't know. Okay, I don't know.
Okay.
There's I don't know.
Yeah. Got you. I wasn't expecting it. This is actually what I was expecting. This is exactly what I was expecting. Okay, can you get with me on this then? NFL people, keep your filthy mitts off of my football coach. This is Adam Schefter saying that there's no real good candidates in this NFL head coaching carousel except this guy.
I don't know and don't think that there's a Ben Johnson at the NFL level this year. Last year, everybody could look at Ben Johnson, and everybody wanted to talk to Ben Johnson. Everybody wanted to hire Ben Johnson. I don't think that there is a Ben Johnson this year at the NFL level. The only guy I could think of that would be in this category, and I don't know that he would be interested, would be Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. That's a guy that, to me, if I owned an NFL team, I'd want him on the phone right now. That's a guy that I would want to be hiring right now. That's a guy that I would be investing in right now. Now, I'm not telling you that he's even going to go. He may be very happy in South Bend, Indiana, and he may be staying there a long time. But I don't look at the cycle this year and say, this guy is a lock for a head coaching job at the end of this cycle. I don't see it.
Keep your greasy mitts off my football coach, Schefter.
I was, let me ask you this. If you had to classify Marcus Freeman into one of two categories, good person or bad person?
Good person.
Is he a good person?
Good person.
Good person.
Yes.
I was thinking about this morning. I got to put some more thought into it, but I'll just workshop this a little bit here right now. There are a lot of coaches that are really, really successful. Some of them are genuinely good people. Others are genuinely awful people.
Yes.
And sometimes it's those very character traits that are fuel for why they're effective as a coach. Some really awful human beings are really effective football coaches. And some really good human beings are really good football coaches because they're good football people, or because they're good people. I think in college, sometimes being a bad human being is rewarded more freely and liberally. Lying to recruits, doing things like just having you'd have more control over these kids and everything. Your message doesn't wear stale because you only have guys for a limited amount of time. And I think sometimes the difference is when you take a college coach to the NFL, yes, if it's a lack of experience, that's one thing, but also you get sniffed out real quick by grown men.
Yes.
When you're a bad person in the NFL. And I think that Marcus Freeman, just by virtue of seemingly being one of the good dudes, might have a better shot at it than, say, a guy like Urban Meyer.
That's the great comparison right there. I also think in college coaches, head coaches, especially at big schools, are way more like politicians.
Yeah,
than,
right.
Because they're having a glad hand boosters and
it's the public aura matters a whole lot more.
You're the king of a small town in a lot of cases.
You're a salesman in a lot of ways. When you're recruiting, that's sales.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
I was thinking about it because I was like, man, I was pretty lucky because the three head coaches I had in the NFL, Tom Coughlin, Dom Capers, and Gary Kubiak, were all genuinely good men.
Yes.
And, and then two of those guys won Super Bowls.
Yep.
And Dom Capers is still is a coach in the NFL.
Yep.
And I think they're rewarded for being good people. I don't think you're as often rewarded. There's plenty of, and don't get me wrong, someone's going to misunderstand this and say that I'm saying all good college coaches are bad dudes. No, some of them are awesome people.
Right.
It's just that you can get away with being a bad dude in college, and sometimes it can actually fuel your success. You can't do it as much in the NFL.
That's a good observation. I like that. That's a good distinction. All right, Chiefs, Texans, the Texans defense. What's the biggest challenge, Patrick Mahomes, in this Texans defense? We'll hear from the Kansas City quarterback coming up next.
Underdog. You can play it in Texas. You can make picks and win.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. Chiefs Texans.
You've been really good with days of the week lately.
I've been focused, man. Yeah, I've been focused lately on that.
Compliment you on that.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that.
Meanwhile, I've called CJ Stroud Deshaun Watson
Just
twice
once.
this morning.
I think I was only one time.
It's more challenging than the day of the week, really.
and a comparison that we hope is not made down the road. All right, so Chiefs-Texans on Sunday. The Texans' defense has been a big topic, not just here, but nationally, really the last couple weeks. The funny thing is, it really took that Bills game on national streaming to make the rest of the country and the Texans winning in the process to wake everybody up to just how good. This defense has been good all season since week one. They've been leading the league in scoring and yardage, but they're just, I feel like just now getting the recognition for it by and large.
There was one brief moment where they were not there was 1 week where they weren't the number one scoring defense. Going into last week, they were not, the Rams were the number one scoring defense.
Because,
and then the Carolina Panthers took care of business.
Yeah.
And,
well, that's where the special teams screwed the Texans defense over. Because those punt returns and kick returns count they count on the total points. At any rate, they're back where they belong in first place and hopefully stay there because that means they'll have had a really good game against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Here was Mahomes on what the biggest challenge is with the Texas defense.
Yeah, you got to match their intensity. I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, obviously the D-line's good, the linebackers are good, and the DBs are good, but I think what makes them who they are is how hard they play. Every single snap they're flying around, and they're trying to make plays happen. They're trying to intercept the football, they're trying to knock the football out, they're trying to make big hits, and so we got to match that intensity as an offense and as a team in order to go out there and get a win.
Yeah, that just that overall, like honestly, Pat Mahomes just said there, what I think a lot of fans or anybody watching might say, like, and what a lot of people say after they watch a Texans, you always see national commentators, former players are fun, especially like former defensive players. When the Texans play on national television, you get all these tweets from either current NFL defensive players or retired NFL defensive players, like, whoa, even after the Texans lost in the playoffs last year, the Texans defense was getting a lot of love. Nationally, there really were a lot of people talking about, like, oh, did you see that Texans defense?
Yes.
And it just jumps off the screen at you how fanatically they play. And as an offense, I think that's the part that is and as a quarterback especially, probably the kind of unsettling part is some of the things where you feel like you're executing well, but then just the play gets blown up.
Yeah.
You make a perfect throw, but it's the receiver gets hit hard and drops the ball. And then in the fourth quarter, I do think that some of the drops you see, the drop last week that the Colts had, like who's the receiver?
Josh Downs. You talked towards the end of the game.
Yep. I mean, like, Josh Downs, you should have caught that ball.
Yep.
I mean, like, even with no footsteps near him, I think he's hearing footsteps.
Yes.
There's drops in games versus the Texans defense in the fourth quarter where it feels like the cumulative trauma of the previous 3 quarters starts to take its toll. You see offensive linemen like the Bills, those offensive tackles were banged up going into that game. They were 4 times as banged up by the end of it, and they had PTSD from the rest of the game, and they just kind of, you almost see people's brains turn to liquid and run out their ears because they're just under constant barrage from this defense.
The violence is their superpower. Violence is their superpower. Someone asked a question on the text page earlier. We didn't get to it. It was just such a broad question because they go, why? Literally, Seth's question was, why are the Texans so good on defense? And I'm like, okay, well, it's going to be a long answer because they're very talented and they're very well coached. But I think if I thought about it for a minute, I'm like, I don't know that I've ever experienced a defense, certainly not a Texans defense, that seems to strike fear into people as much as this one does.
It's fear, but it is also, if you just looked at it in terms of making it as simple as possible, they have really, really good players at the most important positions on the field. They have 2 really good edge rushers, and they have 2 really good cornerbacks. And then, as a unit, they're coached really well. So, I mean, it's as simple an explanation as you could give, and it can be that way partly because they're not an overly complex defense. All these other defenses are out there, like defensive coordinators have almost become like offensive coordinators, annoyingly are these days, where they'd rather beat you on the whiteboard than on the field.
Mm-hmm.
DeMeco's like, we're going to identify what the big concerns are, but then we're just going to go out and we're going to play a million miles an hour, and they have the guys to do it, and they're really well coached. So there's nothing magical about it. They've got some really talented players, but then there are guys who aren't the marquee players play up to the very as close as you can get to ever reaching your full potential. And some of that comes from being. If you think about how was the defense able to improve this year over last year? You've got guys who have been in the system for 3 years now.
Yeah.
You have guys who were rookies last year who are second-year players now, Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock especially. And, guys like Henry To'oTo'o. To'oTo'o is so much scarier in a good way than he was his rookie year. And I think partly he's transformed his body a little bit. He looks like a sleeker athlete out there. He's still not my ideal linebacker, but it's guys like that. You're getting more out of them than the Texans are getting more out of Henry To'oTo'o than other teams who might have drafted him would.
100%.
At this point.
Yes. Yes.
Like they're getting the maximum out of their role players or out of their lesser known guys in a way that other teams don't because they're not coached as well.
Especially on the defensive line and at linebacker, and that's something I've thought strongly since
defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle, yeah. I mean, Will and Daniil are obviously great players. Defensive tackle specifically. And I felt that since DeMeco got here. If you go back and watch his San Francisco defenses, those two position groups were more than maximized. The guys played above their level, and I think that's a real cheat code too when it comes to draft time and things like that. If you think about drafting linebackers and defensive tackles when DeMeco Ryans is the head coach, especially when you're drafting them on day 2 and day 3, what are the chances we're going to get the best version of those guys? Can you think of a player that they've drafted defensively since DeMeco Ryans got here or brought in as a free agent that's been just a major, major disappointment that hasn't played at least to the level you thought you were going to get? I can't, and that's the reason why they're number 1 right now.
I mean, you go back to like the mid and late round picks, that's different. But when you come to the higher, like the higher drafted guys,
I'm talking like 4th round and up.
Right. I mean, it's like so since DeMeco got here.
Yep.
It's funny for a team that's got some really good, young, talented defensive players. Let's just go over the top 4 rounds.
Yeah.
You've got, like, Jalen Smith, we'll see, injured right now, and he's still a rookie. But Kalen Bullock.
Success. He's going to be a Pro Bowler possibly this year.
And Dylan Horton and Will Anderson. Those are the only 3 defensive players they've drafted.
And Kamari Lassiter.
Didn't I say him?
No.
Oh, I said Kalen Bullock. Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, Kamari Lassiter. Yeah, they haven't drafted many guys on defense.
No.
In 4th round and up, yeah. So it's but they've worked.
Well, that's where, and as much as we've crushed Caserio in the past and not put out a good offensive line, like he's just completely nailed it with defensive backs. You know, he drafted Derek Stingley before DeMeco was here. No input from DeMeco on that one.
Yep. So it's fun watching this defense.
And Jalen Petrie, obviously.
And Jalen Petrie in the 2nd round, that same Stingley year. Absolutely. Here's Andy Reid on the Texans defense.
Yeah, so, it starts up front. They've got an active front, and I think their linebackers, likewise, are tuned in. They can run, tackle, very sound that way. Their back end, likewise, they've got talent on the back end. All 3 levels. They're solid. I think they all work together, so they've done a nice job.
They have. Thank you, Andy Reid. They have. Andy Reid and DeMeco have a little bit of history with each other. DeMeco played for Andy Reid 1 year.
He always gets left out as an influence on him.
Yeah. There's great respect there.
What's that?
There's great respect between
There's great
those
respect
two.
there. Chip Kelly gets left out.
Yeah, DeMeco was asked about him one time and said the thing he learned, might have been in his opening press conference, the thing he learned from Chip Kelly was innovation.
Yeah,
was
and
trying
some of
new
the sports
things,
science stuff and everything. I do think, and I think DeMeco's got more, and especially because some of the game management. I think people don't realize that DeMeco has a very healthy respect for the analytics and everything.
Right.
But like I think, kind of like with AJ Hinch, I think he's got probably the perfect blend where you understand the value of the analytics, but you also understand that there's a real world human side of things, and there's how the players see it on the field. And to be fair to analytics people, most good analytics people understand that as well.
Yeah.
Like the sports writers love to pit the analysts versus the players and the coaches. And in reality, the analytics guys, the really good analytics guys have a humility to understand that, all right, this is what it looks like on paper. Like, how does this actually match up with what happens on the field and everything?
Yep.
Problem is, most of the people writing about analytics actually aren't all that good at math or football. That's one of the problems. It's like they're not actually really smart math people, but they also don't understand the way the game is actually played.
Yep.
Not all of them, just a lot of them.
Just some of them. Yep. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. D'Amico Ryans on what the team can improve upon. I liked his answers to this week, and it made us start thinking about Sunday's game and some of the silly penalties the Texans committed. The most infuriating penalties that your team can commit. I've got the definitive anthology and list right here. We'll do that coming up next.
I'll add a 10th one to it. Boy, not playing.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. Here was D'Amico Ryans on his coach's show earlier this week saying, yeah, it was a great win over Indy, but, man, there's so much stuff that we can do better.
No doubt about it, man. You always want to get the win. First, that's the first thing. So we got the win, great, and now as a comeback and as we really dissecting the tape and looking at it, it's like, man, we can be so much better. Like, how do we give this play up when we work this play, or how can we have this penalty where we're not – it's like so many little things that I know we can improve upon as a team. As a coach that we're just talking, is low-hanging fruit. There's small things that we can just nip in the bud that I know we have a really great team, and they're still even better out there for us. We just got to make sure we're locked in every single time we line up, make sure we're locked in, make sure we're doing all of those little things, because that's what's going to happen. The bigger these games get down the stretch, it's just going to come down to the fine details.
Okay, so consider this list that I have a warning, D'Amico, okay, because those little illegal formations where the tackle's not covered up, which you did a nice job educating me on earlier this week, that there actually is an advantage being gained with that. It's always been a rule where I'm like, this seems a little nitpicky. This seems a little much.
No, it is. I mean, some of it's just simple. Yeah, I won't get into the weeds on it. But right.
So
but it is. No, but likewise, though, Sean, it is one of those things that's very simple. And when it comes back to some of the things like coming up to the line of scrimmage with enough time, getting the play call in, CJ understanding, like that extra 5 seconds can be where CJ tells the second tight end, hey, you got to get off the line of scrimmage, that kind of stuff. It's especially infuriating as a coach.
Yeah.
Because like D'Amico was just saying right there, like, man, this is so avoidable. You're gonna get some holding calls. You're gonna get some defensive pass interference. Like, some of that's just gonna happen. But my God, this is so avoidable.
It's very preventable. You're right. Yeah. Whatever the advantage it's being gained is whatever. Like, the bottom line as far as your team goes is that it's unacceptable and inexcusable for it to happen. All right, so I jotted down this list, Seth. This is the warning to the Texans to not commit any of these things this weekend or any weekend.
Okay. So you're going from 9 to 1?
I'm going from 9 to 1, yeah. I'm going from 9 to 1. Any procedural penalty out of a timeout. Timeout. Yes. You come out of a timeout and you false start, or you get a delay a game out of a timeout.
You have zero to worry about. That's shortly followed up by coming out of – this isn't a penalty, but like coming out of a timeout and then running the exact same play that you did before. Like that.
Yes.
So the worst is if you run a play, it fails, but there's a penalty, or you call a timeout.
Yeah.
And then you go out and run the same play again.
Yes. It's just
if you run a play, you're stuffed on third down. You call a timeout. Presumably to dial up the perfect play, then you come back and run the same play again.
That would have been if they had called timeout in between the two Kate Stover tush pushes.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so that's number 9. Number 8, any late hit on a quarterback where you are just so clearly out of bounds. Like, you're out of your periphery, you can see that there's trainers and Gatorade jugs next to you.
The one that should have been called, or the one that should have been called on the Colts when the player, CJ, the ball is away, CJ standing there, and the kid swept his leg.
Swept the leg, man.
Yeah,
yes.
Like that would have been, man, if that had been called as it should have been, oh my gosh, can you imagine how angry you'd be with that guy?
If you were a Colts fan, right.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So number 8, anything late on the quarterback. Like
anything egregiously late. That would have been a penalty 20 years ago.
Right. Like, we know they're protecting these guys. All right, number 7, illegal contact. Like, way down the field. Like, you're clearly outside of the 5 yards, and you decide to – because it's such a chintzy little penalty. But it's an automatic first. It's only 5 yards.
Yeah.
It's that automatic first down.
One of the sneaky, awful penalties.
Yes,
because it's so much less severe than pass interference downfield.
Right.
But because that's a spot foul.
Yes.
But it's the first down part of it that you forget. It's like 5 yards, whatever. Why don't they do this every down?
Automatic first down. Oh, that's right. Bastards.
It's you go. I fall victim to that. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, okay, 5 yards. And then when they announce first down,
We've been watching
did I miss this rule change?
We've been watching it for 50. You played for 10 years. We've been watching for 50 years. I'm like, first down. All right, so that's number 7. Number 6, illegal man downfield. When it's really egregious and bad, and especially when it's done, the fatter the offensive lineman, the worse it is.
Yeah.
The more they're waddling downfield.
It's one thing if it's a screen or an RPO that got botched, and then it's half the time it's the quarterback's fault on those. Yeah, when it's just one guy that like clearly thought it was actually a run play or something.
Yes.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you're waddling, oh man, that's bad.
Even worse if you whiff on whoever you were trying to.
Yes, that's worse.
This was completely useless.
Yeah, I might have that one too low. So that's number 6. Number 5. This is another annoying one. This is the offensive version of illegal contact. The illegal shift. When you got two guys moving at the same time when the ball's snapped that's a ticky-tack one that just gnaws at me because they're clearly, this isn't even trying to gain an unfair advantage. This is something that can clearly be seen by anybody in the stadium. Like, so one of you botched this royally. Botched this royally. That's just, the ones that are so preventable are really, really bad. So illegal shift is number 5. Number 4, the delay of game penalty when everybody in the stadium is looking at the play clock. And you're going, okay, there's 20 seconds. Okay, there's 15. You're not out of the huddle yet. There's 10 seconds left, and you're now just breaking the huddle, and you got to burn a timeout.
You can feel it coming.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, because it's a penalty, you don't burn the timeout. I'd say beyond that, though, it's the one where the quarterback is furiously clapping, and everybody it's just everybody's waiting for the snap, and the center for whatever reason isn't picking up on it. That's a rough one.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. Perfect segue. Number 3. We're going through the 9 most infuriating penalties for if your team commits them. This isn't a commentary on the referees. This is a commentary on the stupidity of your team. Number 3, the center false start.
Oh, yeah.
The false start where everybody moves but the center.
Yeah, and especially not just the ones where his head, on the silent count, sometimes they'll pick up their head. Because then if you're the home team, you're like, no, that's bogus. Right. He's just doing what they always do. No, the egregious center false start where he jerks back and catches himself.
Or the one where the kind of the one I'm referring to is the one where clearly the center, who is responsible for snapping the ball, is the only one that botched the snap count.
Right, that's what I mean.
Oh, okay,
the one where he's definitely thought that it was, he was offside. Or when it's not called a penalty is when he actually snaps the ball.
Yeah.
And then everybody else is still in their stance.
Yeah. So that the center false start is number 3. Very underrated. Number 2, obvious taunting. Like there's trash talk, sure. But like, for example, Kamari Lassiter had one. I forget which game it was. Might have been the Denver game because I think it was a home game. And he taunted somebody and realized 3 seconds in, oh crap, I'm taunting them. Then puts his hands up and walks away. Like, oh, it wasn't
that was the Bills game. When
was it the Bills game?
It was the Bills game where he did that. He looked down at the player, and it was kind of a ticky-tack. They called it because it's the point of emphasis this year. But it was enough that he looked directly at the guy. That's what they don't want you looking at anybody anymore.
And they know that. The players should know this. You got to be able to. I get it. It's a high testosterone zone going on out there.
Yeah.
But the obvious taunting, man, because that is just, there is nothing to be gained from it. There's zero to be. Other 15-yard penalty, I would even argue that a face mask, which didn't make the list, because a lot of times it's accidental, but like a face mask, I can deal with a face mask because it's part of the effort of bringing a guy to the ground.
Right.
There is nothing you gain from taunting. You're not intimidating anybody. These guys are in the NFL. You're standing over them and taunting them. They're laughing at you because you got a 15-yard penalty. That's what they're doing.
Yep.
Right,
so there is, by the way, that is fun when somebody does something unsportsmanlike to you, and you see the flag before they do. Once we played the Bills back in 2000, I think it was 2003, and Peerless Price after a play. Do you remember little tiny Peerless Price?
I do. Good player, yeah.
At the time, I weighed about 320 pounds. He came up and just, after a play was over, in the backfield, shoved me in the back. And I have no idea why. I'm like, what did I ever do to Peerless? And I kind of turned around, and I wasn't even angry. I was like, what the hell's going on here? But he did it right in front of the official, and I was able to, like, I saw I wasn't even complaining to it. I was still trying to figure out what was even going on.
Right.
And I got to just kind of smile and point at the flag as it was coming down.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, if we were to power rank the best feelings on a football field, aside from scoring a touchdown, that's got to be up there pretty high.
The only thing about it was that Peerless Price was the kind of guy that I don't think cared. You know, He was like, "Yeah, I still shoved you, big guy."
Yeah, exactly.
All right. I don't know. I think he must have thought I was somebody else. I don't know. I was like, why?
What are you doing?
Yeah, it was really. It's like, what, sir? If I have offended you, I apologize, but please let us discuss this. Like,
that's wild. Yeah, because he was tiny, man. He was a tiny dude. All right, number one. And this is fortunately something that I've only seen once in my entire life.
Yeah.
And fortunately, none of our coaches have done this that I can remember. But I would bet that this would be the most infuriating. The Jim Schwartz challenge.
Oh. On principle.
For those who don't remember, I think we played this like a week ago because it was a Thanksgiving game.
Yeah.
There was the Lions and the Texans in 2012, and Justin Forsett clearly down early on in the run.
100% down.
Knee on the ground, elbow on the ground, but no whistle, so he gets up and runs for an 81-yard touchdown, which they upheld. They were going to review it anyways because it was a touchdown, and he for sure would have been called down back at the 40 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And Jim Schwartz threw the challenge on a play that was already going to be reviewed.
It was going to be reviewed, but he was so disgusted that he threw the flag.
Threw the challenge flag, which is not only a 15-yard penalty, but
lose the review.
You lose the review.
Yeah.
Which really doesn't make a lot of sense, but
none of it makes sense.
Yeah.
It feels like that weird one, like in basketball when you if you hand the ball to the official or before an inbound. Or vice versa, whatever. Then it's weird. It's one of those things that it's a penalty because it slows down the pace of the game, but it seems like the loss of a possession seems like too drastic a penalty for it somehow. Yeah, and it feels like it's kind of like an out of bounds rule. That's not a penalty, but it feels like the punishment is too severe.
Agreed.
And that too, like throwing a flag when you shouldn't throw a flag. All right, just ignore the flag.
Right.
You're gonna do the challenge anyway. It's really weird.
That should have been. It should have been place the ball back where Justin Forsett was down and give the Texans an extra 15 yards. That's what it should have been.
Yeah.
That should have been the penalty. The penalty shouldn't have been. The touchdown counts.
We're not reviewing it. Penalty at all. I don't understand why it's a penalty.
But if it were to be a penalty,
okay,
I'm saying
gotcha.
don't make it cost the team a touchdown. I mean, I'm glad it did, but yeah, you're right. Like the accidental, like really, where the game's getting delayed massively because Jim Schwartz just threw. But because the punishment is what it is. Number one, if that were to happen, if DeMeco Ryans were to throw a red challenge flag on an unchallengeable play and it costs the Texans the game, number one on the list, man. So Texans, any Texan that's listening right now, because I'm sure they've got our show piped out, all the speakers in the locker room. They practiced today.
That's what I've been told.
Be warned.
According to Stephen A. Smith, yeah. They pipe it into them all. They've got a little chip in their brain. They know exactly what's going on in sports
exactly
media.
Right. And now they know that we're not going to accept penalties like these. Speaking of accept, there is moderate acceptance of my apology to Texas Tech a little bit earlier.
Oh, yeah?
Moderate, I would say. As a Red Raider, Sean, I accept. For those who missed it, I apologize to Texas Tech somewhat disingenuously because I need them to beat BYU this weekend for my team to get into the playoffs. I thought it was a pretty good apology, though, and that it checked a lot of the boxes. As a Red Raider, I accept your apology. To show you are fully repentant, you need to listen to Joey McGuire's opinion on how to fix the college coaching and transfer issue. It was earlier this week. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So he had a good. I promise to do that later.
That might be a fun actual segment late on Friday.
Like the reviewing the Joey.
If it's good, yeah.
If it's
just
good,
bandy it about a little bit.
I'll write down to. I'm writing McGuire down on my sheet. I'll review it today.
Yeah.
Sean, despite us being stupid and meatheads, your words, we do have a long memory, and there's always next year for your independent Golden Domers. Sorry, buddy. Ooh, and I take that buddy as not a friendly Seth Payne buddy.
Yeah, that's not like, hey, buddy.
No.
That's a buddy.
Yeah.
Like a New Yorker saying it or something.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick to add to the most infuriating penalty.
Yeah.
The actual referee himself, because many of you remember Clay Martin was the official in this last week's game versus the Colts, and it was a poorly officiated game. There were so many, including Clay Martin standing there and saying that the Texans kickoff return committed a penalty, and it was number 7 who committed it.
Yeah.
That's when I knew things were going to be rough on that day.
Yep.
I mean, all right, it's apparently CJ Stroud's on kickoff return now. But then I'm going back and I'm watching last year's Texans-Chiefs playoff game, and I wanted to specifically watch Will Anderson and the penalty he drew for helmet-to-helmet contact. And who is it announcing the penalty? But old Clay Martin.
He was the the ref that game?
He was the ref.
God.
Game where there was the tough thing, in coaching that up with Will Anderson, because Will said that there definitely wasn't helmet-to-helmet contact, but you really couldn't tell from that angle. The one thing about it where I can see if you're going to coach it, Will did have his helmet down a little bit on his way in.
Yep.
And I think the Texans, by and large, have been good at avoiding those types of penalties this year, but that extra emphasis on really having your head up at all times, it makes a difference. Just because the angle the referee was seeing that from, I'm not excusing it because he called something that he didn't actually see, but I can see where the error came.
I got to look up and see who the crew is this week. They've got that Twitter account that kind of shows the trends with the different refs. I got to go find that.
I don't want any more Clay Martin in my life.
Yeah, they wouldn't get him back-to-back weeks, I wouldn't think, right? The crews in the NFL?
I don't think that's a thing.
Getting in the same crew. I don't know.
I don't know. Is that? Do they try to keep him away from the same team?
I would think you try to avoid it just in case there was any interpersonal stuff that you need to let cool down for a couple of weeks.
Probability-wise, they wouldn't get him, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I have zero clue how that works.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here in the 9 o'clock hour. All right, there is a player out there that wants to get traded. It's a basketball player. Would you do this if you were the Rockets? We will have that for you coming up next.
Hey, would you do this? Would you think, I got been in an accident, or I've got a storm damage claim?
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we're actually talking about this the same time that the guys on TV. What should the Milwaukee Bucks do with Giannis Antetokounmpo? Apparently, the Bucks are off to a bad start. They're sub 500, and so Giannis is doing what big stars in their 30s do these days when they're on a ratchet team. They go say, "Hey, I'd rather go play on a good team." Yeah. So he and the Bucks brass have been having talks this week about possibly getting him up and out of there. It's really interesting because all the reports are that Giannis is talking to management with the Bucks about his future and where he could go. And meanwhile, Doc Rivers is like, no, there's not. Giannis, Doc Rivers, I'm going to read a quote from a story yesterday. Giannis has never asked to be traded, ever. I can't make that more clear. We're trying to win games. Listen, we've lost. The reason this is out is because we're not playing well. We had a tough loss the other night, and so now this is the subject matter. It's no more true than it was this summer, end quote. And yet Shams Charania, who is a very reputable reporter, is reporting that Giannis may want up and out of Milwaukee.
You know what? I mean, there's a chance that Doc Rivers genuinely just doesn't know.
Been involved in the conversation.
I mean, Jason Kidd didn't know about the Mavericks trade.
That's true.
Until like an hour before.
None of us did.
What's that?
None of us did. Remember?
Right. No, but Jason Kidd's the coach.
Right.
Like he genuinely didn't know about the trade until like an hour before it happened. That there was even a discussion or anything.
No, the reason I'm bringing up no one did though is because there are rumors out there about Giannis, whereas there was nothing out there about.
Oh,
Luka.
right. I got you. Nowhere. Yeah, that was completely out of the blue.
Yeah.
They were, so for Doc Rivers, it would be especially Dallas did a good job keeping that under wraps.
They did an amazing job.
The Lakers did a good job keeping that under wraps. The Lakers did a good job of keeping that quiet because they knew what a blow-up there would be in Dallas if, like, Nico Harrison would have been scared out of that right quick. If Nico Harrison had consulted Jason Kidd, everybody else and everything. But regardless, so I could see a world in which Doc Rivers, though, doesn't actually know that Giannis wants to be traded.
That's really funny. Yeah, well, at the very least, he seems in denial. Now, we should point out the Knicks are the one team when there were talks in the summertime about moving Giannis, the Knicks were the one team that, according to this story by Shams, that he seemed interested in going to. I think the Rockets are still at a stage, Seth, where this group has not accomplished anything huge together yet.
Yeah.
Most of this group made the playoffs last year, and they were a 2 seed, and that was above expectations, and that was great. But you were gone in 7 games in the first round of the playoffs. Now you got Kevin Durant here. Obviously, that changes the expectations and the calculus and everything else. But I think this is still a franchise that would listen to trade talks involving big star players like Giannis. At least listen to them, and then probably say no, depending on who the Bucks were willing to, or on who the Bucks were asking for. My big thing, I'm not closed off. Now, we should also point out one other thing. Giannis left the game last night, the same day that all these stories are coming out, with a calf injury. So we need to point that out, is that he's not been fully healthy these last few years. He's an older player who has suffered some injuries here.
He's old?
He's older. Yeah,
I know, but it's just weird. It makes me feel old.
Yeah. He was drafted in like 2015, so he's been around about a decade now.
He's 30.
2013. Yeah.
He'll be 31 in December. And, December 6th. Happy birthday.
Oh, wow. Saturday, huh?
Yeah.
Nothing like spending your birthday with
his birthday
with a hot compress.
He's never going to trust me until I start remembering his birthday, at least.
I am a pass on anything involving Giannis if the name Amen Thompson or Alperen Şengün comes up.
Okay, and especially more so now because I think, in revisiting last year in the offseason, before and after the Kevin Durant trade, I think the one thing that, most of us were saying was, and trying to remember is that, man, we feel awesome about this young core, but we got to remember that it's a work in progress still. That the young core, we're excited about it, but not just if they stay exactly where they are right now. They have to continue to develop.
Yes.
And boom, that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like that happened to an extreme degree already. Yes. And it's still going to continue to develop. Reed Shepherd, developing as we speak. Amen Thompson in his role, developing. But Şengün playing like an all-NBA player. All of that is so now more than ever. I feel like, the trade that they made for Durant made sense, especially because a big part of that equation was that your young core needs to continue to develop, and they have.
Yeah, and that's a fair question too. If you bring in a second, MVP caliber star. I don't know if Durant's MVP caliber anymore, but he's one of the top 10 players in the league. You asked NBA players, and Giannis is too. Is that the right? I can't believe we're having this conversation. I mean, we're literally debating whether Giannis Antetokounmpo would be a good thing to plunk down into the middle of your team.
Yeah.
But they're in more need of a floor general right now than they are a big body. They got a lot of big bodies.
They've got an incredible number of big bodies. Yeah. Then it almost turns it into the whatever spacing issues or anything else you might have with those big bodies on the floor. There's an element of go ahead and show me the previous history of teams that have this many 7-footers or 6'9" to 7-footers on the field who can, Antetokounmpo's mid-range. He's not a good outside shooter, but he's got a good mid-range. It'd be hard for me to say, well, no, it can't work with that many guys out there at that size because I don't know if we've ever seen anything like that many high-caliber players, but you're not going to get them without giving up some of that young core, and that just doesn't. I don't think it would make sense long term.
No, I don't think so either. And do you start to if you bring him in? Like I said I would be a hard pass on any trade involving Amen Thompson and Alperen Şengün. You have a ton of first round picks. You have a bleep load of draft capital you can trade, and there are other players. Jabari Smith. Tari, there are other players, Reed Shepard.
The Suns are annoyingly devaluing the value of those picks
a little bit
as we speak. But,
but there's still a Brooklyn pick in there. There's a lot. You have your own picks, that kind of thing. So then there becomes, if you're able to get Giannis with using all the draft capital and other stuff, is now the bigger issue is there's one basketball. Does Giannis take a role where he's averaging 16 a game because he's on a team with Alperen Şengün and Kevin Durant, or does Alperen Şengün all of a sudden, this guy who to your point, Seth, you've been developing and he's been rapidly ascending to where he's one of the best 20 players in the NBA and one of the best big men, all of a sudden does that stagnate? Does the growth and development? So these are first world problems to the extreme degree. But I'm not as in on Giannis Antetokounmpo as I figured I might have been, 2 years ago for the Houston Rockets. That's how good the development of this core, and I think too the chemistry of this team. Not that Giannis is a bad dude or anything like that. When I see these odds makers talking about trading for Ja Morant, I'm like, no, I don't want Ja Morant's personality in the building. Giannis has a great personality, but to me, he's an older player, and you're right. It's going to cost you more than just draft picks and parts not named Amen and Alperen Şengün for sure. I wouldn't do that deal if I were the Bucks, unless it had one of the the big all-star caliber names in that deal. Here was just sticking with the NBA as long as we're on it. Chris Paul. Boy, we got that news about Chris Paul yesterday, and the way I read the statement from the Clippers, I thought this was just your normal
amicable. It's time to move on.
Yeah, we're waving a guy. Yeah. We're a bad team. Maybe it gives him a chance to hook on somewhere else. But apparently, he hadn't talked to Ty Lue, the head coach, in weeks. Chris Paul. Chris Paul, 40 years old. Here was Ty Lue yesterday saying he didn't want to see CP3 go out this way.
I don't think the reason why we're 5-16 because of CP's play. I just think that it wasn't a good fit for what he was looking for, and it is what it is. And so, do I want to see CP go out like this? No, I have a lot of respect for him. He's been a friend of mine over the years, and you never want to see a great go out, like this. But I'm pretty sure he will find something because he's a great player. And so. I didn't want to see it end like this.
Okay. Yeah.
That's classy by Ty Lue there. Depending on what the interpersonal issues are or why Chris Paul hasn't talked to him allegedly.
Yeah.
That's good for you, Ty Lue.
Yeah. It sounds like from the stories that I was reading that there were issues with Chris Paul's leadership style behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one with Chris Paul. It's always been interesting, the debate over whether he's actually a good leader or a horrible leader. and I think some of it does it probably comes down to what type of guys and what's the personality on your team. And also, where are you? Are you a competitive team or are you a struggling team?
Yeah.
And some things can start to grade. He's kind of old school in a lot of ways. I think he's really blunt with people, and that in some places that's a great fit, and others it's not.
Yeah, my thing, the big talk is a couple things. One, I'm surprised James Harden's name hasn't come up in any of the stories because Harden was the one who got Chris Paul up and out of here a few years ago. James Harden is a Clipper right now. The other thing is people are like, oh, I can't believe they're treating Chris Paul. He's the best player in the history of that franchise the first time around when he was with the team. And now this is how he's getting treated. Here's Stephen A. real quick on them. He's aghast at how Chris Paul is being treated.
How the hell do you do this to Chris Paul? Now, this is a future Hall of Famer who come there for the last year. I don't give a damn what's going on with the team. They're trash right now. We understand that. They have the worst superstar in the sport in Kawhi Leonard, who is a talent when healthy, no doubt, but does nothing to promote his team nor the game of basketball. The absolute worst superstar that you could possibly have. And from what I've been told, the only person that really talks to him is CP3 because nobody else talks to him. Okay? Just leave him alone. That organization right now is a mess. It's a mess, okay? I know, and we know it ain't coaching because Ty Lue the coach. Ty Lue know what the hell he doing. Now, Jeff Van Gundy being there, we know Jeff Van Gundy knows the stuff, but he's old school, stuff like that. I get it. I have not spoken to CP3 yet, but you know I will. Okay, I haven't spoken to a few of the Clippers. They know they'll be good. They know if I don't get a call from them, they'll be getting a call from me.
The rest of this clip is Stephen A. just name dropping.
Stephen A. I love Stephen A. because he does it himself in. I don't know anything about the actual situation, but I know that they're disrespecting Chris Paul. I respect Ty Lue, but I don't know anything about what's going on. But I can tell you this. They are disrespecting Chris Paul.
$20 million, that's how you make $20 million.
I haven't heard anybody's side of the story. I have nothing to color it in with except that they are disrespecting Chris Paul.
Oh, my God. That's exactly what it is. Here's how I feel about it, Seth. Look, I have a hard time feeling sorry for anybody who gets paid millions of dollars to play a sport on anything that's touchy-feely like this.
Yeah.
When you're 40 years old and you sign on with any team, you sign up for possibly getting dumped in the middle of the season.
Right.
Like that's what you sign up for.
At some point, where in the equation did just actually playing good basketball fall into all of it?
He stinks. He plays 12 minutes a game.
I can't believe Chris Paul disrespected the Clippers by playing the way he did. Like all of these things.
Yeah,
if part of the issue was the rift with Ty Lue, don't get up there and try to both sides it by saying Ty Lue is an awesome guy, but I can't believe the Clippers are disrespecting Chris Paul like this.
Nope.
And by the way, I haven't spoken to anybody yet.
right. But you know I will. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop today. J.J. Watt was on Pat McAfee's show yesterday and answered the all-important question, how far can the Texans go with this defense? We'll hear from J.J. Watt, talk to the guys on In the Loop. We'll do all that coming up next. But let's get ready for tonight. Oh, we got
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with your final segment. Hinchin, congratulations, and I'm sure there won't be massive social media reaction to this at all, but big congrats to Aziz Al-Shaair, named the Houston Texans club winner for 2025 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year.
There we go.
Yeah. Now, for those who don't know, Walter Payton Man of the Year, you should know because J.J. Watt won the whole damn thing back in 2017 when he helped raise all that money for Hurricane Harvey. But it's regarded as the league's most prestigious honor. The award recognizes players who excel on the field and show exceptional dedication to uplifting their communities with consistent positive impact. Cal McNair quoted here, Aziz represents everything it means to be a Houston Texan. His leadership and generosity shine in everything he does, whether he's elevating our defense on the field or investing his time and heart into others off the field. He makes our team and our community better, and we're incredibly proud to recognize him as our Walter Payton Man of the Year. Seth, I'm sure the reaction will be very measured and sane around the league when it comes to this.
Oh, sure. And on social media especially, that's a big thing where everybody is always pretty measured about things like this. Yeah,
Yes.
There's a lot of people that really hate Aziz Al-Shaair,
Probably
particularly in
people
Northeast Florida.
Coming out of the woodwork, congratulating him over this, I'm sure, you know.
Yeah.
Northeast Florida is going to have a big issue with this, I would imagine.
This so the Walter Payton Man of the Year is based on a lot of charitable things you do off the field, right?
Yes, it is. And I'm trying to find what exactly he does. But here we go. From the moment he arrived in Houston, Al-Shaair immersed himself in serving the local community. Now a captain for the second consecutive year, he spent time this season with United Way, an organization that helped him and his family when he was young. For those who don't know, Aziz Al-Shaair spent time as a youth, homeless, back in the day. He also visited Covenant House with Frank Ross and his teammates to provide support on the free haircuts for homeless youth and adults, recognized local firefighters on First Responders Day, and celebrated the Texans girls flag football program, champions, the Houston, the champions of the flag football, and a whole lot more. So Aziz got a long list. So congrats. Aziz is a good guy. He's a good guy. Congrats.
Oh, yeah, he genuinely is. No, he's the perfect guy. The Texans have a bunch of guys that have exactly what you want, which is completely different characters on the field and off field. Like the old Ronnie Lott dynamic, you know? Ronnie Lott, nicest guy you could converse with off the field. Just a different guy when he's playing football. D'Amico Ryans, for instance.
Yeah, that's a good one, too. I remember him as a player. Very violent.
Horrible celebrations, though.
Speaking of JJ, how about them impersonating his sledgehammer celebration?
Yeah, for those of you who didn't see it, the players, they had Texans put out a video of some current Texans players watching D'Amico Ryan's highlights from college in the NFL, and they were all very critical of his celebrations.
His celebration and his hairline.
But they did his celebration, his plant the flag celebration in the game last week.
Oh, is that what it is? A plant the flag?
I think it is. Yeah, it's a plant the flag.
Okay, gotcha. Speaking of J.J. Watt, former Walter Payton Man of the Year winner, weighed in on the Texans on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. How far can the Texans go, JJ?
This moves the Houston Texans team above 500 and certainly looking good. CJ made some throws that reminded me of very good CJ. Thought CJ looked good. I thought the Texans offense looked good as well. What's your takeaway on where the Houston Texans can go this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think CJ, he said it himself. D'Amico said it himself that he's still knocking off some rust. And there's a couple throws, obviously that interception that he'll want to have back. But overall, they ran it well. They got in down the red zone, which they have struggled with all year long before CJ. During that three-game Davis Mills stretch, they started to figure it out, and I think they're continuing that down there in the red zone. But the defense is unbelievable. I mean, you got to see it up close and personal. It's just the speed and the violence and the intensity that they play with. And you look at it, they don't even do anything that crazy schematically. I mean, they had a couple cool things drawn up this week where they had Will Anderson off the ball over the center, and he just kind of ran straight down the tracks. But other than that, Derek Stingley's unbelievable. Kamari Lassiter, Aziz, these guys, they just fly around, and Matt Burke has that defense humming. So it's very, very tough. I mean, the Colts had not scored under 20 points all year long as the most potent offense in the NFL, and the Texans hold them to 16.
Yep. So that was JJ on the defense. Yeah, the violence is the big thing, man. The violence is the differentiator to me. And hopefully they got some more things drawn up like Will over the center in the Colts game. That's impressive. D'Amico is still DeMeco and Matt Burke still coming up with wrinkles even this year?
Yeah, I got annoyed this week because I guess I think the Rams have done that. They've used Jared Verse, in that role at times. And I saw somebody from Rams media actually say, copycat league. Look at the Texans doing it. In the media, I'm like, yeah, okay, Jadeveon Clowney. I'm gonna make the Tony Brackens back in the day. Listen, man. The Rams did not invent putting a big pass rusher off the line of scrimmage and having them bomb the center or whatever. Like, just settle down a little bit.
Yes.
Don't say copycat league with something that the Rams themselves have seen done by other teams in the past. Yes, of course it's a copycat league, but it's not like that play originated with the Rams at any given time.
Yep. We had somebody ask on the text page, do you guys think we got to worry about losing Matt Burke this year to a head coaching opportunity? It's an interesting question because he is now the play caller on what is clearly viewed as the best, not just the best defense in football this year, but a defense that's skewing towards historic things here and has a vibe to it. Like, this defense has a brand. They're the swarm defense. You never see Matt Burke's name on lists like that.
Yeah, I think that largely in much the same way that Andy Reid's offensive coordinators or Kyle Shanahan's offensive coordinators, it's always a little bit of like, hey, he's the coordinator for the – hey, Mike McDaniel was the passing game coordinator for the 49ers. Like, all right, well, let's see exactly. Bobby Slowick was the passing game coordinator for the 49ers.
Yeah.
Or the various offensive coordinators for any of the – out there. It's looked at as a DeMeco Ryans defense, even though Matt Burke's been calling plays.
Yeah, and I think similarly, if he were to get a head coaching opportunity, I'm not super worried about the Texans' defense all of a sudden dropping a level based on coaching because it's DeMeco.
The interesting thing is, earlier we played Adam Schefter talking about Marcus Freeman. Yeah. And he brought him up because he said that there really aren't any of those hot candidates like Ben Johnson was for a couple years. Yeah. That guy that, people are really talking about him. There's nobody like maybe DeMeco Ryans was a couple years ago. There's nobody out there like that. And yet there are guys who are out there right now who are one day going to be Super Bowl winning head coaches. It annoys me. It annoys me that there needs to be some drumbeat that somehow there needs to be some groupthink consensus amongst some of these slack-jawed billionaires that ooh, that's the hot guy. I gots to have him. Mm-hmm. All right, go out and find the guy, man.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, nobody's clamoring for him. Good. Yes. Find him, unearth him.
Yeah.
Before everybody else does. Sean McVay, he was too young. Why would you do that?
Take a chance, man.
Think outside the box a little bit. Maybe take a recently turned player turned quarterback coach for the Texans and hire him.
Yeah. Yes. Hire that guy.
What's his face? I'm blanking on his name.
The recently hired.
The Texans were interviewing. He was on the staff. It was a big deal. We talked about it for 2 years. He's currently with the
Pep
Lions.
Hamilton? Oh
no. I can't believe you're not coming up with this. As I'm blanking on it.
Is it old? Wait, where am I? Who is this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, Josh McCown.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's not with the Lions though. That's what screwed me up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
the Vikings.
The Vikings. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were screwed up before I got to Lions.
I was. Yeah. I was. That's on me. I'll take that one. Here's one more from J.J. Watt. Let's.
You shouldn't take that one. It was me that couldn't remember his name.
Let's skip to whatever. Let's skip down to 4. Here's the J.J. Watt on the. This is relevant to the Texans this weekend. The Colts schedule the rest of the way.
We do have the most difficult path down the stretch here. Is that what you just said?
I believe that's what I was reading in my notes this morning. Yes, I believe you have the technically hardest strength of schedule, and the stats for the Colts versus teams that are currently over 500 and the teams that are currently under 500 is not great.
We need them to buck the trend, the Colts, on Sunday. We need the Colts to beat the Jags on Sunday.
Yeah.
Especially,
we do need the Colts to beat the Jags. It's going to have to be – look, the Colts defense isn't as good as people thought they were early in the season, but it's not like they're facing one of the best quarterbacks in the league or college football. You just come on, do your job. Do your job, Colts.
Well, it's just, largely.
Okay, so after Jacksonville, the Colts face Seattle, San Francisco, Jacksonville again, and then Houston.
Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 more losses there. That's the problem. You're chasing both of those teams, the Colts and the Jags. You've got another chance to beat the Colts head-to-head. You're 1-1 against the Jags. And by the way, the Jags have the Titans and the Jets on their schedule. There's just fewer losses on the Jags' schedule, at least forecasted. So I'd rather have them lose and take a loss here when they've got so many winnable games coming up.
The Colts, the problem with the Colts, the big problem with the Colts, aside from their poor record, they beat up on a bunch of bad teams, great. But they're just not a good offense, They're an okay offense, but they're not the number 1 scoring offense in the league. They've scored 20 or fewer points in 3 of their last 4 games. Yep. They've lost 3 of their last 4. They're a fraud. They are paper AFC South champions is what they've become.
Within a season, inside of a season, 4 weeks is a big enough sample for me to go, okay, well, that's who they are right now. This is not a one-off kind of thing.
I don't think Daniel Jones' fibula is going to heal anytime soon.
I don't think so either. And I'm not a doctor, nor are you, but I feel pretty confident on this topic right now.
Yeah.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are here. Gentlemen, how we feeling?
Feeling great. How are you?
I'm feeling awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. The muggy weather doesn't bother me.
Been a good morning. No, I like this. I like the overcast.
It's been kind of a nice change.
It's muggy, but it's like 58.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It was good sit outside weather yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Underneath an overhang, but a properly smoked cigar. Yeah. Hell yeah. So I'm doing good. And we're one day closer to Texans and Chiefs. Baby.
Big one.
Yeah. Did we talk about Colts, Jags? It's mathematically you got to root for the Colts, right?
I hadn't really thought about it too much until I was listening to you guys, and I agree. Yeah. Because of the whole Titans and Jets, right? Don't the
Titans and Jets are on the Jags schedules to the world. Yeah. They got the Broncos on there too. I think it's in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
But those Titans and Jets games sitting there, like, we need them to lose. We need them to lose some games.
Yeah.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
Mm-hmm.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station.
Also correct.
Yes. How are you doing, Reggie?
Doing all right.
Yeah.
I realized that there's starting to be a little bit of like a crackle in my voice.
Yeah.
Because I went extra hard talking way too much on Monday.
Yeah.
And so there's been a couple of cups of tea.
Okay.
In my recent history, and I imagine that there'll be some more in my near future.
Why did you talk too much on Monday?
Just doing the show
because it was a day
on the phone with my mom, and then I smoked a cigar, and then I hung out with B. Scott, and then we were just chatting.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Are you carrying your Audi around the station with
I
you
am.
today?
I forgot to bring it yesterday.
Okay.
And so I wanted to have this just in case.
Card stock.
In case I needed a trump card for John Lopez, for him to remember that I am indeed recognized as the 2025 walking encyclopedia.
Yeah. For those who
let me see that thing.
I was going to say, for those who don't know, and why would you know?
Right.
We had our Christmas party on Tuesday night. We had our Christmas party on Tuesday night, and
I haven't had a chance to get it.
We had a coworker organize basically our version, the Odyssey version of the Dundies from The Office, and she called them the Audis. Riley put it together, and everybody voted on different categories. And what's the one you won, Reggie?
Walking Encyclopedia Award for being a random knowledge bank, which honestly I feel like I stole this from Seth Payne, to be completely honest with you.
Oh, yeah. I've learned to shut up about it. Other than that, I don't pull the Cliff Clavin all that often anymore in real life. I'm not like, well, I don't know.
But you got these little certificates.
They had like the Early Bird Award, the Night Owl Award, Human Espresso Shot, and, obviously bringing the energy.
Yeah.
Office Comedian. Who won the Office Comedian?
Me.
You did?
Yeah.
Good job, Sean.
Thanks.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Unbothered Award.
And I grabbed the mic.
How did I not win the Unbothered Award?
You didn't even show up. That's right. Like that would have been.
That would have been the clincher.
That would have been perfect.
Didn't bother to show up for the party.
Here's the thing. I was going to show up. I planned on showing.
That sounds like someone who was unbothered.
No,
I was thinking about it.
We need a recount.
Oh boy,
on the Unbothered Award.
I just got a fit of depression just now thinking about the high school superlatives. Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Did any of you guys show up in your high school superlatives?
Nope.
I did. No, this will be a little bit of a humble brag. I had to choose between the 3 that I had won.
Oh wow.
And I'm thinking back like boy. I didn't realize how good I had it back then.
Yeah.
Like, man, wow. I I don't care what else you accomplish in life. When you're big man on campus in high school, that's about the best feeling in the world.
What were let me guess. Can I guess on the 3 categories?
Yeah.
Best athlete.
No.
Really? Okay.
Wow.
Most likely to succeed.
Yeah, I think that was the one. However, it was phrased differently, but yeah.
Like class scholar or something like that. Okay.
No, George Marcus got that.
Okay, yeah,
Good
that's
for George.
I've been saying George Marcus should have.
I got 3 that honestly they're very superficial, and I'm too embarrassed now to even say what.
Well,
they
you
are.
have
It's too late now. You're the one that brought up these names.
No.
In that
I'm not
time
gonna.
period of
it's all
life,
a lie. I'm
I
lying
feel like-
about all of it. I didn't win anything. No,
I feel like
no.
best hair was probably a big thing at that time. Did you win best hair?
God, I had incredible hair.
Yep. There we go.
It was all no. It was best eyes. And I think like funniest and then something else. But I remember I refused funniest because I thought that my friend Tyler Tilling was much funnier than I. We all wanted him to have it.
I can tell you right now, I did not refuse it the other night at our party. I grabbed the microphone.
And
I
into
said,
a riff.
Aside from my kids being born, this is the greatest night in the history of my life.
Yes.
And screamed, "Yo, Amy!"
I got video of that too.
You do? Okay.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man. I had a speech in the holster, ready to go.
Yeah.
Just channel Rocky. That's all you got to do, man.
So guess mine.
Your superlative?
Yeah, I
in
did
high
win
school?
one.
You were a pretty good athlete back in the day, weren't you?
I was.
Okay, but it wasn't that, I don't think.
It was not that. We had like 2 Division I players. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you class prankster?
No.
Okay.
No.
Give it to me here. What was it?
Most likely to succeed.
Really?
Good job.
Okay.
Yeah. So
prove
they
them
had
right.
a revote now.
Do you feel you've been stop it? Most likely to succeed.
Remember, that's high school. That's your high school understanding of what success is.
Yes.
Without understanding that, like, oh yeah, my version of success also means that's going to be the most miserable
Keep in mind.
person alive. You know?
Did you find that you drew far more female interest once you won most likely
I really
to
was
succeed?
pulling for best athlete.
That's good.
I was really, that would have been a lot better.
Which is more likely to draw more tail, best athlete or most likely to succeed?
We all know the
You think that's
answer
how it
to
goes,
I feel
huh?
like short-term relationship, best athlete, but someone who's got their eye on the prize.
Yeah.
they'd
Well,
want
keep
to-
in mind, most likely to succeed at my high school was like be a foreman. Somewhere. It was not a really big time. It was
Do you have anybody that went on to become like super?
Best friend? My best friend is a judge in San Antonio.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Pretty high level judge.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
A clean judge or a dirty judge?
No, he's dirty as hell.
Definitely better. Definitely.
Every time I talk to him, I say, "I've got all the secrets. I've got all the secrets."
Let's see here. High level judge making wiener jokes on the radio here. Who do we got here?
There's a clear winner in my
Yeah, I picked John. You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day, fellas?
Who's a player, or let's make it a person. It doesn't have to be necessarily sports.
Fair.
Who's a person you always thought was misunderstood?
Ooh,
and
okay.
it has to do with something you mentioned a little bit ago. Aziz Al-Shaair, the Texans representative as Walter Payton Man of the Year. I think he's misunderstood.
By everybody else outside of Houston. I think Houston knows
who's
the
someone,
deal.
a person that you feel is misunderstood?
Okay, a person.
That's all.
You know what I'll do? I'll do this just based without knowing him personally or anything, because I remember talking to Andre Johnson about this, and it was a lesson in like, okay, let me rethink this about how I feel publicly about it. Is Jeremy Shockey. I remember talking to Andre Johnson one day, and I was like, what's this guy's deal anyway? I hate him, Andre. And, Andre being a friend and teammate of his, he explained to me, he's just one of those guys. He gets on a field and he's just so ragingly competitive that, you see like just the most ridiculous version of him, but he's actually a solid dude.
No question.
Al-Shaair,
No question. I'll tell you, because I try to think of people that I maybe disliked during their playing career, who I grew to like either through stories about them while they played or through like being in media right now. The one that pops immediately to mind, who I've interviewed a couple times, it's been a while, but I really liked the times that I interviewed him, and it was in person, Ryan Leaf.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Ryan Leaf.
That's a really good one.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Leaf was public enemy number one and the biggest bust ever.
Yeah.
And he had his issues off the field even after he got done playing. Like, he spent time in jail.
Yeah.
I never think of him as misunderstood. I think of him as like a peak example for the opportunity for growth.
Yeah.
Because like I think for him, he was just like he was that dude at that point,
right?
But he took his knocks and he took his accountability, and he's like been able to grow in a great degree from it. Like that's always the way that I viewed it.
Yeah, and the times I spent around a couple times, like once at the Super Bowl, and then once he came in studio at my old company, he was probably trying to break into media, but he sat down in I was in studio with him for an hour, and I found him to be, because he came across so often as a young player as not just insubordinate, but kind of dumb,
petulant,
and unintelligent, and he's highly intelligent.
Yeah.
I mean, he's hosted the Dan Patrick show sometimes now when Dan Patrick is out. So that would be mine. That's the one that popped into my head first.
Kevin Durant might be on the list.
Yeah. I see now with Durant, I'm like, I choose to believe in Kevin Durant now because he's with the
You're still not
Rockets.
sure, but you're choosing to.
Yeah. Like if he started doing some of his same things, but he was on a different team, how would I feel? No, he is, though. I mean, the thing that impresses me most about Kevin Durant is not all basketball.
He's a junkie.
He's a junkie.
Yes.
Yeah. The social media thing. It's he's on our side now. So go ahead and troll whoever you want to. All right, boys. Well, that'll be fun. 10:40 for that. All right, Seth. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, Sean.
Thank you.
I'm going to just go home and stare at a picture of that referee. What's his name?
Clay Martin.
Clay Martin.
Yeah. Jerk face.
Bastard.
Yep.
Not misunderstood.
Not misunderstood. Yeah. NFL referees. That is.
Yeah, it's hard to misunderstand him because he's the one doing all the misunderstanding.
That's right. Well put. Yes. All right, we're done. We are out of time. You are listening Crosstalk by D&M Leasing. I think D&M just got an extra one.
Who cares, man?
That's good for them.
Yeah.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Thursday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a good one. I am. John Lopez, you?
I'm having a real good one.
Excellent. Figgy Fig, hope you're doing all right over there.
Yeah, doing pretty good, man.
Very good. Let's get this thing going with you on the text line, 713-572-4610. That's the number to text on this Thursday. But then also you can get involved on the live streams that are available, courtesy of the Mocha Imagery Lawyers.
We keep it 100.
That's the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, where I already see some folks in there. I appreciate y'all. And the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. John Lopez.
Hey.
We are on the downside of the week, headed towards Sunday when the Texans will face off against the Kansas City Chiefs. And what's funny is, for me, I heard Sean mention this earlier in the morning. I'm with him. This game, I don't have the same levels of anxiety wrapped up into this game as I thought I might have earlier on in the year. But so there's like a lot more of a feeling of excitement for me than there are any nerves. And I feel like some of that is because it's an opportunity to be like a real statement game for these Texans going in.
Yeah, look sometimes
just sometimes though.
And Sean, it's not like a scary game in terms of what the team that you're facing, but I think sometimes beating the uniform matters. I think really, college, pro, you went into Kansas City with all the smoke from the tailgates and the barbecue wafting over the stadium and the crazy fans, and that's Patrick Mahomes standing over there, and that's Travis Kelce, and that's that Chiefs defense and Chris Jones and all that. That's not the same team. That's a team that you can and I believe should beat, but it matters that you're beating that uniform. Sometimes that just you go and the Aggies went into South Bend and beat Notre Dame, a really, really good Notre Dame team.
You said that on purpose, didn't you?
It mattered as much to beat that uniform in that building, right? For them to be vaulted into into the stratosphere that they ended up being in. So that's where I am with this. I think it truly is a statement type game. Pardon the cliche, but that's about as big a reason as any. But I think there's other reasons why it could be a good statement. Not just going into Kansas City when it's 20 degrees.
Time and place.
That's the forecast, and going into Kansas City, with a team that's won 4 straight, we could win 5 straight. And the other teams that you're going to face in the postseason, potentially the teams that are leading in the AFC, Buffalo, New England, Denver, cold weather places, and by the way, pretty significant uniforms. It matters to beat the uniform.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you there. And I would like to take a step further because I started the week talking about you were going to hear Reginald Atatula use the words time and place a lot this week, and it's because of that, right? It is Sunday night football. Get ready for Carrie Underwood, right? 7:20 in Kansas City.
That's another part of it.
In December, right? Like there's the primetime aspect of it. But there is the fact that I've always marveled at the fact that the NFL is built for almost like 2 different portions. and we've had a fascination with throwing the football in the league and everything. And what ends up being successful in that portion of the year where it's like the fall and it's still manageable, and what ends up being successful in the winter when you're playing for, real important games.
See their breath.
It's just, it ends up being somewhat different, or at least a little bit of a disconnect. And it's funny that we don't often make that jive, but this is a team for whom expectations are back on the menu, and they want it that way. And if that's the case, like, you're going to need to be able to show that you can play in these moments, especially because also we've talked about this recipe. I want to put it under the circumstances that you might need to use it, right? You might need to do it in this type of weather, in this type of place. So, yeah, I think that this is going to be really fun. But on top of that, the statement also exists is while we look at the Kansas City Chiefs and we say that they are not that same team that has been the boogeyman, one thing that they still do, clutch time is still a thing with them.
Yes, they do.
Right? They've been a lot less lucky this year, though. But Patrick Mahomes literally is far and away the best passer when he has like 4 seconds to throw the football. That means if he is doing that thing where he is escaping and trying to create, he still does that. That's something that I need to see you be capable of shutting down. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that those are the things that I think still exist for the Texans to show, yeah, we could do this.
And that's another part of it. As much as, we've just been talking about, I don't think they're as good. By the way, programming note, we're going to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs at noon with Nick Wright, and at 11:20 we're going to have Andy Clue as we normally do.
Yes, sir.
So we'll have a lot of that stuff. But I think there is something, even though they may not be as good, they still have the trigger man. And to beat the king, to be the king, you got to beat the king. And that's one of the things you're going to have to do.
Are you quoting The Wire there?
It's before The Wire.
He never seen The Wire.
No, I've seen a little bit. I never was all in, but
seen a little bit.
He ain't see it.
I just said so. But that first of all, that saying was well before The Wire.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that it originated in the early aughts on The Wire with the
originated
character
in 2001.
That's right. Omar Little said that, and it became a thing for the entirety of history. And you can't tell me anything different.
Okay.
Or I thought you might go, in order to be the man, you got to beat the man, which is wrestling, which I'm sure our guy Sean would enjoy quite a bit.
Yeah. 5 straight is not a fluke. 5 straight, that's the other thing. I mean, there's so many elements to this that can make a statement. You win 5 straight at this point in the season, and to your point, with that style, because we know if they win, how they're going to win. I mean, it's not going to be 38-30 or something like that. So, playoff type, style that you have in December, 20 degrees against Patrick Mahomes. This is a statement game. I hate to keep going to the cliche, but it is.
And then, look, I'm leaning on the cliche. This is a cliche segment. Deal with it.
Yeah.
I think there's been a lot of noise around this team, and I'm sure this team is looking at everybody outside, including us, crazy because, y'all buried us, right? Which, hey, lean into that. Put that on the bulletin board, baby. If you need it, go ahead and use it. But I'm sure they're looking at us crazy. But there's been a lot of noise in the national arena looking at this team, particularly the defense, but just generally this team, and looking at them like, hey, y'all looking pretty fine over there. Y'all looking like the girl in the rom-com that was quote unquote ugly, took off her glasses, and all of a sudden y'all beautiful, right? Like that's where the Texans are. But if you could go out and win this game, you put yourself in a circumstance where now not only are you just like a nice pick, you could really go up there and have a home game and give yourself like a real possibility of achieving the goals. Like not just being a pretty and sexy pick to make, but actually setting yourself up for success getting into those playoffs.
And from a national perspective, like we've talked about it, we know it, we're close to this team, we see it better than anybody else. We've talked about what they can be this year. There's a few Dan Orlovskis out there that are starting to say the same thing.
Dan's I feel like Dan
was in love with the
Texans.
Texans.
Giddy. In fact, I need to go ahead and I'll get that audio for you because he said some stuff that I was like, okay.
He is in love with the Texans. There's a few of those guys on the national scale, but think about this. You just completely destroyed Josh Allen on a national stage on Thursday Night Football, and you back it up with beating a Hall of Fame coach and a Hall of Fame quarterback, the whole country is going to be saying, all right, all right, this is a team to watch.
And then I think you probably said this with talking about beating the jersey. How much do you lean into the superstitions of primetime gets you? Right? Like how much does that matter to you in seeing this team do it in that particular circumstance?
I think it was a thing. I don't think it's a thing now. You talk about Dan Orlovsky. He's that defense travels. I mean, he's right, and it's a cliche too. Boy, we are really leaning in. But it does travel, and there's no intimidation factor. There's no bright lights factor. You think they're over there saying, "Oh no, Patrick Mahomes." No, they're not. They're not. We might be sometimes, but they're not.
No, I'm so excited for this game, and it's funny because with all the possibilities of the statements, I don't need the statement. Funny enough, like I think that for me. And I imagine for a lot of folks, you look at this team and you go, particularly when you have an elite thing like that defense, like the Stormtrooper or the Swarm Troopers over there, right? Just get into the playoffs, and you can do that without this game. Nah, this game is all like in my brain. This game ain't needed. This game is all like cherry on top.
Oh no, I disagree. I think it's needed. Kansas City has had your number in the regular season and in the postseason, and I don't care if they're not. That's why I say the jersey thing. You know, I don't care. You know, they're not the same team or don't seem to be the same team, and they're not chumps. I mean, they still have a shot at the playoffs. You'll end their shot at the playoffs if you beat them. But no, I disagree. I think it does matter ultimately. You know, you just took them out.
I want to ask about it. I want to ask how it feels on the other side when we talk to Nick Wright at noon today, which I'm sure people are excited for. If for no other reason, then when was the last time you got to talk to Nick with his team in this circumstance? Right, where they are back against the wall.
You talk about somebody who peacocks.
Yeah.
He was pretty much calling that game a practice game. Remember?
Not pretty much. Not pretty much.
No, he did.
He was pretty explicit in that.
Yeah.
So I want to hear
on this show.
I want to hear what the tone is. I have a feeling that he's not back
now. We gotta find that. He's like warm up, scrimmage. I think he calls it scrimmage.
Yeah. So we'll get that. We'll talk to Andy Kalu as we do on Thursdays. Hell, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Houston Hoop Showdown that's happening on Saturday. Keep it locked in that 12 o'clock hour for that giveaway as well. Just getting going on a Thursday, but super excited for a lot of reasons, but namely because this Texas team has given us an opportunity to really dream. And we continue on in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's stick with that Texans team because it feels like we kind of have an idea what this offense is at this point, and I don't know how much we're expecting it to change, but this could feel a lot better if they could just do this one thing better. Let's talk about that next.
Thirsty Thursday is headed north. to
Biggie, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my favorite. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Thursday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. There's just one thing. It feels like I don't think you can ask this offense for a ton, right? This offense.
We're not asking much.
Yeah, I don't think you can. I don't think it's built for you to ask a ton of this offense.
We're not asking for the world.
But I feel like if you can ask this one thing in this offense and it delivers, you could be feeling pretty happy. 713-572-4610. We continue in loop here on Sports Radio 610 because it feels like the offense is, how do we describe it? I'm still stuck in the Thanksgiving mode, which is like,
how would you describe this offense right now?
Right. I don't know, but it feels like, maybe the uncle that's like, I can leave you with the babies, but only for so long.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we can run to the stove, but we can't leave the babies here overnight.
That's right.
Yeah, it's kind of like with my dog. I can leave you out if I'm running to the store, but if I'm gone for hours, crate time.
I gotta hear you, right? It's like when you're taking care of the babies, I gotta hear you.
Yeah,
I'll let you run around the house, but I gotta.
If I go to the store, he'll probably stare at the door for like maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah,
but if I'm gone longer than that, then he is all over the place exploring.
I'll put it this way: the Texans' offense is not that girl that you want.
Okay,
it's the girl you want to marry. They're consistent. They're safe. They're,
okay, I got you.
They're not razzle-dazzle.
They're not the prettiest girl.
They're not.
Might not be your type.
They're not going to be wearing 5-inch heels.
Yeah.
They're not that. They're the one you want to settle down with.
Jen is a saint, man. Why would you say that? That was an unforced error.
Is that how you feel?
That was an entirely unforced error. Nobody made you do that.
You can be both. Depends on the situation.
Lopez said, I got the perfect example.
Yeah. Clear out, fellas. Let me talk about my wife real quick. But what's that
I
one?
didn't say me. I said
bet.
you.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. Here we go. When it comes to this offense, though, I feel like it's one thing they needed. I will read directly from the YouTube page. Score some darn touchdowns.
If they didn't say darn.
Yep. Hey, the red zone. It is a red zone thing for this team. If they can overcome that hump, like they're doing all the other things that at least D'Amico Ryans wants and that fits within the game plan or the general strategy that seems to be the formula that this team wants, which is play good defense, hold on to the football, matriculate down the field.
Yeah, he says that's his favorite word.
You got to punch it in, though.
Mm-hmm.
You got to punch it in.
That's the thing, There's no more, hey, what is this offense going to be? Or, hey, they should really open. They're not going to open up a damn thing. They're not going to open up anything. They're not going to, be doing any of those stupid Bobby Slowick double reverses and, all this craziness, throwing the ball 7 straight times or whatever. We know what the offense is, and it's safe, and it's been pretty good. Not great. It's been pretty good. It's been doing exactly what D'Amico Ryans wants, but if they just do that one thing, this team might be unstoppable.
How was the offense? I know they cater this offense towards New England a lot. I think they've been watching a lot of old Tom Brady tapes. How was the offense from 2001 with the Patriots? Because that was the year that was his rookie year, or it was early on. That's when he took over, but that offense didn't really have to do a lot because they had a pretty good defense. So I wonder if this team is kind of similar to that.
Oh, they're trying to be. All due respect.
They probably got a better defense than that defense.
Yes.
But I wonder if it's kind of similar. I can't remember how their offense was.
It's just a matter of just do better in the red zone. By the way, did you hear CJ Stroud yesterday?
Yes, I did. In fact,
one time, unsolicited, he brought up the red zone. Yeah, let's listen to CJ Stroud here.
Yeah, this is cut 19. CJ, what do you think y'all can do better on offense?
I'd say scoring touchdowns in the red zone is probably the biggest thing, and being able to do it, at a high level, and I think, even on Sunday, there's a lot of things we could have fixed there. Like, we missed probably 2 down there. And I think that because it's never just the last drive or last play or, it's always, plays before that. So just cleaning those things up. And sometimes it doesn't work out that way. So there's times in the last 2 years where we've been great at winning close games where probably should have lost. And something happened to where we didn't. We end up finding a way to win. And so when it doesn't happen, you don't change anything. You keep the process, and then the production comes as you keep going. So I think that's something that we're going to do and have been doing. So I just keep that going because every game in the NFL usually comes down to one score, and it's just all about execution at that point.
Yeah, and he made note of he said, we're going to do what we've been doing. We have seen them get a little bit better in the red zone, and it feels like
kind of hit and miss, right?
Anecdotally, it even feels like it, where you've seen them have some of these plays. Vividly, that's playing in my mind right now is Nico Collins reverse with a couple of lead blockers that gets him in there, right? You've had a couple of tosses, interestingly enough, in that red zone that ended up getting in there at the pylon. But you asked Figgy, what was that 0-1 offense like?
Yeah, that year they actually made a run and made it to the Super Bowl and won it.
0-1, the Patriots offense was like 48% in the red zone, was good for 16th in the league.
There you go.
You want to know what the current Texans red zone percentage is?
Yes, I do.
Currently, and of course, as soon as I look to it, I done lost it. 43.6%, which is good for 31st in the National Football League.
There you go.
Right, yeah, that's your answer right there.
That's the answer.
And I'm not trying to drink the Kool-Aid or anything, but if we talking about this team making a run to maybe an AFC Championship game or a Super Bowl, that got to improve.
I really believe it, given this defense and how they play. You're not going to get a lot of chances. We know that in the red zone.
And some of that's just the possessions. They're limiting possessions at least when they feel like they're doing it right.
Yeah, they don't want a lot of possessions.
Just imagine all the points they left off.
That's what D'Amico was talking about as well. But yeah, you're not going to get a lot of opportunities. Drives are going to stall on the 32-yard line, and you kick a 49-yard field goal. That's or 50, whatever it is. That's just going to happen. But when you get in the red zone, you have to convert. And on Stroud 9, Figgy, he was. The question wasn't even about the red zone per se. I think it was about some of the things that you maybe have learned.
In these Chiefs matches,
Chiefs games.
Yeah, like Spags is a heck of a DC. Somebody, who, knows what he's doing, knows how to get his guys in one-on-ones and, messes with your protection rules and things like that. You got to just be alert for that type of stuff. And I just think, scoring in the red zone, scoring touchdowns is going to be big. That's every week. But I think even up there, we made it to the red zone a couple times and, didn't punch in 7. So I think that got to, be a goal of ours is to do that better. I think that some things that I can take from last year's game.
I mean, that's like out of nowhere. He just brought it up again.
It's front of mind. Yeah. It's clearly a talking point. It's a teaching point. And to be fair, it's evident as hell, right? Like, it's very obvious. The game is about, I'll quote Bill Russell, the game is about, and I'll modify it, scoring points.
Yeah.
And ultimately, if you're on the offense, that is your responsibility, is to score points. It's very evident that the defense is carrying their portion of this. They got to put points up on the board. Now, the interesting thing is, like, the question being how. And I think that in seeing some of the ways in which CJ and some people on the text line and on the YouTube page have rightly acknowledged they're doing that a little bit better in the previous weeks, this is on Nick Caley to continue to grow.
Yeah, that's what I brought up. Caley, Stroud, the offensive line. I think, obviously you want all three of those to click, but I think Caley has kind of showed some growth. You mentioned the plays.
Not kind of, absolutely
that he's talked about. So now it's just about the offensive line and CJ Stroud connecting on some of these and the running backs, but on some of these opportunities. I really feel, Reggie, that they know what I just said. They know that if they can convert a higher percentage of red zone, if they just get to 16, like the 2001 Patriots, if they can just. And I don't think they.
I don't even need to get to 16. Give me 20.
Yeah,
give me the 20th in the league. Obviously,
I think they know, dude. If we do this, we can be unbeatable, unstoppable.
Because again, 16.5 points per game. What is that statistic? That is how many points this defense is allowing.
Yeah,
you don't need a ton, but if you can be more efficient after managing to maintain drives, right? And I see you 22 on the YouTube page talking about nobody's acknowledging that they're moving the ball, keeping the defense off the field. Oh, yes, we are.
Yeah.
We've been talking about that. That's clearly something that matters. But while you're keeping the defense off the field, you help them a good degree.
You got to score in the red zone, man. You can't be at the 1 yard line and not get in.
Right. Touchdowns.
That type of stuff. Yeah.
Because that applies an additional level of pressure. We're talking about helping that defense. You help them even more by making that the other team's offense go, damn, we're down 7 and we're having to go through this defense.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Nick Caley having some progress is going to be interesting. Now, I'm going to tie two things together that aren't fully tied together, but remember how we felt on Monday coming out and we seeing Cade Stover after Sunday, seeing Cade Stover come out in this tush push and these sneak circumstances. And one of the questions I asked was, I wonder how long that's been in there. In the locker room, he confirmed that they've had that. Like, that's been a thing that's in there. And so for me, one of the things I'm hopeful for is that Nick Caley, in finding that this offense is maybe gelling a little bit more, what are the things that he's had? What are the tricks that he's had in his book, like a Cade Stover tush push, that you can bring out? Because we're seeing, again, we talked about the idea of some pin and pulls, getting out to the outside, getting some touchdowns there. What are the things that are going to happen there? And especially, like, how is he going to continue to utilize things like Jayden Higgins having more and more effect in this offense? Another big guy that seems like he could be a red zone threat. How is he going to utilize all those things to help bring that number up?
I think a big part of that, including the Nico end around and Stover's tush push and all that stuff. I think part of it, it's not just the fact that they're going to it now and using it now. I think they have more confidence to use it now. Keep in mind, how much of a Stover tush push are you going to want behind Andrews and Laken Tomlinson and all that?
I'm not gonna lie. I thought you were gonna say CD So. You've been banging on CD So all the damn time, and it's not his fault. He's on a practice squad. They told him he got to play. He got in there, did his best.
Right, but I think they finally have the confidence to be able to run some of this stuff.
Agree.
An end around, penetration, on the defensive line on that side of the ball. That's a 6-yard loss. And what does D'Amico always say? Just no negative plays. So I think it's a combination of Caley sort of, blossoming a little bit, and also having the confidence in the players that they have in front of them.
And I know Steve Spagnuolo is a fantastic defensive coach. I don't want to try and undercut that at all. I do think, though, we're seeing some of a lack of production, or at least a lessening of production from that defense that makes me go, great opportunity to further demonstrate growth for Nick Caley in this offense. And particularly the place where we all want to see it is putting those points on the board at the end of those 7, 9, 14 play drives. That's going to be the thing that clearly CJ knows and that we know can take this team to another level where, all this cute talk be damned. They want to be real killers with the opportunity to go to the Super Bowl. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We continue on this Thursday with our question of the day. Salute to one Aziz Al-Shaair, who's the Houston Texans representative to the Walter Payton Man of the Year, or nominee, I should say, to the Walter Payton Man of the Year. He's a finalist, and he's been kind of misunderstood. So question of the day, who's the person that you always thought was misunderstood? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Coach D'Amico is studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We appreciate you rocking with us, man. Y'all been real great on the text line, 713-572-4610. Where I don't know if this is inherently my favorite text from that last segment, but it's one that I don't think will leave me soon. 281. CJ is better than Trent Dilfer. It was all caps. Dilfer, I don't know why, but I strongly agree. I just want you to know that.
Who would disagree?
I don't know, but whoever it is, fight me in real life. That's all I have to say about that.
That could be a thing where saying, hey, maybe they could get to a Super Bowl.
No, that's 100%.
Got you to a Super Bowl.
Imagine in 20 years, people are going to be saying, hell, the Texans won a Super Bowl with CJ Stroud.
And I'll fight them then as well. You said 20 years, I'll be 53. I'll still be able to fight.
Yeah.
I might hurt myself, but you're going to hurt too.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the question of the day. With a little bit of news, if you haven't heard. Shout out to Aziz Al-Shaair, a name that you hear a lot and for various different reasons, but in this instance, he is the Texans nominee for the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award, which according to the National Football League is the most prestigious award that they hand out every year. According to me, okay. But all right, it's a good thing. Obviously, you want to salute the people that are in their community, and Aziz is absolutely that, right? Like Aziz, does stuff with the United Way. One of the things about, that's always been crazy about him is like you hear him talk and it is just.
It's like two different people.
We had an opportunity to sit down with him in training camp and it was like the time went in a flash.
Yeah,
I wanted to be like, hey, hold on after we get off air because I would like to talk to you some more, which is really unfair to someone who just did a whole bunch of football stuff. But he is a fascinating dude, and it just feels like people do not understand him because he plays with the physicality that DeMeco Ryans wants every given down.
And especially it wasn't back-to-back, but in the same season he has that kerfuffle on the sideline against the Bears, I believe.
Yeah, I guess that's not the physicality that we asked for.
And then the Jaguars thing.
I think the main thing was the Jaguars thing where he was just completely
But always showed the Bears thing too. Is like, see?
Yeah,
see, he's a dirty
yeah.
And it really put a narrative out there. Look, and we were kidding around this week about throwing a guy down.
But he did. Every time I see a suplex in football, I'm like, one, I know you watched wrestling when you were a kid, but then two, you know that they don't like that.
Yeah,
it's not, I'm not even mad. Like, yo, how could you do? It's just like that they don't like that, so don't.
So, but anyway, there is a perception out there about Aziz that is frankly, it's not true. So the question of the day, it doesn't have to be just sports. Who's a person that you thought was always misunderstood? I think Aziz fits into that category.
Yeah, no, 100%. Especially when we're sitting here looking at the way that it gets talked about. And I think the thing that made it real egregious was after the Jacksonville thing where Trevor Lawrence slides. One, the lack of context of that dude was playing with that like hurt clavicle or whatever. And then people pretend like him going and missing time after that was because of the head injury, as if he did not have that shoulder injury to begin with, right? That was actually keeping him out. And two, it went on for like 4 days.
It went on a long time. It was a national story.
It created a lot of arguments.
Yeah.
Just kept talking about it. But to that end, who were the people or the players or, otherwise that you believe were deeply misunderstood?
I think Cam Newton is one. Cam Newton just had a reputation. But he was actually incredibly professional even when he was at Auburn, and that came out bad, but he was a professional quarterback even when he was at Auburn, hell, at Blinn when he played there. Just he's a pro, he did it the right way, he understands the game. One of the reasons that he's so popular now as an analyst, because he really understands what the game and how the position is played. He just played it different.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's part of the misunderstanding. Is I do wonder, and maybe I'm expanding this too far. So let me know if you think I'm tripping. It felt like people thought he didn't know football because he was just a physical freak. No, that dude understands football incredibly well. One of the most fun little clips that you'll see pop up was who was it defensively that was like, oh, he's doing this. He's like, oh, so you watch tape? Watch this.
Yeah,
and like. That is because he had such a confidence in executing his offense. He's like, yeah, if it's third and short, I'll run over you, but also I can make this work. So I thought that there was that. He does have some goofy stuff, but that's more showed up afterwards, after his career, or like later on, where did he make a watching joke one point on the podium, something to that effect, where I was like, ooh, oh no, it was like a women talking football thing.
Oh, yeah, it was actually to a reporter.
Yes,
right.
It was
female reporter.
Yeah, that's right.
Come on,
yeah. Maybe I should change my mind. Anyway,
you were like, well, take him off the board here.
A weird one for me. I'm curious what you guys, people that you think are misunderstood. A weird one for me is J.J. Watt. People,
oh, yeah, I misunderstood him.
People just thought this guy is so corny. It's all fake. It's all for PR.
Here.
You and Reggie both.
I was like that the whole time until I moved down here.
Yeah.
And then kind of saw him up close and personal as far as like what he did with Harvey and all that stuff. And I was just like, oh, okay, that's really
so
him.
it's true.
Yeah, but I think it comes from like a general mistrust of like, this person can't be this good.
Can't be that good.
And then also, it didn't help that like, he started getting to the Captain America status where it was like, all right, so we're just going to put the golden boy on TV.
Yeah, that's where I was just like, man. And then he had his shoe, the J.J. Watt shoes.
Yeah.
I'm like, y'all corny asses walking around with some J.J. Watt shoes. It ain't all that.
Yeah. And the thing of the fact
I
of
changed my tune, by the way. On that.
The fact of the matter is he is every bit of that.
Every bit. He's
real.
And more probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about you guys?
Well, one of the first ones that came to mind for me is a basketball one because I just don't understand it. We had him here in Houston, and I wonder if that helped or hurt, at least here in the city of Houston. Russell Westbrook. I've never understood the great amount of hate for Russell Westbrook because I think a lot of the things that people hope for or say that they want in an athlete, he absolutely typifies. That dude is all about his family, right? People hate the all flashy. He's never been flashy. He don't go out. What he likes doing is going home, being with his family. He is deeply committed to community, wherever the community is that he's at. He's deeply committed to that. Family man, faithful, hard worker. Like I think that's one of the things that turned him off in Houston was that we know that James Harden, while being really good, not always the most diligent in his work.
Right.
And
Bro, you out here kicking it?
That upset him.
We trying to practice, man. Come on.
That upset him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all of those things, if you put that on a generic player X, does this, you go, oh, I love that guy. And then you go, Russell Westbrook, and people go, I don't know. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, the one that come to my mind was Marshawn Lynch. I felt because I feel like Marshawn Lynch, we joke about the whole, I'm just here so I don't get fined and all of that stuff. But to me, I feel like Marshawn Lynch was, when I think of players that are kind of, I don't want to call them camera shy, but just, not kind of, I don't even know how to phrase it.
He was just very private.
Incredibly
private.
Yeah, or just kind of standoffish when it comes to people and media and stuff like that. Not in a bad way, but just his personality. I feel like he was the front man of that. And at the time, a lot of people didn't understand it. A lot of people felt like he was just kind of being an a-hole and stuff like that. But some people aren't really camera people like that, man. I know he's growing into it now, but at the time as a player, man, I think a lot of people aren't that, they don't want to sit in front of the camera and just give you everything like that. And I felt like that was a little bit misunderstood.
What about celebrities or just other people of note that you feel are misunderstood? One that came to mind only because, it's someone that I don't know how to put this. Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen to me has got demons like Johnny Manziel. Johnny Manziel might fit in this list. He's got demons, but as people, they're fantastic people. They just can't shake, their addictions or their where they go in their private life, chemically, etc., alcohol, all that stuff. I think both those guys kind of fit in that category.
Charlie Sheen was tough though because there was a lot of that came through his own words. So
of course.
It felt like how much misunderstanding is happening when it's you bringing it to the table here. But I hear you because I think when you have that different perspective, it's always interesting. Which is why I'm really interested to see how deep in the archives you can go with this from players that you had an opportunity to see up close and personal, where you get that different perspective. Some ones that are coming in on the text line. Somebody said John Lopez is my nomination for being misunderstood.
Is that good or bad?
I have no earthly idea. How did you feel about because someone brought up Mad Max, Vernon Maxwell? Do you feel like he's misunderstood? I feel like there might be some misunderstanding in that his code is different than I think a lot of other people's code, and there is a level of morality. It just doesn't sit right with some people, I imagine.
I think Vernon Maxwell is one of those guys that kind of has two personalities, and he can be he's gotten in fights in locker rooms. He's got Akeem Olajuwon slapped the bleep out of him, for
his words.
His words, yeah, his words. He's pushed buttons and not been, the highest of character people over the years, and yet on the other side, he is a guy that does a lot of good stuff, and when you sit down and talk, and I covered him from his rookie year. When I was on the NBA beat, he was a rookie. And you're like, how does this guy, get this? Oh, that's how he gets the reputation. But he doesn't seem like that bad all the time.
What about somebody like a Ron Artest?
That's a really good one.
Very big.
That's a really good one.
Because also, and this is where it gets real interesting, because there's a lot of that's also mental illness that happens, which changes the dynamics. But I think that he was very misunderstood. Does Dylan Brooks strike you as misunderstood? I think that's just kind of.
I think that would fit.
I think he kind of wants you to take him that way. I think that's part of the persona that he adds, and it works because look at the way that his teams play; they're always physical, and I think he does it to an end.
But he's well liked.
He is
by media and
his teammates and all that stuff. I think it's just when he's on the court, kind of like I don't want to compare him to Aziz, but when you're on the court, it's a different person.
Yeah.
Captain Jack, Steven Jackson, the Golden Triangle Zone. And then one of the ones that I wanted to throw up here, because Arian Foster definitely was, right?
Arian Foster he was kind of like just a different kind of nut. But nobody ever called him a bad guy.
No, but I don't think you have to be a bad guy to be misunderstood. I think that he just, for the culture that football typically brings, he was a different dude, and I think that leads to some misunderstanding.
Does Russell Wilson fall in that category?
No.
I mean, technically misunderstood. However,
he wants you to misunderstand.
A lot of people dislike. I mean, not even just. I ain't talking about his peers and nothing, but just on social media, people don't like him. It's like, why?
That's a good reason.
Yeah, that one's too complex. That was too complex to do.
He doing nothing but loving his family.
Is he? He's corny.
There's a level. Well, it's not even just corny. Fake is something that people don't.
He's what we thought J.J. Watt was.
Yeah, well,
he's what we thought J.J. Watt was.
And I still don't even know how actual fake it is, but at least it has the appearance of fake, and sometimes that appearance matters.
J.J. Watt still has some, like, he still can be very genuine, though, where you be like, okay, he's one of us.
Yeah.
He'll quote a Paul Wall lyric or something like that, or Houston rap lyric.
Right.
Do stuff like that.
All right. Your loop here on Sports Radio 610. Keep those coming in. Appreciate you doing that. On the text line, Ricky Williams comes in, Caller Kaepernick comes in, Framber Valdez comes in. Ooh, that's interesting.
That's a good one.
All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Where are we setting up for what could be the best Thursday night football game of the season? Let's do that next.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adedula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here, as we often do in the loop. Well, I say often, literally every day. At this time at 11, we go around the NFL. And John Lopez, once again, I would just like to salute Aziz Al-Shaair for being the Texans' nominee for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. According to the NFL, the most prestigious award in all of the NFL. Obviously, each of the NFL teams puts up a person, because I saw someone, they were like, it's got to be Aziz, right? I'm interested in that. The tough part about it, though, is you see names, and it's not about who's the best player to get awarded. It's about their impact in the community.
Who does the most. And by the way, I'm glad you brought it up again here, because I'm reading from the Texans release, and I knew some of this. I didn't know all the things he does. I mean, he is all about it. Big time United Way. If you don't know the story, we've talked about it with him on this show in the past. I mean, he was homeless for a good amount of time growing up, and benefited from the United Way. He helps now big time the United Way. Covenant House, we're familiar with that with Frank Ross. They give the haircuts and all that. He got real involved with that, but also the Tech Community Huddle Ticket Program, the Hype Freedom School, and Muslim organization.
And that one is near and dear to his heart.
Yes,
reflecting his faith in his community.
He does a lot with the National First Responders Day, the Texas Girls Flag Football. I mean, just all over the community. So very well deserving. And to your point, it's not like, because J.J. Watt won it, I believe, in 2017 after Harvey, or 2018. After all he did for Harvey,
he won it.
He won it. That's why he wore the Walter Payton the rest of his career. He wore that patch. If you see that patch, that's someone who won the actual NFL, national, or whatever you want to call it, Walter Payton Award. But that being said, it doesn't have to be a big name like J.J. Watt. It's just what you have done.
Yeah, because last year Petrie was nominated.
Yeah.
And then I remember in the past years, Justin Reed was nominated one time, which was very hilarious because that same year, remember, he got suspended for a game?
Oh, that's right.
From David Culley.
Yeah.
And then I want to say that week later, it was just like,
oh, by the way,
Walter
he's not available this week to talk about it because he was.
But you know what's funny? I'm looking back at the past winners of the Walter Payton Man of the Year. There's some hitters on here. Like, can I run you back? I'm going to run you back in descending order. 2024, Eric Armstead of the Jags. Now, I guess at that point in his career, maybe not as much, but he's been really good. Cam Hayward in 2023 of the Steelers, really good. Dak Prescott in 22, you mentioned, pretty damn good. Andrew Whitworth at that point playing with the Rams, incredible.
He does a lot.
Yeah.
Your favorite, Russell Wilson, in 2020 for the Seahawks.
Yeah, the PR stunt.
Goodness gracious. Calais Campbell, Chris Long. Obviously, you mentioned J.J. Watt 2017, Eli Manning, Larry Fitzgerald, Anquan Bolden, Thomas Davis, Charles Tillman. Like,
it seemed like it do kind of got to have a little sparkle, though, right? It seemed like the winners. Yeah.
It probably doesn't hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, you saying
because they do it on their big year-end show at the Super Bowl, or I think
at the NFL Awards. Yeah.
Let me ask y'all this. I don't know what everybody else doing that's nominated, but do you feel like he have any type of chance, or just the NFL is just gonna look at him like, man, we can't let him win this one?
Just basic probability says he likely does not win it, being one of 32. And I see you on the 832. Congrats, Aziz. You won't win because you're the dirtiest player in the NFL. One, I cannot believe that to be true. However, I hear where you're coming from.
Yeah, but see, in Houston, we don't feel that way.
Right.
Outside of Houston, I can see people being like, oh, why is he nominated?
I don't not just the numbers game. I think they probably ultimately would lean toward a bigger name just because but you never know. He's done a lot, and it is well deserved.
Yeah, and I mean, they are considering this from that perspective as much as, I mean, we're kind of talking about, there's some good players. It is about what's done, and I see you, 929. Not to take away from them, but to be fair, the big names have the most money to donate. It's not about putting money down. Like, this is about work and effort. Now, I think there is the correlation between players that are better on their teams probably have more leeway to spend time in those ways as opposed to like being concerned with, I got to do everything to stay on this team and stay on this roster. I think that might be something that correlates a little bit. But again, congratulations to Aziz. It's not a small award. It's a big thing.
Just real quick, some of the names that because I have the entire list from all the teams. There's not a lot of huge names, and there are some.
I mean, Jordan Love's on there.
Yeah, but it's not all about that. I believe Jeffrey Simmons is one that's on there, but not a whole lot of, what you would call superstar type names on the 2025 list.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, some other things around the NFL. Did you see that there was a tight end in the National Football League that got a contract extension?
I did.
The Ravens extended a tight end, and I'm going to be honest, it wasn't the tight end that I would have imagined that they would extend. Mark Andrews, and you're saying, Reggie, what the hell? Mark Andrews has been great for them. Absolutely. 3-year, $39.3 million contract extension. But we've seen Mark Andrews seemingly slowing down to some degree. I'm not saying that he's bad by any means now, but he is slowing down. It's the all-time leading receiver there for the Baltimore Ravens. $26 million guaranteed for him, which basically feels like it's the 2 years guaranteed, and that third year is not. But yeah, that Eric Costa excited. He mentioned the idea of him being an all-time Raven, and this seems like it's one of those we kind of want you to retire here type moves. However, John Lopez, and maybe this is too aggressive, and maybe this is too callous. It's like the Ravens are losing their edge. Or maybe losing their fastball, because I'm not sure if this was a move that was made out of the shrewdness that I think the Ravens typically make moves with.
I didn't know where you were going to go with this, but I totally agree, because that's what I was thinking. I was feeling they're kind of trying to keep the band together as best they can and hope for the best. I mean, Lamar Jackson's not playing well, and well, by his standards, he's not playing well, and I think they're just like, we got Derrick Henry. He's long in the tooth. By the way, Derrick Henry is one of the big names for the club.
Yes, he is.
For the Club Man of the Year awards. I think they're just like, you know what? Let's just try to run this the next couple of years, see what happens.
But, I mean, Isaiah Likely is a tight end that feels a lot more like a wide receiver at times. Like Mark Andrews is more of that all-round tight end.
Yeah.
But and look, I guess there is something to be said for keeping like an organizational history and having that through line.
Yeah.
It just felt like, oh, okay, just big-time extension for Mark Andrews, who, if you remember, was, not to say that this needs to be the entirety of the way you look at his career.
Oh, it's part of the story, man.
But last year was probably you single him almost out as a reason why you end out your season last year.
Yeah.
And it felt like, hey, this does not feel like the shrewdness that the Ravens have. But, I mean, we'll see how it continues to progress for them. Because it's hard for me to believe that Lamar Jackson continues to look as bad as he has this year, and that the team finds a way to bounce back to being some level of contender or what have you.
And they're still in the hunt for the division.
They are. Which that division looks wild. I saw
6-6.
I saw someone
division leader
projecting out that division, and I had long rid myself of the idea that the Bengals would win the division. Someone was like, "Yeah, I think the Bengals win the division." I was like, damn, that is likely, or that is possible, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's just a bad division.
Which is crazy, because that has been one of the best divisions in football for a long time. A reminder that you can't, what's happening in sports is not always going to be this way. You remember the time, speaking of the Chiefs that you're going in and playing on Sunday, you remember not all that long ago, the Chiefs were just bad.
Oh, yeah. They were the team that just couldn't get over the hump.
They were just
bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now they're at least they represent a level of consistency in the NFL over the last how many seasons. But all right, you continue around the NFL, and John Lopez, are you with me in the assumption that Thursday Night Football tonight could be one of the best Thursday Night Footballs that we get all year long?
Oh yeah, Lions, Cowboys, a lot on the line. Obviously, Cowboys, really starting to click a little bit. Lions, a little bit in desperation mode.
A lot in desperation
mode. No Amon-Ra, perhaps. I think he's questionable for tonight.
And that's not the only. I feel like they have a few other the kind of injury things that they're looking at, which makes it even more dire what they're dealing with, the kind of injuries that are happening around the team right now. Jamison Williams is going to be important in this game if Amon-Ra St. Brown is dealing with. I think Sam Laporta, their tight end, who's been really good. He's on IR right now. They're dealing with some stuff, and they're facing off against a Cowboys team that is a NFL broadcasting partner's dream.
My goodness!
Right now,
I know you saw these numbers.
So there's this part, which is the last Thursday night football game, or not Thursday night, but the last Thursday game where you think about on Thanksgiving. Goodness, you think I could get something right? Was Chiefs Cowboys? Literally the single most watched NFL regular season game. 57.2 million viewers, which beats the previous record by 36%.
That's so stupid. 57 million people watch this game. Cowboys, obviously, always a draw, always on national television, and the Chiefs in the last 6 or 8 years, clearly the team that people want to watch. 57 though?
That's crazy.
That's an incredible number.
And the thing about it is when numbers get so big, they don't actually matter to us.
They don't seem real.
We as Americans are bad at math anyways. But like that 36% jump over the previous record, like that's not how things are supposed to work. I don't think that this one will break those kind of numbers. But when I say the Cowboys are a broadcaster's dream, it's not just that. They're a fun football team right now.
We said it, and we have to obviously. It's not fun because they're the Cowboys, but we said it a couple of weeks ago. They're starting to look like a team that is, well, they are. They are a team that is just fun to watch. And they're a dangerous team. They are a dangerous team.
Offense gets up and down in a big way. The defense is finding, I don't know exactly how fixed the defense is, though.
But they're better.
But they definitely are better. They gave these Chiefs some issues. They gave the Eagles a lot of issues. It seems like they might have more to them. Who are you believing more in over there? Because it feels like if you were just taking this on its face, you probably go Cowboys. But remember, the Cowboys where are they sitting right now? A 6-5-1 compared to these Lions being 7-5 for the playoffs there. Which of these teams do you think, one, wins this game, but two, has a better chance of actually getting into the NFC side of this playoff?
Well, look, if the Cowboys win, then I think they clearly are going to have the better chance than the Lions. But I want, as much as I've been incredibly, as a lot of people have, incredibly impressed by what the Cowboys have been looking like, I can't quite give up on the Lions just yet. I know they've had their issues, play calling and all that stuff, offensively. They're just too good. Up and down the roster.
Give up how? Do you feel like
as a contending team, as a team that can,
Okay. Yeah. Because I still feel like they could probably get into the playoffs, but I'm kind of out on them as a Super Bowl, like getting to a Super Bowl or NFC Championship game.
I saw Kyle Brandt on Good Morning Football today talking about the Lions, and he was like, we're not seeing the team that one Dan Campbell described when he got up on that podium like his knee biter. And it's like, that's actually a good point. And some of that question that we asked in the offseason, which is this team going to look the same with Aaron Glenn going to New York and Ben Johnson going to Chicago? And right now you look at the Chicago Bears leading the NFC over there. Not the NFC North, the NFC period with him over there. Aaron Glenn, They've had more wins in the last 5 weeks, the Jets have, than the Lions have. A wild thing to say. Like, they're going to need to see if they can refine that identity that Dan Campbell set them on this path.
And that's why I hesitated, because both those things are true. I just, at some point, although they've been injured too, so they've been missing some guys.
It's December in the National Football League. Point to me the team that ain't injured.
Maybe I'm going to change my mind. Maybe the Cowboys have a better run.
That's wild. What a wild thing to say.
They got to win a lot, though, man.
Yeah.
They need some help, too.
Yeah, they definitely do. I've seen people on the YouTube page, not today, but like in the last few days, they're like, bring on the all-Texas Super Bowl. And I'm like, it's kind of crazy because that would be quite a mirror of either side of things with teams starting poorly and then kind of finding their way back into this. I still don't feel like the Cowboys are on the same level as the Texans because I don't know that they have, even with offense being really good and Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, it doesn't feel like they do on offense what the Texans do on defense quite.
Correct.
All right, and real quick before we go, I wanted to make this note. With Wednesday, you get these you get your injury reports. I'll take you to El Segundo, California, where the Los Angeles Chargers do their work. Justin Herbert did not practice on Wednesday, but he also had surgery on his hand on Monday.
That makes sense then.
And I say this, obviously, we're kind of monitoring this leading up to now week 17, which is a few weeks in the future. However, The plan is to prepare as if I'm going to play and see how the next couple days goes, Justin Herbert says.
Yeah.
He's trying to play this week.
He might show up at the game for the first time and play.
Mm-hmm.
That is wild, but definitely going to be something that I continue to watch over this week and over the upcoming weeks, because that's gonna matter. Or maybe if the Texans do what they're supposed to do this week, that might not even matter. How crazy will it be to have gone from 0-3 to maybe you could even get to a place where week 17 you're like, okay,
we're good.
All right.
Yeah, we're good.
Wild things that the Texans have been able to pull off. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a Thursday, so we talk to our friend, defensive specialist and expert, Andy Kalu. Let's talk to him next in the loop.
The Drive is live on Football Friday. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
11:20 on a Thursday means we take it to the phone line to talk to one of our favorites. He is Rice University's own, a former NFL defensive lineman, and also that includes with your Houston Texans. He is one of my favorite Nigerians, and for that I have to lean into something I saw on the internet. He's the chief. He's Chairman. Nduku Dike. Kalu. ND. What's happening, my man?
Yeah.
Wow, you really sounded like one of my uncles right there. I was just about to call you Unc.
That was me pairing it back because we both know that when your Nigerian is trying to gas you up, it's about 13 minutes of titles that you don't actually have.
Exactly.
But I figured we don't have that time. We had to jump right into ND. How you doing, man?
Man, I am so good. I'm good. I'm excited about these Texans. I'm sure you're going to bring up the middle of the defense, but either way, I'm excited about what's going on.
And this is the thing. We had a conversation during that game while it was still looking a little crazy before it got into the real fun parts about this, and I figured I need to flip it on its head. So I will start there. I'm talking about the interior of the defense, but can you, with your experience on the defensive line, explain to us just how impressive it is what the defense decided to do in putting Will Anderson Jr. up the middle to go up and absolutely obliterate the center in the way that he did?
Oh, that play was so nasty. I mean, that was probably one of my favorite plays of the game. Now, people do it. I mean, it's not anything new to take an athletic, physical edge rusher and move him around. We used to call it the joker position, and you could either spy the quarterback or blitz from a two-point, which down defensive linemen love to do. You know, when you spend your whole life in a three-point stance, there's something about being able to just work from a two-point stance. It just feels good. It feels cool. And the way he just ran through the center, I was like, goodness gracious. Like, the center knew he was coming.
Yeah.
He saw him. The centers know, like, who's blitzing. And for him to know that it was coming and still get run over and pushed back to the lap of the quarterback the way he did, it just goes to show how powerful and explosive Will Anderson is.
Well, I left that game, and we talked about it earlier this week. I want to see more of that. I mean, that they were using him, as I put it, and maybe you disagree, kind of like Myles Garrett. You know, where do you want to put him? Is that something that can happen even with just the success of maybe one or two plays where coaching staffs and players realize, hey, this is something we got to do more of?
No, absolutely, John. I'm with you 100%. And you brought up Myles Garrett, but the way moving a guy like Will Anderson in the 2-point and having him off the line, it reminds me of what Micah Parsons was doing with the Dallas Cowboys. And I think Will Anderson, he's more of a moving forward, physical, where Micah Parsons can drop in coverage, flip his hips, and you want to utilize his entire athleticism. But when you move a guy like Will Anderson around, at the very minimum, it gives the offensive coordinator something else to think about. And a lot of times when you create schemes on the defensive side of the ball, when you have different packages, yes, you're doing it to have success, which is a tackle for a loss, a tackle, but it's also to make the offensive coordinator dig deeper into his bag, to make him think twice about certain plays that they're going to run. But yes, with what Will Anderson's able to do, you should absolutely do it more. But keep in mind, not every time he's lined up off the line of scrimmage, he's going to run through the center, because you better believe Patrick Mahomes saw that play and he went to Andy Reid and said, hey, what are we going to do when this monster is lined up 5 yards off the ball?
Yeah.
So they're going to come up with their own blocking schemes for that.
Yeah, but how much can you help in that circumstance? Because like my lesser understanding of this is like you can kind of help on the edges, helping up the interiors. Why that particular like a lineman thing is so dangerous and devious? Is there much you can do to try and support the interior in those circumstances?
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to be an OC, but if I saw something like that, my first thought is, okay, I'm going to run the Texas route. And when you think Texas route, just picture the running back running from the backfield. He initially starts towards the sideline, and then he cuts aggressively to the middle of the field. Because my thought would be, if Will Anderson's lining up there, the typical or traditional middle linebacker isn't there. And as he's sprinting up to demolish my center, there's going to be a quick gap in the middle. So you do something like that where you audible, Texas well, obviously you want route that gives it away, but you'll say something like lone star, and then you have the running back run that Texas route, and it just keeps the defense honest. So even if it's not so much the blocking scheme, but there are certain things you can do just to continue to keep the defense honest.
As well as the Texans have been playing, Andy, including offensively outside of some red zone hiccups, could this be a true statement type game, and does that even resonate in the locker room?
No, well, here's the thing. I think because of the hole that they dug themselves in, you're in a position now where you dang near have to win out. And I'm not saying you have to win every single game, but again, because of the hole that you put yourself in, I thought last week the Colts were running high. At the time they were ahead of the division. Their offense has scored 21 or more points every single week. And I felt like the Texans made a statement. Well, guess what? You're going to have to make another statement because you still have what I believe is the best quarterback in the game coming to town. Their backs are against the wall. This is a, de facto must win for the Kansas City Chiefs. Mm-hmm. So I think because of the hole that they dug themselves in and this awesome run that they've had, every game can be considered a statement game.
We're talking to ND Kalu here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 and ND. I mean, we are all familiar with one, Patrick Mahomes II, and what he's capable of doing in those magic moments where it's like, hey, the play is extended, and here I am making plays, and it's only gotten crazier this year. Like his passer rating and things of that nature when he holds the ball for 4 seconds is insane. Would you, in your defensive expertise, would you spy him? Do you think that is a good use of resources in a game like this, or is that even something that will affect what he typically would do?
Is that his real middle name, Lavon?
It is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just nothing says I have a black dad and a white mom like a name like Patrick and Lavon. Like
I hadn't thought of it like that.
we see what side he's leaning towards on that, because if he was a little more of the culture, he would be Lavon Mahomes, and we would know like, oh, his real name's Patrick.
But his daddy's name is Patrick, right? So you keep the Patrick for the name to pass, and then the Lavon.
Look, his daddy's name might be Patrick, but I've seen that brother. He act like a Lavon. Those black and mild lips say Lavon all over.
Wow. He's not wrong. That man love him a cigar. He's smoking on that Joe Burrow pack. Yeah. With that being the case, let's refer to him as Lavon in the name that you prefer. Do you spy Lavon in this game?
Well, if he plays like a Lavon, you have to spy him. But if he plays like a Patrick, you just go after him in the pocket. But all jokes aside, I don't. You know what? I never thought about spying Patrick Mahomes. When I think of spying quarterbacks, Reggie, I think Josh Allen. I think Lamar Jackson. Yeah. I think maybe a Jalen Hurts. Patrick Mahomes did such an awesome job keeping the play extended with his legs and staying where he can still throw it, not passing the line of scrimmage. I don't know if I spy that type of guy. I just get after him. You know, I tell them, y'all sacked Josh Allen 8 times, and that is one of the most athletic, strongest running quarterbacks in the game. We're going to get after Patrick Mahomes the same way, but I don't know if I want to sacrifice a defensive player just by spying a quarterback who does an awesome job extending the plays, going east and west and a little bit forward before he passes the line of scrimmage. So I wouldn't spy him, but I would tell the defense, do not change up your rush. Do not rush conservative. Do not be afraid to just really get after this guy.
I do want to talk about the offense and what you've seen. It's weird because you're grading it on a curve compared to what you thought it would be, but it seems to finally be in something of a groove. I mean, it's an offense that's not going to wow anybody, but they're starting to find themselves. What are you seeing from the offense here?
You know what? Just what you said, a group that's getting more comfortable. Shout out to Davis Mills. And I hate to, bring up just one guy because football is the ultimate team sport. But when you have a backup quarterback going there, and it's a little bit easy when you have the best defense in the game and you rip off 3 wins and then you plug in your starter and, they continue to operate the way they've been. But I'll say this, John, I don't want to settle for. I feel like we've all settled, but in the preseason when we talked, we were expecting this offense to be lights out, and then reality hit. And with the injury, then we were so appreciative of Davis Mills. But my thought with CJ Stroud being one of the top young quarterbacks in the game, no, like we need to have a lights out day. There needs to be a day sooner than later where, yes, this defense is balling out, but we can point to the offense and say, man, how about those 35 points or, 41 points they put up there? Like, we need to have that. And I feel like there's still enough with this offense. There's still some room to continue to improve, to have that dominant performance. Like I'm still expecting a dominant performance from this offense, mainly because you have one of the best wide receivers in the AFC, in Nico Collins, not that I need to mention his name. And we're all saying that CJ Stroud is eventually going to be a $50-60 million a year quarterback. All right, well, let's see that lights out game. So I'm still holding them to a high level.
ND, you knew you weren't going to get through a conversation with me without a little negative in here.
But you know what? I respect that. Like you can't just say, "Oh, we got the win." Okay, well, we got the win. What are we going to do to continue to get them?
That's right.
Go ahead, point
That's
it out.
Well, I don't even have to put names on it because I don't really want to. I'm just very interested in the locker room. What is the conversation like, or is there a conversation if there's a player that is clearly being picked on at times?
And I'm not sure where you're going with this, so I don't want to. So when you say being picked on, like maybe a cornerback, and
like a Miles Bryant, for instance.
All right, I didn't do that. That was him.
I'm just kind of throwing a random name out there.
Just a random name. So
yeah.
That's a good question. So the conversation, it's not really so much in the locker room because guys know how to stay in their lane. It's more in the position room. So if a cornerback, a nickelback, a backup defensive back who's getting more playing time is getting picked on, one, he's getting coached up. We're all men. You're getting paid. Put your, feelings aside and let's spend some extra time coaching them up. And then it's on the field. Hey, what are the routes you're having trouble with? This is where, and I've seen not this exact situation, but this type of leadership when I was in Philadelphia with the, Bobby Taylors, Troy Vincents of the world. You go to the guy and say, hey, what's the route that you're having trouble with? Okay, after practice, hey, practice squad wide receiver, give us these routes. And then you just kind of learn how to play it. You get the mental rep, you get the physical rep, and you really focus on it. So it's not so much Reggie in the locker room saying, hey, so-and-so, keep your head up, or hey, so-and-so, you need to step it up. It's more the true leadership. Yeah. Hey, after practice, man, let's spend 15, 20 minutes, and these are the 3 routes that are just hurting you the most, and let's talk through it.
See, it wasn't too negative, was it?
No, that's just real. That's a good question. Now, if it truly is Miles Bryant, then I'd be pissed off, John. But I'm just speaking in generality.
Of course, just generally
That's
speaking.
all we're doing, just generally speaking, with Chief Commander Andy Kalu, who joins us every Thursday. Dude, we appreciate your time, and looking forward to talking to you next week.
Real quick, who y'all got tonight?
I think I'm going with the Cowboys,
I'm going with the Cowboys, too.
Yeah. I'm with y'all. I think they're kind of high, similar to these Texans. So
yeah. All Texas Super Bowl, baby.
Exactly. You stole the thought from me.
All right, my man. Have a good one. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Appreciate y'all.
There he is, Andy Kalu, joining us in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where the Rockets played last night, got a victory, but then also do we know where Kyle Tucker might be landing next? We'll talk about all that next.
The Texans are
at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Thirsty Thursday. In fact, that reminds me, Thirsty Thursday, the fellas will be out at Buffalo Wild Wings. You know what time it is during
in spring today?
Season. They are indeed in spring today. You know what's about to happen. I know what's about to happen. I'm about to say, I got to remember what the address is.
And we know the We always know the
8507 Queens Boulevard.
You would think I could break this cycle, but I can't. The actual address that you want to go to in spring is 6825 North Grand Parkway out there in spring. Make sure that you pop out, see the fellas, get you something to drink. And thanks to Bud Light for putting that thing together.
I just can't help myself.
I know.
I just can't help myself.
I know.
You just gave the address, and in my mind, I was thinking something else.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
Just look for the place in spring. Don't worry about the address. Just put it in your Google Maps.
I'm always careful because, Houston is a real big place, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's multiple Buffalo Wild Wings locations over there.
I feel like the one thing about Houston, though, you could just say, hey, I want to go to the Buffalo Wild Wings over in Baytown.
You know where
You'd
it
be like,
is.
oh, the one in Baytown, off of so-and-so.
Yeah, but every once in a while it'd be two, like in the area. You know what I mean? So I like giving the address just in case.
Yeah, or just try to get the street at least.
Yeah. So it's off of North Grand Parkway in spring. Go out and see the fellas. Enjoy fellowship. And let us know. Let us know if you're heading out there. 713-572-4610. Some other things that are popping. Did you see the injury report yesterday?
I did. A lot of guys DNPs, but I'm not really that worried too much.
Okay, so you knew what question I was going to ask. Just to let you know, those guys who did not practice for your Texans: Will Anderson Jr., Danico Autry, Trent Brown, Jamal Hill, Kamari Lassiter, Woody Marks, Jalen Reed, which feels evident because he's dealing with that forearm, and Tim Settle. Mm-hmm. It feels like a good amount of them are probably like veteran-type days, especially as we get later into the season. I think D'Amico talked about that in his in the coach's show on Monday, the idea of this time of year, maybe less physical and more mental reps type stuff. But the ones that jumped out to me were Jalen Reed for obvious reason, Woody Marks is an interesting one for me, and then Kamari Lassiter with dealing with this foot.
Well, I was going to say Jalen Reed and Woody Marks. Jalen Reed is going to be out. I think it's probably safe to say at this point.
Broke a plate in his arm.
He broke a steel plate in his arm.
Not the bone, though. Bone fine.
No, the bone is cool. The plate, not so much. And Woody Marks, just because you can gut it out, and he.
I kind of figured he was going to miss some practice time.
At least practice time. We all know about the adrenaline of the game, and you get taped up, and he finishes, and it was really, really big time effort that he gave to finish and played real well. But once the game's over, and swelling, and everything settles down, it might be a little worse. So, of all the ones on here, the one I'd be a little worried about more than anything would probably be Woody Marks.
And the one that I guess maybe more important on the other side, because I still feel like Woody Marks, in fact, I think he said it yesterday. Hey, man, I wasn't going to miss no game, right? Like that, and as in regards to coming back into the game last week, which makes me think that with that mentality, he will be out on the field in Kansas City at Sunday Night Football. On the other side of things, out there in Kansas City, I don't know where their practice facility is. You're just going to have to live with that one for me. Trey Smith, the guard, and Juwan Taylor, the tackles. The other tackle outside of Josh Simmons, who's already gone to IR, they both did not participate. Look, they could find themselves in a circumstance with those guys. Both those guys have been dealing with injury, and I believe they both missed the game last week. That could put them in a place where they're missing 3 starting offensive linemen. So that's going to be something I continue to monitor because
time to eat.
Like, does that, in my brain, that puts the Chiefs in a circumstance where they're having to try and keep guys in to protect those backup tackles that end up playing in guards or whatever. And then are they doing max protect, throwing to 2 or 3 routes down the field as opposed to having a full complement of routes? And how that feels like that plays into the Texans' hands in a big way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I don't see any way that they're not going to be using the short passing game a lot, which, of course, translates to Travis Kelce, too. So that's always a danger. But also have, extra bodies in there to protect. Because, lines that are at full strength, the Buffalo Bills gave up 8 sacks. You don't think they're going to account for that? They have to. They have to.
Yeah, they would have to. I know Pat does a great job of keeping his head on a swivel, extending plays and making plays, but that's quite a test of just how good his playmaking will be. So
they just got to run the ball with Damen Pierce, man.
Oh, that's right.
Let me ask you this, because this has been a conversation point. I've seen it pop up. Do you think that the Damen Pierce attempt to salvage information about the Texans, do you have any concerns about that, or do you believe that to be any level of potentially effective for the Kansas City Chiefs?
No, I think you're silly if you don't have some concern, whether it's the Texans and maybe changing a few things up, or certainly the Chiefs maybe getting some insight into what 100%. I mean, it's just the way it works. And they're signing your check now. I mean, no, absolutely. There's concern on both sides, or at least there's an effect on both sides.
Yeah, the thing that I keep thinking though is this offense feels so early on in what they're doing, and like finding some level. I do wonder how much he could actually bring to this. Like how much of what this offense does, especially as a game plan offense, game to game type offense, how much of it actually comes to the fore here. And I'm not even just talking about plays, but even tendencies, because what are the tendencies that you've seen established from Nick Haley? Can you tell them to me?
Well, look, I think he's going to be able to offer some insight that others just simply cannot, whether it's a tendency, play calls, who knows? But I think things that he likes to do, how they like to set up pass protections, that to me, pass protections and how they like to set up run blocking, I think is what he's really going to be, they're going to pick his brain on.
Sure. Okay. I can see that. Yeah. Some other things that are popping. Rockets got a victory last night versus the Sacramento Kings, who were in town. The final score looks a lot easier than the game was for a period of time. Ultimately, the final was 121-95 with, I believe, Alper Şengün leading the way in points, 28 and things. Kevin Durant also added 24 on 9 of 16 shooting, significantly more efficient than what you had Monday night versus the Jazz in Utah. But this game was real close until the third quarter, where they absolutely murked the Sacramento Kings.
I was worried. It looked like it was. I think I texted you guys. It looked like a preseason game.
Real sloppy.
It was incredible. Turnovers, backcourt violations. Really couldn't finish the bunnies. At the rim. It was just really one of those things where you start to think, okay, well, this is just going to be one of those nights. Fortunately, the Kings are not real good, and they're not real big, and that is what ultimately turned the tide. Şengün, you mentioned him. I thought Steven Adams, yet another Steven Adams type game.
We're getting to the point where Steven Adams needs to end his career here.
Period. I think he had 17 minutes. He only played 17 minutes and was one of the biggest factors.
Sorry, you are wildly incorrect. He played 18 minutes.
18 minutes, okay.
How dare you? How dare you?
And he's just impacting the game as much as anyone. I thought,
dude, he's a turner of the character. He turns the vibes of the game.
Yeah,
he is not only an offensive rebounder, affecting the offense that way. That boy's scoring.
He is.
That boy's a defensive menace. I think he pins somebody to the backboard in this game. It is wildly fun when Steven Adams clocks into the game in a way that you wouldn't imagine with Steven Adams.
And you mentioned Kevin Durant. If it wasn't for Kevin Durant in the first half, they would have been trailing by maybe 8 or 10 points at the half. He kept them in the game early. I think he had 6 or 7 assists in the first half.
I don't know how many he had in the first half. He finished with 8.
Yeah. I think he had at least 6 in the first half. He kept them afloat in the first half, and that's another little sort of added value of what Kevin Durant can do. When everything is a bleep show, at least he can still knock down some shots and create some things.
Yeah, he's one of the better initiators, actually, in what they're doing. It's one of the things that I continue looking at as we're all gearing up for figuring out what the point guard situation is. And to that end, Josh Okogie starts again in this one. Thoughts on seeing Josh Okogie step back in and Reed Sheppard going to the bench?
Look, I think they're trying to spitball here. I don't think they've lost any confidence in Reed Sheppard. I thought Reed Sheppard had some very good moments in this game as well. But I think they're trying to find it. They're trying to find the answer here.
832 mentioning Amen was getting loose too. Absolutely.
Yes, he was.
Go ahead and pencil this down. Tomorrow there will be a conversation about, or maybe we have the conversation today. Who knows? About Amen Thompson, because he hasn't been bad by any stretch. But this doesn't feel like the maximum effect of what Amen Thompson should be.
It's not what you
for this team right now. No. So I kind of want to dive into that at this point. But you get a victory, and you got the day off until you have the Suns coming to town, some familiar faces coming to town for Friday night. And one more. Kyle Tucker, he is a free agent. Obviously, only he's a season removed from being an Astro, but there's still a level of intrigue into where he lands.
Yeah.
What have you seen there, John Lopez?
Well, they flew him into their facility, they being the Toronto Blue Jays in Dunedin, Florida. And that day-long meetings, they're offering him. Well, you don't fly him.
That's
in.
becoming Astros North, ain't it?
Well, it has. But not only that, I mean, what I take out of this is like the American League ain't no cupcake anymore.
Man. Oh, okay. I'm glad you didn't say whatever it sounded like you was about to say.
Yeah, they lost that World Series and we about to load up now.
Yep. Between them and the Mariners, and obviously we know the usual suspects in the AL East beyond the Toronto Blue Jays. There's work to be done, but Kyle Tucker, if I had to bet today, will be a Toronto Blue Jay.
Yeah, that's going to go from being a cool story that we could all get behind over there in Toronto to being calm down very quickly. But we'll see. Astros got to focus on their own sheet, get their things together. We mentioned it at a pitch yesterday, but we'll see how they continue to go about the winter and getting their team ready for baseball. I'm going to force myself to not do the countdown to this many days to pitchers and catchers report, because it always it happens so quickly.
Do that.
It happens so quickly though. That's one of the things in sports that upsets me the most, and it's not because I'm mad at anybody in particular. It's just how we already here is that you blink and you look up and you're like, oh yeah, 30 days till pitch, and you're like, what happened?
No.
How did we get here?
It seems like the people that do that is the people that I don't want to call them anti-Texans fans, but the ones like, hey guys, you guys are focused on the Texans, but it's 30 days until pitchers report.
Yeah, I hate that so much. It's
almost
a
baseball town, guys.
It's almost like it's not, but it's almost like there's an aloofness there. Like, I am a seam head, and I know that we should be talking. We love the freaking Astros. We talk about them when appropriate. Pitchers and catchers reporting, cool. It'll be mentioned when it happens.
And by the way, I like being right, and here I am again. 936. There are 2 Buffalo Wild Wings in spring. Hold that, Lopez. So the address is necessary.
No, the street. Get the street.
That's
all you gotta do is say off of
Grand Parkway.
Yeah, the Buffalo Wild Wings in spring off of Grand Parkway.
I can get there. I know where that one is.
No, you don't.
Kind of do, actually.
All right.
I kind of do.
Well, then we'll see you out there at the Buffalo Wild Wings then?
Sure.
Okay. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Time to go behind enemy lines. We're gearing up for this Kansas City Chiefs game, and no other name came to mind when we're gearing up to face off against the Chiefs than your old partner, John Lopez, Nick Wright. Let's give him a little hell and have some fun. We'll talk about that next.
Thirsty. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, gearing up and continuing to move towards Texans-Chiefs. It is going to be at Arrowhead Field at GEHA Stadium. I think that's how they do it out there in Kansas City. And as we like to do, we go behind enemy lines, get a feel for what that other team is bringing. And no voice would be better to talk on this conversation than your former co-host, John Lopez. He's the host of First Things First on FS1 and the host of the podcast What's Right with Nick Wright. His name is Nick Wright. Nick, what's happening, man?
What's up, everybody? Thanks for having me back on. How are you guys? Johnny, great to hear from you as always, my dear friend.
Absolutely, man. Hey, I'm going to start here because I saw you posting about what's, the YouTube post, the podcast you're going to have here or had already. What you said it's on the brink of what with the Chiefs right now?
Well, I mean, missing the playoffs. I mean, the team that has played in 7 consecutive conference finals and has made 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls, including 3 straight. If they lose Sunday, even if they win out the rest of the way, they're not even a coin flip to make the playoffs.
Well,
just
real quick, what I was thinking is like on the brink of maybe making some significant decisions with the makeup of this squad.
I mean, that would be. I mean, I don't know what you would change. No, I don't. I mean, they have the best quarterback ever to live. They have one of the 3 or 4 best coaches ever to live, and they're. Would missing the playoffs make them take a hard look at some of the parts of the staff? Maybe you got to answer some hard questions if you have a team that can win the Super Bowl and you miss the postseason. But no, I don't think that there would be any seismic or systemic changes. I also think that, listen, there has only been one team in the history of the league to have a run anything close to that. It was the Patriots, and theirs was 8 years. This is 7. And so this is not for everyone else, it has caught up to the Lions after 2 years of doing nothing. Mm-hmm. It seems to have caught up to the Ravens after 5 years of, not really doing much. And I'm not even certain if it's full on caught up to the Chiefs or it's, a little bit of bad luck, bad timing, some missed plays, and that's how you end up 6-6. But if they lose Sunday, the season is mostly over. Yes, they could, theoretically make the playoffs at 10-7. But first of all, it'd be hard to believe they're going to get 10-7 if you lose a gotta-have-it game to the Broncos, Cowboys, and Texans, all within the span of a month. And 10-7, there's a lot of scenarios 10-7 doesn't get them in because they wouldn't have the tiebreaker with Houston, for example. They don't have the tiebreaker with Jacksonville. They don't have the tiebreaker right now with the Chargers. Those are all really problematic things.
We're talking to Nick Wright here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And you mentioned one of the things I really wanted to get to, because all the underlying, or many of the underlying metrics would point to this Kansas City Chiefs team being largely the same as last year, just being deeply unlucky. Like you kind of talked about that. What to your eye has factored in that's made them, less likely to finish the job this year than they had last year?
Yeah, listen, the underlying metrics don't say they're as good as last year's team. They say they are far better than last year's team, which is why, in large part, I think the allegedly smart football metrics are not that smart. I think that there is more of a science to knowing how to win football games and executing in key spots than the metrics allow for. Like last year's Chiefs team was considered lucky and not quite that good. They were 17-1 in games Patrick Mahomes started headed into that Super Bowl, and it was not just good fortune and good bounces. This year's Chiefs team does have gaudy metrics, but the fact of the matter is this, that they simply cannot get off the field on 3rd and long, and that has cost them 3 games already this year. There have been 3 times this season they trailed entering the 4th quarter. Patrick led a comeback and took the lead, and they lost the game anyway. Over the last 3 years prior to this one, the Chiefs were 1st, 2nd, or 3rd when they blitzed at stopping the opponent, sacking the opponent, or pressuring the opponent. 1st, 2nd, or 3rd in the NFL over that 3-year stretch. This year, in those 3 categories when they blitzed, they are either 2nd to last or 3rd to last in all 3 categories. Over the last 3 years, they were 3rd in the NFL on getting off the field on 3rd and long. This year, they're the 2nd worst in the NFL on getting off the field on 3rd and long. You add that to what was the first 6 weeks of the season, a very injured or suspended receiving core, and that's how you get here. So, that's what's happened. And now we enter this Texans game where the left tackle got his wrist broken by a teammate on a fluke play during the Cowboys game on Sunday. The right tackle has a hurt tricep, and the right guard has a hurt ankle. The left tackle is definitively out. We'll see on Trey Smith, the guard, and Jawan Taylor, the right tackle. But if there is not a single team in the league, let me rephrase it. The Texans would be my last draft pick of teams to play if I'm going to be missing both tackles.
Yeah.
And so but that's what, listen, injuries happen in the NFL. That's why you want a margin of error, but the Chiefs don't have one.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because you talked about 3rd and long and not getting off the field. To the Chiefs, the check mark to the Chiefs is Texans are not really great on 3rd and long. And so clearly, it comes down to the matchup. You mentioned the matchup with the Texans defense. The matchup with the Chiefs defense versus the Texans offense has got to be the biggest thing on 1st and 2nd down.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, I think that it will be very disappointing if the Chiefs defense can't find a way to really impact this game. I told you all those, jarring and surprising stats. They have the 6th fewest sacks in football, the 4th fewest forced turnovers. But this Texans offense has been, I think, mediocre would be kind for the last 2 years. And, obviously these 2 teams played late last season and then in the playoffs, and the Texans offense was unable to do anything of substance in those games. So I know right now I sound maybe fatalistic about the Chiefs. Everything I said stands, and what's also true is this. If they beat the Texans and then next week go beat the Chargers, I'll probably believe they're going to win the AFC because the AFC is that wide open. They're the only team, the Ravens are a mess. The Bills are the team that you worry about, but the Bills, in the playoffs have never beaten the Chiefs, and everyone else has a young or unproven quarterback. The Texans are scary, but if the Chiefs beat the Texans, it becomes very difficult to see how the Texans are making the playoffs because the Chiefs would have that tiebreaker against them. So I've never seen a conference like the AFC this year where it feels to me, John, like you could credibly make the case for 8 teams that could win the conference this late in the season.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember that. And so if the Chiefs get in, then I think they will by definition be red hot because they will have either just won 5 straight or 4 out of 5. But getting in is going to be hard. And the Chiefs injury report this week is what to watch for, because if they are starting Wanya Morris at left tackle, then Will Anderson could, is have his work cut out for him in the game. I'll say that.
Yeah, we're talking to Nick right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. He'll have his work cut out, but he's been absolutely phenomenal, especially even more so than usual when he extends these plays. Like, I know that our listenership will roll our eyes, but I kind of wanted to give you an opportunity to just how good has Patrick Mahomes been this year? Because I don't know whether it's fatigue that's gotten us to this place or just because, we're out here looking at Drake May or whatever, but it feels like he's not been as much a conversation point.
Well, listen, people, yeah, and I mean, when you're 6-6, that happens. I get that, but 57 million people watched him on Thanksgiving, and we're kind of reminded, oh yeah, this guy's the greatest to ever do it. And the fact that he is not having. I think he's having a good. I think it's fair to even say very good year. I do not think he's not having a better year than Stafford. He's not having a better year than Drake May. And one could argue he's not having a better year than Dak Prescott. That's all fine. That who's having the best season is a different conversation than who is the best quarterback. And deep down, everybody knows who the best quarterback in the NFL is. And I understand that, Josh Allen is phenomenal, and Josh Allen is allowed to have outwardly just really bad games, the types of which Patrick almost never has. And we forget about it, and then he has a 6-touchdown game, and he's the most unique quarterback to ever play the position. I get that. It feels like people are finally, breaking their fever of Lamar Jackson, and in part because of his play the last month. And listen, Burrow's amazing, but Burrow's health has been a concern. Those have been, along with Patrick, the 4 best quarterbacks in football for the last half decade. Stafford is making a late charge, and obviously Drake May has been great. But there is the only reason right now anyone is afraid of this Chiefs team right now is because of Patrick, because they don't run the ball well. The offensive line is injured, and I told you the problems with the defense. Now, they have a history of figuring those things out and playing their best ball in the playoffs. But playing your best ball in the playoffs doesn't matter if you miss the playoffs, and that's what they're staring at if they lose to you guys on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, we've called it sort of a statement win if the Texans can get it. You're talking about them in the playoffs. I wanted to get the perspective on what you're seeing. You've been here. You've seen this team. I think this is the best defense I've ever seen from the Texans.
Oh, with respect to J.J. Watt, I don't even think it's a question.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is watching this team week in, week out, where it almost feels like it does not matter what the offense does. The defense is going to consistently put them in position. You're going to see the cut to D'Amico doing that 2-arm down flex on the sideline, fired up. I mean, it's been awesome to watch. D'Amico is, wildly likable. Donnell Hunter is probably one of the more historically underrated guys. It's like, wait, this guy's at 112 sacks? Mm-hmm. So he's just been consistently, somewhere better than very good and not quite excellent for a decade in the NFL. Will Anderson's been great. And then, honestly, if CJ, I don't know. I can't assign why CJ Stroud has looked nothing like rookie CJ Stroud since his rookie year. But if he can recapture that during the stretch run here, you guys are super dangerous. I think the Colts are about to full-on fall apart. I think it's already started. The Jags deserve credit for being 8-4, and they have a few great wins this year, including over the Chargers, the win over the Chiefs. But Trevor's been, and he's my guy, but he's been so shaky. They feel, and they're pretty injured of their skill position guys, that they are, untrustworthy as well. You guys could be as dangerous as anyone if you can just get B, not even B plus, just B quarterback play. And I just right now don't know if I trust this Texans offense and CJ Stroud to do that.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're looking to see in this game to some degree. And one of the things that you mentioned a little bit, but I kind of want to circle back to is the Chiefs' defensive line has not been great about forcing the issue on opposing quarterbacks. And the place that I'm looking at, I know Karlaftis is not carrying the weight that he probably should, but Chris Jones has been oddly silent except for a few flashes. What have you seen from him, and what do you expect from him in this game?
So, listen, Karlaftis needs to be way better. They gave him the contract this offseason. He's done mostly nothing all year. It's been one of the bigger disappointments on the team is his play this year. With Chris, it's going to sound like an excuse. I don't mean it to be. I am going to cut Chris Jones some slack in this regard. He is on the other side of 30, and he has played basically 7 straight 20-game seasons. And I have been while being double-teamed almost every snap of those 20 games. I have been of the belief that Chris has been, last year and then this year, has been essentially, what's the word? Kind of, making sure he has gas in the tank for the stretch run, which I think is smart. I think if you're an older player that's consistently playing, these extra games, making sure that you can be playing your best ball at the end of the year has been a good strategy. The problem right now is, A, no one else is picking up the slack. B, the stretch run has already started. And C, the best of Chris Jones is not quite as good in 2025 as it was in 2022, which is reasonable and to be expected. But an old Bill James quote is, bad teams, I don't think the Chiefs are a bad team, but bad teams have a terrible habit of blaming their best players for their biggest problems. If I were to list problems with the Chiefs defense, Chris Jones would not be one of the first 10 I listed. With that said, he's the highest paid, and he needs to make an impact. And one would hope against the Texans' interior offensive line, he can make that type of impact.
Well, Nick, you know how I feel about you, and I do want to mention this because I thought it was funny. I always pick my spots to text you because I know you're obviously incredibly busy and got a lot of irons in the coals, so to speak. So maybe birthday, maybe, a grandkid talk or something like that. But you texted me, and it just warmed my heart. A picture of you on a boat with a pile of fish, including mahi, and I'm like, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished with Nick.
Great. It was unbelievable. So I won Hank Azaria, who does the voice of a bunch of Simpsons characters, great comedian, great actor. People, if you don't know the name, like you know if you saw him, he and I are pals, and he and I play cards together. And he has a couple different charity poker tournaments a year. And the one last year I played in, and I won, and first prize was like 5 days in a suite at Baha Mar with some stuff included. And so I went down there, but my wife and daughter, it was for 5 days there. I was there for a day and a half because I didn't have the time off from work. And then my wife and daughter were there for the rest of the time. So the day I was there by myself, I was like, I'm just going to go deep sea fishing. I'm going to pay for but I'm gonna pay for like the boat as if I'm taking my whole family. So it's just like the crew and me, but I'm just gonna be the only person that shows up. So I went, and they're like, "Where's the rest of your people?" I'm like, "It's just me, fellas. Let's go." And caught all those damn fish. It was great. I loved it.
That's even more impressive. That's what I would do.
You can't see it right now. Your former co-host is beaming.
Beaming.
Just grinning ear to ear.
Yeah.
I can only imagine. Absolutely. It's great to talk to you guys.
Nick, we appreciate your time. And I'm just learning today that your former co-host, I guess, did not take to when you tried to get him to watch The Wire, so I'll pick up the duty and try and get him to appreciate it here soon.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. It's great talking to you guys.
Have a good one, Nick. Man. There he goes. Nick Wright, host of First Things First on FS1 and What's Right with Nick Wright. It doesn't sound like he believes this will be a scrimmage by any means this time.
Not this time.
There you go. All right.
Not this time.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our Lunchtime Confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. We'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
Coach D'Amico. 2. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this is getting kind of interesting here for me. Yesterday we heard from Tyrann Mathieu, right?
We did.
Right.
And he was on with Kay Adams.
And talking about maybe coming to the Texans, right?
Yeah.
You know what happened today?
I do not.
Justin Simmons was on with Kay Adams.
Okay.
And this happened.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I think it would be game-changing to play for D'Amico. I've heard nothing but great things. I've talked to Kareem all the time, Kareem Jackson. Obviously, his last legit year of playing, I know he was on Buffalo's practice squad a year ago, but before that, he was with Houston, and he was just like, man, you would love it there. The way that D'Amico has things going, the defense is flying around. It's simple. You can play fast. That would be a dream, right, to be able to go play with Houston. Right now, there's not much talk, but it could change now that they're back in the mix and hoping to make a run. So we'll see.
All right, I'm all in. I'm all in. And by the way, he said,
which one would you rather have?
Justin Simmons.
Okay.
How about you?
Probably Justin Simmons.
Well, let's make it a clean sweep.
Yeah?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hell, we wanted him before.
And by the way, he said there's not much talk. He didn't say there's no talk.
And I think I immediately went to thinking about D'Amico when he was asked, like, hey, you know, because they are thin at defensive back. It's 7 total defensive backs that they have on this roster right now, I believe. Shout out to Miles Bryant, and he's still going to have to hold it down even if you bring Justin Simmons in. Like, there's a level of finding out, getting him up to speed and everything. However, I would love the option. Because, again, D'Amico was asked, like, hey, do you think that you are just going to go with what you got in-house? He's like, yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah. Like, it almost was the type of response that
like they're talking. That they're thinking about it.
You know, hey, there's stuff in the back pocket, but we're not ready to talk about it. So, sign me. Because
4-time All-Pro.
Honestly, and I have not consulted the money ramifications of any of this and how you make that happen, but that feels like that's easy to do. Just get them in. If it does work, you don't like.
I'm all in. I'm all in.
It's not anything else than you've been right now. They feel comfortable running Miles Bryant out there if they need to or whatever. Bring in Justin Simmons, man. Do it. Do it now.
Yeah, I'm down with it too, man.
The other thing is D'Amico Ryans is a magnet. Like everybody wants to be, a part of what he's doing. It's crazy.
I mean, he's that type of coach. Yeah. Right? Like he's absolutely that type of coach. He's that type of guy where he covers his players. And look, everybody want to be somewhere where they winning.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I have to admit, I have absolutely no bleeping idea.
About what?
What Dwayne Wade means with this. I've literally
I love this.
I've held this for a number of days. In fact, I saw this on a tweet from November 25th. I didn't see it that day. I saw it a few days after, but at least a week. This has just been on my doc, and I just keep looking at it like, what does the mean? When I ask you, or when I say what does that mean, I'm referring to this Dwayne Wade weighing in on the basketball greatest of all time debate, which we all roll our eyes
I saw this in real time.
And I was so like, funny. There's a lot of answers and there's a lot of reasons for people having that answer. I just don't get this. Quote, Michael Jordan is the greatest player I've ever watched. LeBron James is the greatest player I've ever seen. What does that mean?
That's when you do the
what?
Cartoon. What?
I thought that was the perfect explanation for it.
What?
Hey, man, I ain't trying to get into these arguments back and forth.
Oh, you think he was just being evasive?
Yes, 100%.
See, I think
LeBron is this guy, and he's not stupid. He know Michael Jordan is one of the greatest. So I ain't going to give y'all an answer.
What's the functional difference between watching and seeing in this moment?
He's the greatest I've watched, and he's the greatest I've seen.
This is called sitting on the fence.
But this is sitting on the fence in kind of a fantastic way because there's other ways where you could try and split the baby, right?
Yeah.
Like, LeBron is the greatest that I've seen at this thing, and Michael has been great at something else, right? Or like, this is the biggest superstar I've ever seen, but he's the greatest player. He didn't even do that. He was just like, greatest I've watched and greatest I've seen. Hey, what does that mean? You figure it out.
But see, we heard those conversations all the time. So many people say, oh, yeah, LeBron is the greatest forward type of player, and Jordan was the greatest at this. Nah, man. He's the greatest I ever saw and the greatest I ever seen.
See, I think you could be right. Nobody knows.
He's a smart guy. He know what he's doing.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I think this was him trying to tell people to send this. Let me tell you how deep, my basketball analysis really is. This goes beyond anything you know. There's a difference between watched and seen. No, there's not.
And now that you guys have talked about it, I kind of love it. I still don't understand what it means, but it's beautiful work. Just throw some stuff at him to confuse him and walk away. Because nobody's pulling Dwayne Wayne's card right now. What? Everybody's just still thinking about what? And by the time they're like, they think to say, wait, what do you mean? He's gone. I'm gone.
Yeah. Gone.
I've left.
That's because them two, that's the argument you don't want to have, man, because it ain't no right, and you ain't gonna get anybody off of their stance.
Yeah.
So I love that answer for him, man. I love it.
And I love you on the text line trying to make it make sense because I don't think it can, and I'm pretty sure that's the point.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So we talked about, we talked about it yesterday about Deshaun Watson. The his open window of practice is now here, and the Browns tweeted it and all this other stuff. They show video of him. I guess passing in practice and all that stuff. I gotta confess, man. I think he gonna play this year.
You do?
Some way, somehow. I think he gonna take a snap.
I don't think so, but I'm not gonna say you're wrong.
Yeah,
because,
they rolling him out there, man. It seemed like, to me, I felt like if they really didn't want him around the team, I felt like they will probably be like, you know what, just don't worry about this. But he out there in the drill line.
This inactive, whatever.
He out there in the drill line. He like, if you didn't know the situation, you would be like, damn, he gearing up to play.
There's the quarterback.
I think some way. I mean, even if it's a snap, I think he gonna play somehow. And to kind of get a little messier, I kind of want him to start maybe 2 games just so they could get a teaser. Oh, maybe we had something here.
Oh, God.
Is that not like the...
That would mess everything up.
Yeah, it feels like setting yourself up for the okie doke, because I'm trying to think back, and let me preface this by saying, I do recall that it was very, very bad. Was it worse than Dylan Gabriel and like the early portions of Shedeur Sanders?
I don't think it was that bad. Because it was a couple games, because even... I think I can remember one game against the Ravens. Deshaun Watson actually had a pretty okay game where I'm like, okay, but fortunately ended up getting hurt. I think he hurt his shoulder or something like that. But he wasn't worth the money, of course.
Yeah. Correct.
But I feel like if he played 2 games and looked decent,
man,
that's going to throw everything off, man. People going to be confused. You probably gonna have some people say, "Oh, see, give him a chance."
I feel so bad for Browns fans.
Yeah,
because of that.
That's gonna mess everything
They're gonna get sucked back in.
Yep.
They're gonna.
Well, yeah.
Should
like,
we
and
draft
when you say
a quarterback?
Yeah. I think that's an organizational thing, and if you end up in a place where you decide to bring back Deshaun Watson to try and play quarterback, I don't know how that goes well for you, especially because it feels like the organization had long decided we are just going to ride this out till we can get off the money.
Yeah.
I still think it's more of a contractual obligation thing, but I'm not going to say you're wrong. I mean, could happen.
Yeah.
Could happen.
And the quarterbacks on that squad right now are not good.
They aren't.
Yeah.
They aren't.
And I think if they had the choice, if this would have happened earlier and Deshaun was healthy, he will probably be the starter. Just like throw the money out and all that stuff. He will probably be the better quarterback on that team. And that's not saying a lot.
That's not.
Ooh. I do not envy that situation.
Messy.
Not one bit. But there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. I did say in this hour we were going to give away a pair of tickets, and I try to be a man of my word, so let's do that right now. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to the Houston Hoops Showdown, which features your University of Houston Cougars basketball team facing off against Florida State. That is December 6th. That is this Saturday at Toyota Center. Tickets are courtesy of the Toyota Center, and Toyota Center is excited to host this showdown. Neutral site game clearly between Florida State and Houston, but you can make it a home game for the Cougs by going and buying those tickets or just winning them right now by being call number 10 to 713-572-5252. Excited for that game.
Go see Percy Miller's son out there.
That's right. You got Mercy Miller.
The one thing I forgot to bring up too, man.
It was when they played Syracuse.
Yeah,
and
it was Percy Miller's son versus Carmelo Anthony's son.
I bet New York was losing their mind.
Oh, 100%. It was New York versus New Orleans.
Yeah. But you don't have that matchup, but you will see your University of Houston Cougars. Call number 10, 713-572-4610. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a Thursday. Let's do our staple. Are you buying or selling what these various people in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
Ethos.com/life.
Live Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. And John, does it smell lemony fresh in here?
It does smell lemony fresh in
it's
here.
It's not lemon. I just had
You're eating that orange?
That's right.
Smell like furniture polish.
It sure does. Sure feels like I pledged in here. But that means that I have my vitamin C, and I am adequately ready for one of my favorite segments of every week, a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. Play along if you so choose. John Lopez, what we got?
Man, we got a full docket here of buy or sell. Let's go back to Monday. Monday, post-game, D'Amico Ryans obviously rehashing the big win and talking about, the feel for some of the things at the end of the first half, et cetera. D'Amico Ryans said, quote, "I'm always aggressive."
So. It's objective.
That was quick.
It's objectively false.
At this point, why you lying, man?
That's right.
You over here capping.
I'm always aggressive.
Mr. Cap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like you could take, I guess he is a cap in a different way here, huh? It takes me back to my mind immediately thinks Cat Williams in one of his specials.
Yeah.
He goes, "Do you know that I can see you?" And that's what it feels like. Hey, D'Amico, we can see you.
Yeah,
we can pull up.
We know what happens on the
various
field.
different numbers. Now, I will say, like, he has an aggression in the way that he has, plays defense and
but the question's about.
But exactly.
Yeah, going for it, not going for it.
No, clearly it's a sell.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm selling. Yeah.
I'm selling.
Yeah.
That was a layup.
What I found interesting though is like the clear desire to be somebody who's aggressive. Like, I don't know if he was being tongue-in-cheek in that moment. It didn't strike me as such. But, like, if we are to take him at face value there, is he trying to be aggressive in the way that he does this? Is that what's...
If he is, it ain't taken.
That was the thing that I was like, wait, is this your attempt to be aggressive? I'm very interested or confused as to how that comes about.
Yeah. I'm with you. Are you buying or selling this? Lane Kiffin made a little news this week.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, word.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, is it that Juice is coming with him?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, he did. I don't know if I'm believing that. Yeah, I got to see it to believe it.
We are living in an era where every
the dog his or not.
Every Twitter account, whenever they tweeted anything, I'm like, I don't know if any of this is real.
Yeah.
Nothing is inherently real at any given point, because the Juice Kiffin account started being like, I'm looking forward to going to Baton Rouge, and I was like, what happened? I thought Juice got left.
That's right. He was looking for you in Oxford. There's several I could have gone with. I'm going to go with this one. At his press conference, he said, quote, "I'm telling you right now, I don't know what my contract is here."
So, wait, hold on.
He did go on to say, by the way, "Don't tell me the numbers. I want to make a decision that has nothing to do with numbers." But the first part, "I'm telling you right now, I don't know what my contract is here at LSU."
I want to sell this. Like, Lane Kiffin has been somebody who is, well, maybe this is why you sell it. Lane Kiffin has like chased the prestige again, and I don't know if it's about money, right? He's been in those jobs early on, and since he fell off at like Tennessee, he's been kind of building his way back up to this prestige level. And I don't even know if it's about the money; it's finding his way back to this level of prestige. I could easily see it to where is it Jimmy Sexton that's his agent?
Jimmy Sexton's every coach's agent,
and that's an issue in and of itself.
Yeah.
But not my problem. But I do wonder if he was just like, "Hey, Jimmy, work out the details. You know how to get the money and get what's best. I know that you'll handle that. I'm trying to find the right prestige spot for myself. So I can actually probably, you know what? I'm doing the thing that I like doing, which is trying to be different. I'm gonna buy it. I think that Lane Kiffin is telling the truth, and that he doesn't actually know what his contract details.
I'm actually buying this too.
Whoa!
I feel like Lane Kiffin, and I think y'all might have talked about it early on about how he probably don't necessarily need the most money. He might not be money chasing, just situational type deal.
Yeah.
I can see him saying, "Hey, just make sure I get a private jet every time for my family. Get me a house over here. I need." He probably named some couple item things that he wants, but as far as the money part, he probably like, "Don't. Hey, do your thing."
Believe it or not, I'm buying it too.
Hey,
clean sweep.
What?
Here's the thing.
Being different.
Here's the thing.
I thought I was being different.
Lane Kiffin told a lot of lies this week. A lot of lies.
Name one.
Well, I'll give you one.
Oh, okay.
Right here.
You ain't got to do it. You ain't got it.
Quote, "There was no possible way to do this, in my opinion. any better than we did it. That's
all right,
one.
dog. If you say so.
He told a lot of lies. I think he knew I was going to get $90 million or $100 million if I stayed or if I went.
I thought you were fantastic the first time, honestly.
I was thinking of should I stay or should I go?
No, it landed with me.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Anyway, he knew I'm gonna get a big bag of money. I don't think he really knew exactly what it was.
I hope they handed it to him just
big bag,
the cartoon, and it's just a big sack.
Has a dollar sign on the outside.
No, it says it literally has written on it "bag o' money."
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
I actually buy that. All right, so this one, I think it was making the rounds yesterday or the day before. I'm very interested in y'all's opinion on this, and certainly our listeners. Travis Kelce. He said that in a 2.5-year relationship.
I'm glad you brought this up. I was going to bring this up on the back end if you didn't.
He said that in a 2.5-year relationship with Taylor Swift, they have never argued.
I want to make it clear. Either way, this is a bad thing. I'm buying this, and I think this is a terrible thing. Like, I think that they might have the relationship where they tiptoe around each other, and that's probably not a good thing for all. But I could see him. I could see him being in that space where they don't argue. I could see him being the dude that's just like, whatever you say, babe, whatever you got. Oh, no, you're right. I really should have left the seatbelt. You know what? Yeah, you're right, baby.
I'm kind of buying this too, and this is why I'm buying it. I feel like they probably haven't spent a lot of time together like a normal couple would, because he's on the road all the time during the season. She was doing whatever tour she was doing, the Eras tour and all that stuff. This kind of remind me of back in 2019 when couples was together. Then 2020 hit. Now they stuck in the house together.
Yes,
and a lot of breakups happened during the pandemic. So I think they probably didn't have an argument yet. But once he retire and he's around more and more and more and they together more and more and more, then I think you'll see the real the arguments.
Y'all are a couple of saps. Y'all are just a couple of poor saps. No way, no how, a 2.5-year relationship, no matter how much in love you are with each other, planning weddings, engaged, the whole 9 yards, no way in hell you haven't had an argument.
Well, it might not be an argument. It might be a discussion, John Lopez. Maybe they're just a mature
discussion.
Maybe they're just a mature couple, John Lopez.
You
think about
just
that?
a debate.
Think about the first 2.5 years in your relationship. You, Figgy, and anybody listening, absolutely head over heels, just giddy, just smitten, as people like to say. You still had arguments.
No, I agree with that. I agree, but you got to look at these two though. Like Taylor, who was always on tour.
Yeah.
Travis, always on the road, like playing in football mode, that type of thing. They haven't spent that much time together like that.
They spent more time than you think. He travels with them. And by the way,
you got to wait till they retire.
I know
we seen a lot of people that retired, and then now they at home with the wife.
They didn't realize they didn't know each other.
Yeah, now
who is this person?
Yeah, now they unretiring so they can get out the house.
Saps, y'all are saps. By the way, not that it's the same context. Obviously, the football field. Travis Kelce. He snaps at the snap of a finger. He's slapping teammates. He's bumping his head coach. He's yelling at officials. He's yelled at Patrick Mahomes on the field. This guy, he's probably said, "You do the dishes."
You don't want to be in a song. What's wrong with you?
Well, that's true.
I saw someone tweet a tweet that was saying this with pictures of them seemingly like having dinner somewhere, and it looked like Taylor had raised her voice. I can't tell you. It's a still.
The one at the outdoor cafe.
Yeah, it's a still from far away. You can't tell if anybody's arguing that. Maybe she's just real impassioned talking about something.
No, they were like, "Oh, word." She was talking about fantasy team. Okay. She was mad because somebody
that dang Young Hoo Koo.
Who was that?
Young Ho Koo.
He missed the kick.
He missed that. He hit the big ball. All right, I got a couple I want to get to here. Hopefully we'll have the time. Kansas State Athletic Director Gene Taylor. You're familiar with his work.
I am familiar with his work.
On Texas A&M offensive coordinator Colin Klein being tabbed as the new Wildcats head coach. Quote, "I'm not even sure if I still have his number. I guess I need to find that out at some point.
I mean, it's a sell, but clearly he's doing the thing. He's doing the wink thing, except this feels like he ain't done it in a little while. You know your friend that's not actually funny, but the first time he tries to be funny, you're like, hey, I get what you're doing, and I'll laugh for you in a pity sake, but come on, reel that back in. That's what happened.
He's already probably got a contract.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm selling that too, man.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm selling as well. Chris Fowler from ESPN. Tell me if you're buying or selling this. He was asked, man, I always forget to get the source of this, but he was asked on a podcast about ESPN influencing the college football playoff committee based on the big brands. Quote, viewers think that ESPN's pulling the string. We want the biggest brands. I promise you, ESPN plays no part in that.
He was on Dan Patrick's show, by the way.
That's what it was, Dan Patrick. Yeah.
Sell like crazy. ESPN has been like the biggest thumb on the scale when it comes to the way that
all
college
sports
works.
Everything.
Well, for everything, but particularly college football for a number of years. And look, maybe you could call me a conspiracy theorist. Go ahead and do that. There has been in myriad ways. In fact, we don't have time to get into the various different ways. I don't know exactly how overt, but if we're talking about the clandestine, I am certain that there are many ways that ESPN has done this, from boardrooms to, I don't know if it'll go to like on-air content.
Right.
No, there's a ton of ways in which ESPN has managed to do this.
Yeah, I'm selling it too.
I'm selling it as well. Reggie said it the best way. One more quickie here. Doc Rivers on Giannis being the trade rumors about Giannis Antetokounmpo. I know you say it differently.
I was going to say anything. People know who you're talking about.
Quote, Giannis has never asked to be traded ever. I can't make that more clear.
I buy that.
Really?
100%. All the conversations that have happened.
Oh, yeah, the semantics.
Yeah, all the conversations that have happened have been like him, he could think about
and
doing
agents
this.
And
I think Giannis very much wants to be beloved there, and he should, and he is. I think this is a lot like Damian Lillard, where he was like, I'm true to this. I don't want to run from the grind, and I want to be here. So I feel like when he does actually ask out, it's going to have to be real. Like, he can't do the thing where I'm asking out just to get something done.
Sure.
He can kind of hint at it and maybe make moves like, hey, I need you to do more here. I don't think he's ever asked out for real, but we were probably closer than we've ever been, even with him sustaining the injury that's going to keep him out for a couple weeks.
Yeah, I'm kind of buying that too. I don't think he went to the front office and said, hey, trade me or whatever like that. But I do think he's talking to his team, and they trying to figure out the best way to get him out there and all that.
Yeah, because of what Reggie said, I can see the agents are talking, maybe talking to reporters, and he wants out, but literally going to Doc Rivers or management saying, I want out. Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's a little buy or sell. We love doing that here in the loop. Coming up next, let's get back to the Texans. Do you like that your head coach has this perspective coming in? 713-572-4610. I'll tell you what the perspective is next.
The Drive. Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It is indeed a thirsty Thursday here in the loop, and but it's also even more so a thirsty Thursday once the drive gets rolling, and you'll want to roll out and go see them fine gentlemen out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Spring, right there off of 99. I would give you the address, but I already know what y'all want to do. Go ahead, Figgy, just do it.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
I've accepted my defeat at this point. It's off of 99, though, if you needed
That's
that.
all you got to say.
Yeah, off of 99 there in Spring. Go out and see the fellas. Get you. 8507 comes in on the YouTube page. I'm waiting for the text. I'm sure someone's going to text.
We need to get a shirt to say 8907.
8507 Queens. But people are going to be like, what does that mean? Don't worry about it. It's too much to explain. All right, but yeah, go out see the fellas. They'll be out there from 2 to 6, as they always are. All right, but do you like that your head coach has this perspective on the upcoming Kansas City Chiefs matchup? Obviously, the Chiefs, you have a relationship with them uniquely, intently, right? We talked to Nick Wright.
It's a low-key rival.
Well,
no, it is.
Am I gonna have to do the thing? How much can
in order to have a rivalry, you got to be blah, 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 blah,
I didn't want to have to do it, but it does.
Low-key.
All right, so UT and A&M, not a rivalry.
Some are saying.
Reggie.
Some are
according
saying.
to Reggie. That's according to Reggie.
Some are saying.
The Aggies have had their share. They didn't play for 10 years, 11 years.
Hey, according to Reggie, that's not a rivalry.
Whose fault is that?
Texas.
I'm playing. See, now we're going to get into the mess if we're not careful. Let me move this thing along. But no, you played this team a lot, and as recently as twice last year. D'Amico Ryans was asked, and this is I believe this is cut 11, I believe.
Better be right.
You said what?
I said you better be right.
Okay, well let me double check and make sure. But he was asked about like kind of going back to last year's games to specifically look at fourth down stops or what have you.
This is New Year. We're here to play Kansas City with this team this year.
Do you like that D'Amico has that perspective? Because I feel like I could take it either way.
I actually do. I get that this is one of those where what he says before the game is going to be completely different than after the game if they win. Like he's going to be in the locker room, hey, this was the Chiefs and all that other stuff, or someone will be. I think it is the fair approach right now. And frankly, this is a completely different team. They had a good defense last year. They didn't have this defense, and they had a different offense altogether than they have right now. And I feel they're sort of exercising what they were in the past and trying to create a whole new identity this year, and they are. I actually kind of like it. I do. Yeah.
I like that, especially you're not carrying any of the baggage of it. Like I think that is the perspective that probably informs this perspective for D'Amico Ryans. And it's not like it's a one-off. When we were talking about it at the start of the year, right, when people were asking him, this year, it's that carrying over, he's like, no, every year is different and presents its new challenges. And I will say that I very much appreciate that perspective because it doesn't allow you to get caught up in some things, especially like the positives, more so. Like the things that we did well, we're just going to port those things over. No, you can't say that. And funny enough, in some degrees, a question that we had in the offseason, is this going to keep being a turnover team? Not quite. Like, has that quite been it? It's been a fantastic
better
defense.
Lately.
Been a a little bit better lately. Yeah. But it's been a fantastic defense, but it hasn't turned the ball over like last year. And that's one of those things that if you would come into this year just being like, oh, well, that's going to be there. No, maybe it doesn't. So I appreciate that. However, I don't know that it's entirely different. You're still playing the similar style of defense with, I'm sure, different shifts and changes on it. And you're still playing that offense that Andy Reid rolls out there. Like I still think that there's some things that you can maybe take away from that. Plus, any time that you've had against Patrick Mahomes is time that I think is useful in trying to game plan or at least figure out what happens there.
Oh, I'm not saying they're not looking at some things that went right, some things that went wrong, per se. But in terms of really digging in on even the emotional side of it, of how you play this team and how they've had your number. I don't think that's in the equation at all.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, and I'm interested to see what the listeners say. 713-572-4610. because in that moment I was like, ooh, do I like that perspective? I understand what it comes from.
Yeah.
And I think that you're right. Maybe it does keep you from getting too high or in that moment, even as it feels like the kind of dynamics of this particular matchup has changed from last year versus this year. We talked about that at the start of the show. I don't feel the same level of anxiety. It feels like this is just a level of energy going into this game that is very different from what you had previously had.
No, it is. It absolutely is. I think to the point where when I saw the question or heard the question asked, I kind of knew the answer that was coming. Not just because he's that type of coach that is not going to, he kind of says the same thing about one play at a time and all that. I just thought, I wouldn't want him to. I wouldn't want him to.
979. They still have Fairbairn who can't kick in cold weather. Well, we'll see. Hopefully this team will be significantly better at scoring in the red zone. We talked about that earlier, and I gave you that in the break or one of those breaks that I don't think that you realized was the case. CJ Stroud has not thrown a touchdown pass in each of his last 2 starts.
I did not know that. I had no clue that
he really is only thrown, I think, 11 touchdowns all season long in the 9 games that he's played.
Yeah, that has to change.
It has to.
That has to change.
You think CJ throws a touchdown pass in this one?
I would have to say yes. They're such a focus on the red zone. I mean, you are playing a great defense, but I would have to say yes. Yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, you know what? Yes, I do, because they're clearly going to try to establish the run, but they know. We heard Nick Wright earlier. The third and long defense is going to be the crucial thing here.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's averaged nearly 55 fewer passing yards per game over the last 2 seasons, right? So rather over the last 2 seasons. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting thing to watch. One of the things that's also been interesting today, I guess I should, as it's day 2 of practice on the week. We got some guys back. We mentioned earlier that in the show that there's a lot of guys yesterday on the injury report that did not practice. Will Anderson Jr., Woody Marks, Danico Autry, Trent Brown all did return to practice. So that is good. The guys who were still not practicing were interesting to me because Tim Settle also returned. Kamari Lassiter was not back at practice, nor was Tim Settle. And I want to take you to yesterday because that would get to me. However, D'Amico Ryans was asked for an update on Kamari Lassiter and Woody Marks, obviously, at that point. This is what he said.
Kamari, Woody, Will, they'll be fine. We'll see how the week goes.
Well, that makes me feel a lot better about Kamari because I do feel very good now. I was worried, frankly, about Woody Marks. Once the adrenaline and all that stuff from, sort of gutting it out last week, wore off, I thought he might be, there might be more serious injury with his ankle than we thought. But he's back out there and didn't seem like he was limited at all. Kamari, that makes me feel better because I would be worried 2 days like this without Kamari.
I'm still a little worried, to be completely honest. And as worried as I'm going to be, I guess is the way that I'll put it, because I don't want to make it seem like I'm losing sleep over this. But with the Colts game, I mean, they handled it incredibly well. However, there was one thing, and I think I made mention to you, is like, okay, I think you're starting to see the small effects of the foot speed with Kamari Lassiter. Because, I mean, Alec Pierce, fantastic speed guy in the National Football. Yeah, great ball by Daniel Jones. In the times where he could get passes off, he did throw some really pretty footballs down the field. But yeah, Kamari Lassiter got by Alec Pierce, and not to say that he didn't get his back, right? Like in the larger scale of things, I'm still rocking with Kamari Lassiter real hard, especially then when you add the physicality. But how does that change then when you add a little bit of a knock on that? Plus, one of the things that the Chiefs do have, they do have wide receivers with pace that can challenge you.
Coming back.
Yes.
That have been coming back.
And now, here's the thing. I don't know if Patrick Mahomes is able to get to those guys in that way with the lack of offensive line support.
Yeah.
But that does make me have a small moment of pause when I go, you've seen when you have speedy receivers, the difference in foot speed pop up just a little bit.
Yeah.
And how much does that change also with an injury on top of it?
No, I think that's fair. I think he's going to be – I mean, where else are you targeting? You target Stingley? No. What do you
that's clearly what it's been this year. His teams are like, don't throw it at him.
Yeah, and then on top of that, maybe, a little, nicked up, as they like to say. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, and it tends to affect, it seems, the offenses more than the defenses. It's going to be really cold. It's going to be 20 degrees. That's not ice bowl stuff, but it's going to be, we opened the show with that, kind of a prove it statement type win. If you can get up there in that cold, in that environment, they're used to it. You're not, and play. I think that might affect the offense a little more too. We'll see how.
The Texans offense?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. In what ways are you thinking? Because I feel like the way that they run the football.
Well, D'Amico was talking about it. He's like, all I need is 3 out. In fact, it's cut 2 if you want to hear it, Figgy.
What is the challenge of playing in the cold and the strategies?
Let's hear that, because he's basically saying, suck it up.
Yeah, the strategy for playing in the cold is not to focus on it too much, right? It's a mindset factor. You have 3 hours, like no matter what the weather is, no matter what the temperature, you got to go out and play ball for 3 hours. So it shouldn't be a factor for our guys.
That sounds really cool, right?
Man, I wish I had asked ND about it, because the coach speech of it, like you said, sounds real cool. Mm-hmm. Hey, man, it's 3 hours. Just get in there, play football, and you'll get through that.
Figgy, you lived in Cleveland.
Yeah.
What's it like now when you go back up there?
Cold.
I'm telling you.
Very cold. And I know you get a lot of people saying, oh, yeah, I'm used to it and all that stuff. You never really get used to it.
Especially when you're down here. And I'm not
now,
saying.
You could get adjusted to it if you're up there for a long time, but that first cold weather, that snowstorm, man, people out here be driving like Houstonians in the snow.
You want to know what one of my favorite tweets of all time is? Literally of all time. Came from one Michael Irvin in 2014. All caps, mind you. Man, when we played in that cold weather, we was cold. Period. That is the whole tweet. But that is a dude who will tell you how tough he is going over the middle and everything. Yeah. But he's like, hey, that cold weather was cold. It matters. I think it does matter.
That's kind of my point. And I think for some reason, maybe just because you're gripping the ball and you're trying to grab jerseys and you're not used to. All these guys have played in cold, but you get my point in terms of like week in, week out, this time of year. The Chiefs know what they're doing, and the Texans, it's going to be something new.
I think the thing is, I feel like it's no real way around it because right now, yes, you got to gear up for it, but if you plan on making a run in the playoffs, you're going to have to gear up for it again, man. It's January.
And D'Amico said mindset. Yes, if you have the right mindset, you can probably, and consistently a lot of NFL players from Miami, and Houston, have thrived in cold. I'm just saying it's a little bit of it's something.
And I think
something.
It is.
Yeah.
And to the larger question that we've had in this segment, do you like that your coach has this perspective? I think the answer is yes, because I don't know what other perspective there is.
You have to.
Yeah.
You have to. Yeah.
I think John Harris did a great job when asking this question on the coach's show to D'Amico. Peyton Manning used to do for wet weather. They would have, or was it Brady or whatever, one of them, just waterlogged footballs and forcing him to throw with that. So you have, there's not really a great way of creating that same feeling in any way, unless they're going to go and practice, do walkthroughs in a meat locker or something. There's nothing there.
You just got to go out there and play and not think about, how cold it is. You really got to just go out there and focus. Mental thing.
And before that, you just got to go and tell these boys, hey, man, get your mind right. Get your mind right, and hope that when they get out there, the mind is indeed right. The one thing I will say about the cold, though, that I imagine and I hope helps the Texans is them hits sting harder when it's cold now, don't it?
Yeah, they do.
Like Kamari Lassiter get up and hit you off the edge, or let Aziz Al-Shaair.
Have you tried to kick a football in the cold?
I have not.
Too.
Well,
I don't want to.
That's been one of the
kicking a pile of bricks.
That's been one of the things with Kaimi. One of the very few sort of shortcomings is his late season, often outdoor cold weather success rate. We've talked about it this week.
And then can I give you one more on the D'Amico perspective headed into this game? He was asked, this is cut 15 if you don't mind, what's it like trying to match wits with one Andy Reid?
I don't try to. It's my old coach. I don't try to. I'll let Andy have that. So we're prepared how we need to prepare. Andy's he's a great coach. Had the pleasure of playing for him for 1 year. He's an outstanding coach, and he has a track record to prove that. So, it's always a challenge going on with Andy because, whatever you've seen on tape, he's going to have some type of wrinkle. And there's going to be some type of new play design that we can't prepare for because we haven't seen it, because he's still cutting edge, just a really smart coach, does a great job of positioning his players, making you have to adjust and think on the fly on defense as well. And that's why he's one of the best to ever do it.
You pass this test, you can pass any test. Andy Reid, now he hasn't had 2 weeks to prepare or, coming off a bye week, like a Super Bowl where Andy Reid is going to have stuff that you just have never, ever, ever seen before or never accounted for or whatever. But he's going to be ready. I mean, he is Andy Reid with some special stuff. You pass this test, I don't think you have anything to worry about in terms of this defense.
I think I love this because it's also knowing who you are.
Yeah.
It's like there's a level of awareness. He's like,
he's
like, look, man, I'm not going to try and anticipate what wrinkle he throws at me. We're just going to lean into being the best version, which is kind of his defensive philosophy anyways. Make the defense as relatively simple as possible. Allow your best players to go out and play free and fast and have sound principles. And I think that's going to give them more than any other opportunity when they faced off against the Chiefs, an opportunity to be successful. But there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 6. Coming up next, if I look at the clock, it's about that time we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, we got to talk about the stupid criminal who decided to break into a liquor store and get drunk and pass out.
Oh, the first part didn't sound that stupid. The second part, yeah. Let's talk about it next.
The Texans are headed back. Coach's comments and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. I got to talk about the masked bandit who decided to break into a liquor store, didn't take any money, but actually started drinking the liquor, got drunk, and passed out right on the floor.
Wino.
Lopez, we're right.
Yeah, we were right.
We're right. So we don't know what's coming in the mixtape, just to pull back the curtain. But with your tease, we started speculating here in the studio, and we were like, I don't know. The way that you just set it up again, and maybe you did it the first time and I didn't pay attention. You said the masked bandit, and we were like, that's all the confirmation I needed. I think I know what's happening.
All right, let's go to ABC 13 with the news.
And a raccoon is going viral after ransacking a Virginia liquor store and being too drunk to even leave the scene. The local animal shelter says the masked bandit broke into the store, drank multiple types of alcohol, then passed out in the bathroom. Officials say they took the very intoxicated raccoon to the shelter to sober up before releasing him back into the wild. Now he's going to tell all his friends. They're all going to go back.
Yeah, you didn't send him to rehab first? He has an addiction, clearly.
No, he got sent to county just like the rest of us.
Dry out and then hit the streets.
Just like any other drunk.
Yeah.
You gotta get in that corner of that concrete cell and just get right.
Yeah. This was hilarious. This is why I don't like raccoons. Mm-hmm. I think
they actually are mean.
Yes.
Yeah. And they're smarter than you give them credit for, too.
Yeah.
Which is a bad combination.
Yeah. This kind of reminded me of the time my dad had a raccoon in the house. Mm-hmm. He was in his room just chilling and saw the raccoon and just go in the kitchen.
He just walked by like, all right, what's happening?
Like, wait a minute. And then the raccoon started coming towards him.
Yes.
And he kind of threw something like, get out of here. Mm-hmm. And he ran and then tried to run back. Like, get out of here. And then ended up shutting the door the whole time. Like, oh, man, how the hell I'm going to get out of here? The raccoon ended up getting in the house through the chimney.
Yeah.
So I guess it was a little break inside the chimney, and he ended up climbing up on the house and falling in. So they ended up getting somebody to come get it. But what's funny is I thought the house was going to be just totally destroyed. Mm-hmm. It was one cup, one plastic cup.
Oh, they're clean.
One plastic cup.
They wash their food before they eat it, yeah.
It was one plastic cup they got out the cupboard. Mm-hmm. It was right in the middle of the floor. Yeah. That was it.
Yeah.
How dare he not put it in the sink?
They're clean, mean little creatures.
Rob on the YouTube page, one called it a trashed panda, which is clever because they're frequently referred to as trash pandas. He said they're mean, smart, and they have thumbs, which is all technically correct.
Yeah. I had to shoot one once.
What?
I did. Yeah, it was rabid.
Animal cruelty, huh?
It was no.
I always knew you hated animals.
It was rabid. And it was out in the daytime, which is another bad sign. You don't want to see a raccoon in the daytime.
Yes.
And all my neighbors were saying, we got to call. The county or whatever called, and they said we can't come out. And and the kids were out there.
Oh yeah.
Well, I went and got my shotgun.
Did you get it on the first try?
Of course.
What you talking about? Of course, like you some type of expert.
I'm not, but
Elmer
I was
over
lucky.
Here.
I was lucky that time. But the problem with this raccoon is he mixed the liquors. Everybody knows liquor before beer, and he was mixing all these alcohol.
I wonder what liquor he was drinking.
See, this is where real investigative journalists. See, this is the problem with journalism nowadays. Nobody went and found out what he got into. I want to know what kind of
into the Henny.
I want to know what kind of alcohol. I want to know what shelf alcohol.
Dark or light.
He was drinking the schnapps.
You know what I mean? Is he a bougie drinker? You know what I mean? Was he going for the Johnny Walker Blue or whatever? Or was he? Where was he at?
You have to think about this logically. That's a trash animal. So he had.
Yeah, but you say that. That's because that's what's available. When the nice stuff is available, maybe he liked that. You know?
So I'm thinking Goldschlager, schnapps.
A little Casamigos.
Oh, what's the other one? In the green bottle?
You're asking the wrong
Jameson.
person. No. Oh, Jaeger?
Jaeger bombs.
Jaeger bombs.
Grey Goose, someone said.
Grey Goose.
Blaming on the goose. Got you getting
Oh
loose.
no! Don't tell me that if I find out that the raccoon's on Fireball, that'd be the easiest way. I'd be like, even raccoons drink Fireball.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a lot of people have run-ins with raccoons. Apparently, did not realize.
Yeah, I seen a raccoon kind of like a couple weeks ago in broad daylight.
In your house, in your backyard,
no,
like
it was not-
the rooster.
Hey, don't talk too loud, man. I don't need them to come back there.
They're probably, if you see them out running around in the day, they're probably rabid.
And the thing is, it wasn't even by my house. It was kind of towards Midtown-ish. And I was getting a haircut. I'm like, is that a raccoon? I'm like, yo, you are lost, buddy. Because it ain't no grass around here. It ain't no type of trees or anything
He said
around here.
he wasn't there for none of that.
That brother was in the city.
He said, point me to the nearest liquor store.
Yeah.
My homeboy said that they kind of fire when you get in there.
Yeah.
But that actually reminds me, because someone said their wife's grandparents feed the raccoons lots of bread, and they're just fat. I have a friend who actually, in her backyard, because she has a backyard that's open to like, the wildlife, whatever.
Yeah.
There are geese that come up to her backyard oftentimes, and there is a raccoon comes and just chills on her patio that she feeds. Seems really cool, but I feel like that you're setting yourself up for
Yeah,
a
you
bad
are.
day.
Yeah, speaking of cool, remember Lopez, remember this? It was a guy that used to work here for the Bull named Cowboy Dave.
Oh, yeah.
This brother had a pet raccoon.
Pet raccoon?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did he do tricks?
In the house.
I forgot
It was
about that.
running around in the house.
In the house.
To the point, I think he posted it on his Instagram. And this is too much information right here, but he was clearly using the bathroom.
Oh, no.
And the raccoon was right in between his underwear.
Oh, God.
It was
First
just
of all, why are
hanging
you even doing that with no raccoon? I mean,
yeah, I don't even want a dog right there, man. Like, but
And y'all wonder why I don't be eating everybody's potluck. Okay.
yeah, the raccoon got them hands too. They can whip up something.
Yeah.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So one thing I feel like a lot of people, especially whenever they talk about sports, the one thing they do that I used to hate is when they refer to people that's in the 20-year-old range, 20 to 20, as kids. So CJ, yeah, it's a great kid. And I was like, man, that's a grown man. Like, don't be calling nobody no kid. And I totally get it from a sports point.
Yeah.
That, why you might call him a kid or coaches might call him a kid. But I feel like I might have to change my tune a little bit on that.
Okay.
Because maybe they are kids. And so let's go to Nate Burleson. You got a show on CBS. You do a morning show on
CBS Mornings,
Yeah, CBS Mornings. So here's Nate Burleson talking about a new study that says they might be, I guess, got to pump the brakes on not calling these grown men kids.
Researchers at the University of Cambridge now say that adolescence, the developmental stage between childhood and adulthood, lasts until your early 30s.
Say what?
Come on now.
Wow.
Researchers say during this time, the brain's white matter, which is used for communication and learning, continues to change and grow. Wait, what are you raising your hand for, Tony?
You're giving cover to people acting like kids into their 30s, and I'm not here for it.
But listen,
I'm an old man now.
We are both old men, but we're in our 40s though, so we're out of that stage. But if you are in your 20s or even in your 30s, and your spouse says to you, "Grow up," yes, I'm trying.
No,
I'm literally
no,
still trying to grow up.
Touch your knees like that. I'm trying.
I'm trying.
I kind of buy it.
Really?
Yeah.
We were literally just having a conversation about this, inspired by, did you see Jordan Hudson, what she's been doing lately? I don't know if we talked about it.
I'm gonna sue.
Yeah, she said that she's planning on suing Pablo Torre for defamation for all the stories that he done.
She actually did.
They was tweeting each other too.
She actually did the Freedom of Information Act.
That is the thing that I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
So if you're not familiar, the Freedom of Information Act dictates that public institutions, if information is requested, that they are obliged to give that information. Obviously, you can redact things that are of a certain importance or security issue, but they're obliged to have to give that information. So she did that process for the University of North Carolina, trying to get information from the athletic director and stuff. And I'm just looking
emails.
at UNC's got to be here. Like, why are you here?
Yeah, they probably like, we made it.
She's a kid.
At least she acting like one sometimes.
How old is she? 23?
24?
Yes,
24?
23, I believe.
Is it
Or she
23?
might be. Either way.
Either way,
that's still pretty young, though, man.
The thing about it is, you're in a, obviously you are as an adult in terms of 18 and 21 and all that, you don't really feel like you're an adult until you're in your 30s.
Yeah.
You really don't.
I legitimately was having this thought maybe a few weeks ago. I was like, damn, man, like I guess I'm actually an adult now? That's crazy how that happens.
It feel like I am mentally in the mental place. I feel like I am because every time I go out somewhere, I'm looking at my watch like, man, I got to get home.
But it's not even about that.
I think just my mind. It's just my mindset, though, where I'm like, nah, I ain't trying to do all of that now.
To me, it's
I
not
kind of
even
accepted
about,
my role.
It's not even about like, oh, I must be getting old because I go to bed at 9 or whatever. No, it's not even about that. Like just the way you think. The way you think, I think you really don't feel like an adult until you're in your 30s. You really don't.
No.
Yeah.
And you know what I want to do now? 713-572-4610. What's the thing that you did in your 20s that proves that you were not an adult yet? I just can't wait to see the things that you guys let us know.
Yeah. I probably have a few of them, to be honest. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610, Figgy holding it down on a Thursday. I shout out to Bots of Legacy, who always show love. He always send me some cool videos and stuff to talk about in the mixtape. Follow him on social media. He sent me this video. This is a throwback video of Michael Jackson, the king of pop, rest in peace. The one guy Lopez don't really care for that.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like that's not what your Spotify rap said.
Yep. Your Spotify wrap up say something else. But
we really should give him more credit, but we don't.
Yeah, nah, he ain't, man. He lived through Michael Jackson, and they ain't nowhere to be found in this playlist.
You don't know that. It was only the top 5.
He ain't even in your top 20. But here's a throwback video of the time Michael Jackson was roaming around Memorial City Mall.
In a sea of 600 screaming fans and in front of eyewitness news cameras, Michael Jackson made his way through Memorial City Mall last night to do a little shopping. The pop star was actually in Houston to visit with one of his attorneys about some music contract issues, but made the surprise visit to the delight of his fans.
Like, okay, I need to go somewhere where I can feel some love. Let's go shopping in Houston and buy some toys.
Rula Christie is the co-host of the Rula and Ryan Show on 96.5 FM. She says the phone were ringing off the hook with hysterical Houstonians.
I think that it is very much the hype of celebrity, very much, because, like I said, we don't see people like that every day in this city just shopping for toys. You just get swept up in the moment. You know, he's got the entourage around him. He's got the cameras. People are screaming. They want to shake his hand. I can't believe he's here. Why is he in Houston?
Whether or not you like Michael Jackson, Rula says everyone has an opinion about the king of pop.
I thought that was cool, man.
It was cool, but did he have to be buying toys?
Yeah, I was like, this is uncomfortable with all the things that have been alleged
Seriously,
and so on and so forth.
She mentioned it a couple of times. He's buying toys. I'm like, just keep that to yourself.
Well, it's wholesome, you know? It's a very childlike
Maybe it was around the holiday or something.
I hope so. God, I hope so. God, I hope
or maybe
so.
Christmas in July.
Oh. That was the only part that I was like, could have done without that. Who's the biggest celebrity? We all have been lucky and talked to celebrities and interviewed them over the years and stuff. But who's the biggest celebrity you've seen just in the wild?
Not the biggest celebrity, but is a formative moment for me when I was at, I think it was actually the Sam's Club off of 59 over there, Sugarland, with me and my mom. And I just looked over, and I want to say it was over by the bakery. Now, the details are flooding back. And I'm like, is that Calvin Murphy?
Okay.
And it's not the biggest, but it mattered to me as a young kid that loved the Rockets. And I was like, is that Calvin Murphy? My mom was like, go say hi to him. I was like, nah, he's shopping. Let the man shop.
It was one time I didn't see this person in person, but I had left right when the person got there. And to the point, I'm like, damn, I should go back. But Kanye West was in the Galleria.
Oh, wow.
He was in the Galleria with his daughter, Northwest.
Oh, so this is relatively recent.
Yeah, this was probably 2017-ish, 2018-ish. It was somewhere around. It might have been around 2020. I can't remember, but yeah, he was walking with his daughter Northwest, and I'm like, I was just in there.
Yeah,
and I knew it was recent too because somebody. It didn't come from him, obviously, but it came from like an account that somebody was recording, and they immediately posted it. So I'm like, oh man, I could have, I would have loved to get a glimpse of Kanye just strutting through there like a crazy man.
I saw Billy Bob Thornton at a barbecue restaurant.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
Just getting his tray.
Minding his business.
He didn't go with the brisket. He was smart. He did some veggies and some turkey, but it was forget which place it was, but yeah, just getting straight, going to eat some barbecue with a buddy.
Did he? Okay, you said turkey. I was about to say, did you take account of what he got?
Not. I noticed. I remember distinctly. It wasn't like brisket.
And you were
or
disappointed,
sausage.
I'm sure.
Yeah, come on, live a little. You know, live a little.
346 Jim Leland, the Galleria. Biggio was sitting right in front of me at Six Flags, and then sat courtside next to Tillman at a Rocks game. Oh, you done live some life. 832 said Charles Barkley and Paris Hilton. Now I'm wondering, same incident? Same time?
Together?
Or different? Yeah, like what happened
Do we
there?
have a story?
Yeah, that's fun. That's fun.
My wife saw Jose Altuve shopping at HEB.
Oh, so he lives his raps.
Actually shopping himself.
Shout out to him
HEB.
living his raps.
Yeah.
Love it.
Okay.
Very good.
Get you guys out of here on this. Shout out to John McClain for getting this account back.
Man,
the General's back.
Has it been 2 months?
It's been about 2 months.
Yeah.
And I know he had some lawyers and attorneys involved trying to get it back. I feel like it kind of took a little longer than.
Well, our guy Michael B got his in like a week and a half
with no attorney.
Yeah.
And I think Michael Beckman. I salute to him. I think he probably was out of it for about maybe a couple weeks
at the most.
Yeah, John McClain. I'm like, man, who did you hire, man? You should have been had this account back.
They clearly charge by the hour.
Yeah, man. I'm like, dang, but kind of glad he got his account back and he back to doing what John McClain like to do: retweet everything.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Retweet everything.
I still remember the first retweet that I got from John McClain. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. What is happening?
That's probably how he got hacked.
What, retweeting who?
No, remember you were getting messages?
Yeah,
hey, I'm
click
going to
this
do
link.
this podcast. He probably like, well, I'm going to help this guy.
Let me support.
Boom.
So you're telling me he was just too kind. I understand.
Yeah. And then I don't know if you guys know this, but on this day 3 years ago, I want to say, Deshaun Watson made his appearance back in Houston to face the Houston Texans, December 4th.
Oh, man.
Gosh, I really did not think about that.
Yep, we were right here. His first game after the suspension and after all the drama. First game back at NRG. And the Boo Birds was going.
Yeah, they were.
I wonder why.
Oh, that was the Hannah game, right?
Yes.
Okay,
that was the only time he played here.
That's right. Yeah, and she turns, and that was awesome.
She did
the heel turn, a literal heel turn.
Yep.
That was awesome.
And I think that was the game Tony Busby decided to bring the accusers and buy out a suite.
Oh, that's right.
So they could watch the game. It was a lot of drama.
That was Kyle Allen starting, huh?
Must have been.
Yeah, because it was 27-14 Cleveland Browns. I wanted to see the Deshaun Watson stat line: 12 of 22, 131 yards,
good.
interception.
Yeah,
a passer rating of 53.4, which was outdone by Kyle Allen's passer rating of 53.5. Yeah.
I actually think that was the time when Lovie Smith, remember everybody like, go to Kyle Allen. And then went to Kyle Allen. And then he was like, see, I'm going back to Davis Mills. That was that drama right there, too.
This made me sad. You know who the leading rusher was for your Houston Texans in that game?
Who's that?
Damen Pierce. 18 carries, 73 yards.
Man.
Dang, that was a nice
good
little game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And now you might see Damen Pierce this weekend if he, depending on how much burn he actually gets from the Kansas City Chiefs. Man, time changes, don't it?
Yep. And I remember being at that press conference at the end of the game with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
And that PR person for Cleveland was like, all right, we switching this up.
Wrapping it up.
Mary Kay Cabot. We going to go to you over here, and we wrapping this up.
We are done.
We ain't going to nobody.
All right, there you go. That's Mixtape right here on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday. Coming up next, let's see what the fellas got going out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in spring right there off of 99. But before we get there, big-time player in the NBA, seemingly like he might want to be traded. So let's do the thing. You see it with the Rockets? We'll do that next.
All right, speaking of
Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Yeah, this ain't no good thing, unfortunately. Mike Garafolo of NFL Network, he's an insider, and he has insight into the Texans that I wish he didn't. And I'll read verbatim. Texans defensive tackle Tim Settle Jr. is slated to undergo foot surgery that will sideline him for the rest of the season, sources say. So Tim Settle, who's been a very important, vital piece of this defensive front. We talked about it coming into the season that it felt like the interior defensive help could be something that they could use. They brought back Sheldon Rankins, but Sheldon Rankins next to Tim Settle, those guys were kind of your front line, and obviously you rotated in the likes of Tommy Togiai and Mario Edwards. I imagine it's probably more on the latter of those two to step in now, but still, that's three defensive tackles, so I imagine there's going to need to be more. But yes, if you're just tuning in, just before we went to break, as really just 10 minutes ago, Tim Settle Jr. slated to undergo foot surgery. He is done for the year. How does this hit you, man?
Well, he's had a very good season, arguably the best among them in between the tackles. I want to say that it's not that big of a hit because you're so deep, but then when you think about it, depth is how they've gotten so good in the middle. Depth is what their strength is. You're rotating Settle and Rankins and Togiai and all this. It's a big hit. No, it's a big hit up the middle.
Yeah, he done such a great job. And as you mentioned, rotating in. I think that Mario Edwards can stand the gap, but I felt like, at least to me, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, because it's very possible I am, it felt like Tim Settle was like one order better than what Mario Edwards brings, but Rio is a valuable part that they trust and they believe in. Togiai, I think I always view him as more of a Sheldon Rankins backup, right? That more of that one tech versus more of that three tech, but they rotated him in consistently. I wonder how much this is going to be incumbent upon Danico Autry to slide inside and play a little bit more of that three tech as opposed to an outside rush.
Oh, I don't know. I think you'll see that some. I think it's Togiai. I think Togiai is going to get a lot more reps. He has been getting more snaps, actually. But it's significant. I'm not saying, oh, my gosh, there goes the season. But it's significant because they were all about the depth, all about the rotation and how they excelled there.
Yeah. So, Tim Settle, done for the season. He only had one sack on the year, but we know that those inherent sack numbers aren't necessarily going to tell the story of what they do. It did bring up, though, a reminder that the 30-year-old Folu Fatukasi, who was probably the big one tech that you used a lot, he's not filling in the gap, I think, there, or he wouldn't even if he was available. He's just been existent for this team this year.
He is still on injured reserve. I don't know what the status is, if it's a season ender, if it was just a stash or whatever. You do have a defensive tackle on IR, and we haven't seen, in terms of him being activated and all that stuff too, for practice, et cetera. So I would say at least this week that's a no-go.
Oh, and no, I don't think he's. I was just like, that was a curiosity. I think I imagine when it comes to immediate answers, at least to apply more depth. One, I think, is, again, Danico Autry maybe sliding back in a little bit more. But then of the guys that you have on your practice squad, Junior Tafuna, Hegai Nubisi, who was the kind of international player that they had brought in and worked with.
He's a development piece.
He does feel like he's a development piece. Yeah. And then Marlon Davidson. I'd be interested to see how they actually utilize them. And, of course, I should have known that this text was coming from the 832. Okay, JJ. If you said the Texans ever had a need.
That was fast.
Damn.
That was fast.
Also, JJ looking svelte, man. JJ looking svelte right now. Even if you were bringing him back, I feel like you'd be bringing him back to the edge. You bringing him back to deep tackle?
Yeah.
Get in here and mix it up with these big boys, JJ. No, but I think that you can much stem the tide. I think that this is very much a the shorter term I'm not as concerned about. I think that for me, this gets to be interesting as you get into the postseason. Lord willing, right? Because now I'm just saying things as if they already are, and they still need to do the work to get there. It feels like they will, mind you, but yeah, huge loss. Not one that they can't get by, but definitely one that they will feel. Tim Settle, defensive tackle, undergoing foot surgery that will put him on the bench for the remainder of the season.
And it is worth mentioning, the one thing that I really wasn't concerned about, because D'Amico Ryan gave us the indication that, Kamari Lassiter would be fine. Well, he didn't practice today either.
Right.
The ones that didn't practice today were Tim Settle, which we've just figured out why, and Kamari Lassiter. So we'll see where he is tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think it'll also be telling if we start seeing some workouts happen at some point. But again, look, you've got guys that I believe fully in, and that I know they believe fully in to step into it. You mentioned Tommy Togiai, who will get more burn. Mario Edwards will get more burn. I think that that's fine. I think, though, one of the things that's made this defensive line really, really good, especially the interior, is keeping guys fresh and rotating in. And it gets a little bit more difficult to rotate when you're talking about three as opposed to four. So we'll see how that looks as it goes. But yeah, the breaking news at the moment: defensive tackle Tim Settle broke a foot, will rather be on the shelf for the rest of the season. All right, is it time to go out to the Buffalo Wild Wings in spring, or out there off of 99? If not, I don't know if I have time to really jump into this in the way that I want to, John. The idea of Giannis Antetokounmpo being out here and possibly being on the trading block. I know that he has not fully expressed that yet, but the NBA world is already churning. Yeah. It's already churning, and people are like, oh, where could he land? Odds are out there. I know that the Knicks were one of those teams that were widely regarded as a good possibility.
Pistons, Spurs, Rockets.
Spurs, I believe, is the betting odds favorite right now. Is there anything in you that would like the possibility of Giannis with the Houston Rockets?
Hey, we've done this before.
We have. We
have done this before. We were doing remember the Durant and Giannis?
And what did I say?
Give up?
What did I say? I was like, I'm more on the Kevin Durant side than I am on the Giannis side, which sounded insane.
Yeah. So the answer is yes. I mean, you kick the tires. I mean,
you giving up though, man.
That's the thing.
It's Iprin, man, has to be the starting point of this. It has to.
I mean, Şengün to me is,
and you know they're going to want Reed.
Yeah, Reed Shepard might be in there, but you got a ton of draft picks, and I think they're going to want a big time player, relatively young. They're going to want Şengün, and you're going to say no. and then you're going to start talking about some of these others.
So the ESPN, and this is not the end all be all, but they threw out some possible trade scenarios. The one that they threw up for the possibility of the Rockets is the Rockets getting Giannis Antetokounmpo and Thanasis. Hey, you get 2 Antetokounmpos for the price of 1. The Bucks would get the 2027 first-round pick, unprotected from the Suns, which honestly
is pretty.
We'll see what that looks like after coming up. Fred VanVleet, obviously matching salary, and Alperen Şengün.
Yeah, Şengün to me is the one that's a no-go. I can even listen to a man.
Because of the way the season has started?
No, but because of what you're getting back in Giannis. Talk about somebody who can run the floor and finish. And
man, you talk about size and length. That'd be crazy size and length. That you'd be.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm there with it. I think that it just.
So you're a no.
I think I'm a no. He's 30, so it's not like he's crazy old. But Alperen Şengün is 23. Amen Thompson also in that same age range. He probably still has another 5 or 6 years, but the runway that you're talking about with these guys that are starting to really hit the place that they should be, like Alperen looks fantastic.
I thought we were in win now mode, man.
I mean, I think you are, but I think you also win now without sacrificing the runway that you have. And that feels weird because, again, I think Giannis will be very good. I mean, for a number of years, I was listening to a podcast as we welcome in the fellas from The Drive, courtesy of D&M All Leasing. I was listening to a podcast that highlighted the fact that player efficiency rating is a really interesting rating. The best one that we've ever seen in NBA history was 3 years back with Nikola Jokic. This year, there are 3 players that, if their season was to end today, would top that already. Best PR, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, and Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's still playing at an MVP level. And so with you fellas out there at the Buffalo Wild Wings in spring, would you be at all interested in the possibility of Giannis?
Hey, look here, man. This is typically reserved for me and Rondo Hughley.
Oh, yeah. We know a good one when we hear it.
But I mean, I'm hoping you got some inside information. Can you tell me that big fella's last name one more time?
John just sitting there listening to
Giannis Antetokounmpo. It is a Yoruba pronunciation. It's Nigerian, so yeah.
Hell no, that ain't right, Reg. Hell no. I mean, you just said it 4 times like we're all supposed to know what that is.
I'll be honest, Reggie. I have not heard it pronounced that way. Are you telling me that it is not Antetokounmpo, that is actually the proper way to pronounce it?
It is for you and me. It is for you and me.
Okay, so Antetokounmpo is the Nigerian pronunciation. If you remember his family, Nigerian originally, they emigrated to Greece, and then they did the Greekizing, I guess, for lack of a better term, of their name, and then they changed some letters in there. And so if you were reading it off of that Greek spelling of the name, it is Antetokounmpo, but the original Yoruba pronunciation is Antetokounmpo.
So let me ask you this: when did you decide to just take the Nigerian way of saying this man's name and roll with it?
From the jump, I'm guessing.
I mean, we got to get to the bottom of this. Hell, if I'd have done that, I'd be getting butchered right now.
I was going to say,
you a damn hayseed. You don't know that guy's name. What the hell's wrong with you?
And I was going to say, because Lopez just let it ride the
I've
whole
heard it a
way.
few times. I actually brought it up earlier. I said I called him Antetokounmpo, and I said Reggie says it different.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, I think
I was about to say, man.
I try and always check with the check. When the players have said their names, and I remember early on when he was asked, he was like, "Well, the original Nigerian version is this," but most people will say it like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I'm Nigerian. That's what we got. That's it. That was all the decision-making process that I needed.
Boy, I tell you what, half of Houston out there is going, who in the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, I never heard of this guy. He's an MVP.
Because he's saying it with such confidence.
I typically don't watch early season NBA, but I'm going to turn this TV on and see who this guy is.
He's saying it with confidence. He said you don't want 2. You don't want them to get 2 of them.
Boy, I tell you, that's a hard enough one to say right there, but you put a different spin on that piece. That was nice. What's going on,
I know
boys?
that wasn't inherently a compliment, but I'll take it as one.
Well, no, hell, I mean, it wasn't bad, good, bad, or indifferent. It just is what it is. You got good reasoning.
I know last night he looked like Dan Marino and everybody else that I've ever seen that looked like they've blown an Achilles. But I guess it's the old calf strain.
That's what
they say 3 or 4 weeks now.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, he started running up the court and went down immediately and started looking behind him.
Yep.
That's what everybody I've ever seen looks like they've blown an Achilles. That what they say he has looks like the precursor to what we've been seeing lately.
Well, that's
so
what that's what they called Durant's injury at first.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hope that's what they called Halliburton's injury till he was splattered out in the middle of the floor in the NBA final.
Yeah.
Hope that doesn't happen to Giannis.
I mean, yeah. I'm sure that the Bucks hope it more than anything.
Or that team that's thinking about the Knicks, that would happen to the Knicks. That would be perfect. I don't want that to happen to Giannis.
It looks like that might happen to the Colts. Speaking of,
yeah.
Oh, Sauce. I mean, that's got the makings of it right there, boy.
Yeah.
What's it looking like out there? How's it looking at the Buffalo Wild Wings?
That's good, man. It's beautiful out here. This is one of our favorite spots around here. As we've been out here multiple times out here in Spring, Grand Parkway here in Spring, so it's a good time to be had, not empty-handed. As you know it, you got a chance to win prizes throughout the show, so come on out. And somebody already walked up to Shay and said, when does that raffle start?
All right.
When does that raffle start? All right, go ahead. He'll take care of you. We got a projector, we got a signed football, we got it all here for you right here at Buffalo Wild Wings on a little Thirsty Thursday.
Oh, excellent. Looking forward to it. I see you 8 through 2. When is the drive starting? Well, right now. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Yes, indeed, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and we are live, as I said here, Buffalo Wild Wings here in Spring. Come on out. Make your way out here, North Grand Parkway. Here in Spring, that's the exit to get on off of, and you can't miss it right down the road to your right. So come on out and hang out with us. Great food, great drink. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to Bud Light as they help us put forth Thirsty Thursday
and
each
the Bud
and
Light
every
girls.
Week. They're not here yet, but you're darn right.
Damn it.
They will be here soon. The Bud Light girls will be here soon to help you enjoy yourself more. Here,
I tell you, see, I mean, you two, boy. I mean,
try to walk.
Damn, how'd y'all get married?
To help yourself.
I'm feeling
to enjoy
nasty.
yourself. I know you do. I felt the way you came out there.
Are you breathing?
You don't just wear a top shirt like that and not feel nasty. I know I don't mean the card. I think tops that means a little bit more. What that tops mean, right there. But no, come on out here, have a good time.
Are baseball cards still a thing?
Oh, I'm certain they are.
Do people still collect baseball cards?
I'm certain they are.
I haven't added to mine, but I got 3 binders at the house.
I'm about to say, I bet you somebody's got a Shohei Ohtani card that may be worth something. I'm sure. I've got to be. I mean, I've got to be still collecting them with people potentially having, rookie cards or something worth a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I got 2 big crates full of baseball cards and football cards and things of that nature. Hell, I got full sets of the old upper decks back in the day, man. I just didn't know. I wonder if that's still a thing. I wonder if I'm sitting on a lottery ticket in them deals. Yeah, I need to check it out, man.
What you got in there? Maybe I think I got a Frank Thomas rookie card somewhere in me.
I don't know how much Frank's gonna bring it, but I've got.
I have a Clint Stoerner Dallas Cowboys card. No lie.
Yeah, I got a whole stack of them joints.
I don't believe you.
I got a stack of them joints.
I want to see it. I'll bring it.
I'll bring you one, Ron. I'll bring you one.
No, I want to see the one Tyler has.
Oh,
okay. Tyler just strummed out with the Clint Stoerner one.
Somebody in the Heights stumbled up on Tyler and had it in their back pocket, hoping they'd run into him. Say, here you go. Here, look, it's your buddy right here, man.
All right. Well, coming up, a good time is to be had, and we look here soon. Any moment now, actually, we will hear from a guy, Clint. I think you believe has really changed this season for the Texans. Trent Brown, the big fella. I ain't gonna lie to you, and I don't know if I'll bring this up to Trent. Trent's going to join us any moment now. Trent, my man Trent, I thought about him when I went on the plane last week. I thought to myself, boy, man, what's it like for him? Like, I understand now, thank God he found football, and he's probably not having to ride Southwest like I did or any commercial. But damn, man, but still, man, like there's like even I've rode first class. There may be some first class that may not just be 100% great for him either. I mean, that is like I think about a guy like 6'8", 3 whatever he is. I know I've heard 380. I'm not sure. I don't want to disrespect that man.
Well, hell, ask him.
But I mean, I'm thinking to myself, what's it like for him? What would it be like for him just to have to fly to Dallas Southwest?
I'm telling you, Sprinter van. Hey, I'd have one of those things customized, baby. And the driver.
Hey, man. Hey, how much would Cal McNair have to pay you, Trent, to ride in the middle seat on a full flight?
Hold on, Joe.
On a Southwest flight to Seattle. How much would they have to pay you? Well, he'll be joining us coming up here soon. But real quick before we get to Trent Brown, he's a part of this as well. The injury report out with the Texans. We talked about a lot of guys who missed yesterday. Well, Kamari Lassiter, he returned to practice with that foot. Will Anderson returned to practice with the chest and shoulder issue. Woody Marks, big one. We know the ankle foot situation. Clint, he returned to practice. Danico Autry, he has been missing that first practice and then going the rest of the week. He returns, and then who we'll speak to here in a bit, Trent Brown. He returned with a broken finger. Only one who did practice, Tim Settle, with the foot issue. But speaking of Trent Brown, who good to return to practice. Trent, we was just sitting there. We was just talking to you about this, Trent, man, and I was thinking about you. I had to fly back home, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, I don't know if they could pay good money. They could pay Trent enough money to ride in the middle seat on a Southwest flight to Kansas City like I took. I just don't even know that you could even negotiate that, Trent.
Man, if we're going to play some ball, it ain't that long of a flight. I'll make it work.
Hey, Trent, I want everybody. I want that flight attendant to say, "All right, we got a full flight coming," and then you come rolling down the middle of that aisle. Nothing but middle seats left.
Hey, Trent's like, I know one thing. I'm more comfortable than these two jokers next to me.
I was just about to say that. I tell you what, I'm gonna have over them armrests. I'll tell you that.
Armrest, hell, you gonna have your arms in their lap.
Hell, the hell with that, Trent. We got to lift them armrests. I'm telling you. I tell Trent, hey, man, you take this out, man. Good. You need that a little bit longer than I do. All right, man. Man, good to talk to you. And my partner here, and I'm sure he'll get into it, man. Really believes you've really, in a way, saved this offensive line and changed things because the play of the offensive line has really looked different since you have been in that right tackle spot. What are you seeing the changes, and what do you think you've been bringing to the table with this offensive line?
I think it's just throughout my career and the places I've been, I've always tried to keep the same mentality of being mentally and physically tough and trying to and use that against my opponents and use what God's given me and just try to wear them down. And especially when I went to the Patriots, played a lot of meaningful football and late in the year. The more you can run the ball, the more you win. I don't know if people notice that trend, but the teams that win the run ball can win football games, especially late in the year. And I think that's the dominance up front is what matters the most, and then allowing guys on the outside, our playmakers, to get the ball and with a lot of space on the field and back there in the back on the back end, and that's the beauty of the run game, having that balanced attack, being able to run the ball and pass the ball. That's the most important thing.
Trent, you mentioned space, and I'm an old quarterback, so I think it's just as important in pass protection. I've seen you collapse a couple of that right side and just give the quarterback just a beautiful, clean right side of the pocket and plenty of space to operate and plenty of vision, and it's just a beautiful thing to watch a quarterback get comfortable back there. But to me, I've covered this team for 7 years, man, and doing day-to-day and post-game, and there's been a lot of coaches talk about physicality, offensive line play, finishing and physicality. And I'm going to be honest with you, I couldn't see that personally. I didn't see that until you got on the field, and it seems like it's almost been contagious. And I don't want you to speak on the other guys, but just your approach to the physicality and the finishing aspect of playing off the line.
It's really just a mentality. At the end of the day, you got to want to do it. And at the end of the day, I always had a mentality like, I don't want to let my teammates down. And I'm also the guy that I hate to throw the defense fastballs. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to play friendly football and keep our defense fresh and off the field, and so they can go out there and do what they do, and that's play number one defense. You know what I mean? Like I've been able to be a part of some teams that have other teams on the Patriots that were the number one defense, and so I understand how that feels, and I know I've been carried, and I just kind of try to tell the guys and try to in the room, like, man, we got to do our part in the group project. You know what I mean? Like, it's no fun to, you know what I mean? Like, it ain't about getting glory, but you just want to feel like you had a part in success of the team. You know what I mean? Like, that shit is just no fun. Like being carried, I just don't. As a man, that's just life in general. Period. You know what I mean? Like, no handouts. Just want to be a part.
I love going. You want to carry your part of the load. That's for damn sure. And it's good to see that happening. Hey, but I want to get inside the head of Trent Brown, man. I've seen you grab a couple of edge rushers, man, and just on that chest plate or wherever it may be, and you just stop them in their tracks, and it's manhandling folks. Take me inside the mind of Trent Brown when you get your hands on somebody like that, and that happens. How good a feeling is that?
I mean, the most beautiful part about this game is, and the most beautiful part about playing offensive line is moving grown men against their will. Like knowing that he's trying to go somewhere and he can't because I got my hands on him, or he got to go through me and he can't do nothing with me. Like that's just the mentality. My college coach used to have this saying, and he would say, "Mass kicks ass." So I'm using what God gave me to the best of my abilities. That's just simple as that. You know what I mean? I'm my dad's son at the end of the day. So like, I always hear him in my head, like from a young age when we used to be working out and hot summer days, and we used to just like, I always hear his voice in my head, like, you got more, you can't be beat, you unstoppable. You know what I mean? And so it's just like that motivation always in my head, and just like, that's it really. Like I just don't want to be the one to let the team down.
I'm gonna try that with my wife, Trent. Matt moves ass. I'm gonna try that with. Look out, Court. That little mass moves a little ass. Hang on. Listen. You talked about your time with the Patriots and different teams you've been around. This team started out 0-3, and had some struggles, up and down even after that a bit. What was the moment that changed things, that started this team going on, if you could pick out one, going on this trajectory that they're on right now?
I would think it's just that second Jacksonville game, man. Like, everybody just having that belief and seeing that, even to come back and score 30 straight points or whatever, and then win in the fourth quarter, that second half push offensively, like that's the kind of like joy and happiness that you can have, and that's kind of been contagious, really. The stadium has been rocking. The stadium wasn't like that all year up until that point, and that was a piece together offensive line. But I just think the belief. I have a super belief in this system, this offense. I won in it. I know how it works. I know what it looks like. I know what it does to teams, and it's built to do what we've been doing. Let's run the ball, play balanced football and friendly football, like I was saying earlier, and allow our defense to go out there and do what they do best. Allow our playmakers to get in space and make plays.
All right, Trent, man, we appreciate you. I know you got a busy schedule ahead of you, and we could stop by and have you on anytime, man. Really appreciate you, and good luck this weekend in Kansas City.
Thank you.
All right, that's Trent Brown, right tackle.
That was fun.
Yeah, that could be.
That was hell of fun.
That could fun weekly segment there.
He got that deep belly laugh.
I gotta say, I have not been one that has loved, probably even up to about 60 seconds ago, I have not been one that has been in love with the swinging Titus Howard to guard and playing a position that he's not. That's not. He's playing left-handed. That's not his natural position.
That interview did it for you, huh?
I don't know how you can take that guy off the field. Not just what we've seen. I mean, he is like clearly bringing. And I don't know. We saw this at the beginning of the year. We saw him even when he wasn't playing or practicing. We saw him repeatedly every time guys were coming off, talking to Juice, talking to Lake and Thomas. I don't know how much that helped, but talking to all of the young Ursery a lot. Like, he looks like it's his offensive line.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we're talking about the thought process of Laramie Tunzel, and now we just listening to Mass moves ass. Like, we're like that. He's bringing something more than just his play, and his play has been good. He's bringing something more than just his play to where, he has to be on the field.
I'm gonna tell you, look, he's been really good.
Something.
He's been really good. I think from the time they put him on the field, it's been worth moving Titus Howard. But here's the deal: is that interview right there? This offense needs more of that. Once again, that is a guy that is not – when he's speaking to us about football or a Southwest flight or mass movement, whatever it may be, He's not worried about what D'Amico Ryans is going to say or think. He's not worried about what Nick Caserio wants you to sound like or say or do. He's his own man, and you cannot lead. You cannot be an alpha if I can hear it in your voice that you're regurgitating what somebody else is saying. You can't. You just can't lead from that perspective. It's possible. And this offense is in desperate need of individuals like that. So it was really good to hear a guy, obviously he's played great, but it's really good to hear a guy that seems to be speaking with some security and some confidence and not worried about what the upper management might think if he says something a little bit out of pocket. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, like he clearly said, hey, man, this stadium has not been like it was when we scored 19 points and the defense scored 7, so 26 points in the fourth quarter. That was the turning point.
He said that was a turning point.
I mean, how many, like, you know, a lot of guys would be
just say, oh, man, it's not no real turning point. We just every day we've just been getting better.
Because you don't want to step on the toes of the fans that maybe weren't as loud as they were until that moment or whatever. I mean, that is just that was refreshing, man. Good to hear from the big fella.
That was Trent Brown. Good to hear from him. We'll update you a little bit more on the injury situation as well, as we had to jump to Trent Brown, the latest with the Texans and the Chiefs. And let's stay on that offensive line because they're getting national praise about what they've been doing. We'll do that coming up.
All right, look, from oil changes to tire and battery checks, Jiffy Lube keeps your car in tip-top shape.
In the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here, live on The Drive on a Thursday, and it brings us here to Spring as we're at the Buffalo Wild Wings here at Spring. Shout out to Bud Light. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. The bar is going. Oh, I see her. Look like she's making a little whiskey,
Whiskey mule.
A little whiskey mule for your boy. And I see you got a little something fully dressed right there with a little tahini.
Yeah.
So come on out here, get you some wings, some good drinks. And if you don't look for wings, they got plenty of other things on the menu as well. So come on out and have a good time on a Thirsty Thursday. Remember, my man, if you're in the building or on the way, Shay is here. If you are looking to get a ticket to get in our waffle, to get in our raffle, you got a chance to win multiple prizes.
More of a pancake.
I'm more French toast, but you got a chance to win. That's a lie. I'm
waffle, pancake, or French toast.
I just wanted to.
I'd hate to have to pick between the three.
Crepes.
But the pancakes can get you because you can mix them up, boy. You can do a lot of different things in there. You go with some chocolate chips in there. You can do.
Well, you can do all that with a waffle as well.
I don't think it hit the same.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that damn pecan waffle at Waffle House damn sure hits the same.
I know. You got
never not my waffle, man.
Not as many other things. I like a good.
When was the last time? 713-572-4610. When was the last time you hit a Waffle House?
Oof. I used to live at that one off Garth Road in Baytown as a teenager.
Man, it's been
getting married and having 2 little girls. That really put a halt on them Waffle House nights for your boy.
It's been a minute. Yeah.
Boy, I can taste that pecan waffle right now.
What do you think the average BAC is in a Waffle House?
The who? Oh, I don't know. I can tell you, I've upped it multiple times.
Get them hash browns covered and smothered.
Hey, the cheese eggs. Cheese eggs, you can go overboard with the hash browns sometimes, though. Not you personally, but like just in general, there's too many options. I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can go overboard with a lot of stuff in Waffle House.
Okay, now hold on, Trent.
I thought we had to dump once today, boys.
I thought we were in Waffle House. My bad. I got me off my radio.
Set yourself to that environment, didn't you?
Yeah, I know you got that dump button hit in there. Be all right.
Oh, I don't
think anybody here mine, so I think you got that dump finger.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, let's get off this Waffle House before we lose our mind here in a second.
Cheese eggs.
Cheese eggs, they are good.
If you could have one item at Waffle House right now, what would it be?
It's the hash brown smothered and covered.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
You go hash brown, Tyler. What are you going with?
Hash brown, man.
Give me the OG big ass waffle, man. I love them things.
Them hash browns.
I think I'd go cheese eggs.
Maybe a little toast with that.
I think I'd go cheese. I don't think the cheese is even real. It's almost got a queso vibe to it.
Yeah.
I'm talking queso consistency, not the Rotel and everything. All the
that type of cheese. It's not shredded. Yeah, it's a different look.
I got you. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to eat up.
That gets me going. Now I've gotten hungry. So I guess here at Buffalo Wild Wings right here. Let's get to the injury report here. I told you earlier, if you missed it, Kamari Lassiter, Will Anderson, Woody Marks, and Danico Autry and Trent Brown, who we just talked to, all returned. And I told you Tim Settle was the only one that didn't practice. We had to get right to Trent. But there is more to that, Clint, according to multiple reports. This one from Aaron Wilson. Tim Settle is undergoing season-ending foot surgery and will be out for the year. He's been placed on IR, season-ending foot surgery, and that is a blow because, and this is something we'll talk about throughout the show. If there is a weakness point, or at least a point in which we've seen the Texans attacked multiple times, it is in the run game, and in particular the run game inside of the tackles. And Tim Settle was a starter, and at the very least, Clint, a guy that was most definitely prevalent in their rotation. And I think that is a big a big miss right now this late in the season because you can't really do much about it, and they're going to miss not having one of those guys in that rotation because Clint right now leaves them Sheldon Rankins and Tommy Togiai, Mario Edwards, like that. That's a big miss not having Tim Settle the rest of the way.
Yeah, look, I think it's a real big miss. I mean, because you talking about just inside with our pass rush and the way our linebackers play, you don't have to have the most athletic players inside. Even though with this defense you do have some more athletic D linemen that can penetrate, but what you've got to be careful of is not having that one guy that can anchor down. Right in the middle, you got to have a guy that can eat a double team. You got to have a guy that can anchor down, and for nothing more than to occupy offensive linemen. So now your linebackers can play fast. They can get downhill. They can get in the backfield kind of thing. And Tim Settle Jr. is obviously, I think, 1A in that group of defensive linemen that can get it done. Foley Fatukasi would be another one in that group that could get it done, but he's also out. So when you look at it, I mean, you're down to some guys. Sheldon Rankins, great player. I don't know how much of that I don't know how effective he is dropping anchor, right?
You look at him more as a pass rusher.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's the prototypical D'Amico Ryans defense. We're going to shoot some gaps and we're going to get upfield. Mario Edwards Jr. I think is very similar. Tommy Togiai is the one that you mentioned that is a guy that will do his damnedest to drop anchor and eat double teams and hold the line of scrimmage and not let an offensive line get a ton of push, but Tim Settle hurts. Tim Settle hurts this defense in a big way. Now, we'll see how D'Amico Ryans overcomes it, but this is a painful injury report right here because not only you don't lose him for one game, but it sounds like you're losing for the season, right? Is that what you said?
No, it's for the season. Yeah. He's had season-ending foot surgery.
That's painful.
Yeah, that's a big miss, and especially just happening now. They're going to have to figure out something. We'll have to look and see who's on their practice squad to bring up Clint, or maybe that is another. So now, right, Tyler, that's what three spots that they have they have vacant right now.
Yes.
On their roster.
You look at it. You're looking at without Tim Settle Jr.
Because Foley's on the IR as well, who they brought back.
Yeah, that's right. Foley Fatukasi's on the IR. Kurt Hinish is out. I'm not familiar with Keontae Hamilton. He's on IR.
Oh, you know Keontae.
I ain't got Key. I ain't got Big Key, but I'm sure he's a solid fella. Tommy Togiai, Mario Edwards, Sheldon Rankins are the three guys interior-wise that you got. Now I know Autry can slide down there. This would be a big time for him to get down there.
The Tim Settle thing is not really as much in the pass rush. It's more run down.
Well, he's made some noise, more noise than you would expect for him to make in the backfield. But he
can collapse the pocket. But
you don't miss his pass rush. You miss his ability to anchor down and hold the line of scrimmage. That could be a problem.
You could rush Nico Autry on the inside from a pass rush perspective, and you're fine.
No question.
It's just running the football. If what happened with Tampa, you'd run into that, or what happened first half Seattle, you run into that.
You're gonna need him, Danico Autry. You're gonna need him to get big. Edwards Jr. You're gonna need him to get big.
Yeah.
I think Sheldon Rankins and Tommy Togiai they've got some of that in their game anyway. But
they're going to play more. Right, yeah, and less on the rotation. All right, coming up, let's listen to and head to NRG and hear from Nick Caley as he talks to the media, the offensive coordinator, as they've been rolling pretty well. We've seen improvements over the week. They'll take on Steve Spagnuolo, one of the best defensive minds in the game. We'll hear what he's got to say coming up next.
All right, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. Obviously, I like simple, and I
National. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup, final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here Thirsty Thursday. Make your way on here. I know it's a little rainy day. There you go. Come on in, though. I know people are getting close to get off work here as we move towards the 3 o'clock hour, but we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Plenty of prizes to win. We will start hooking people up in the 3 o'clock hour, so if you want to get in, grab a raffle ticket, and we'll start hooking some winners up. We got a projector, autographed football, many things you can get. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings and Bud Light for helping us put this together.
How much work do you think folks are actually doing between Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Not a whole lot. They there, but they ain't really there.
I'm going to be honest with you. If these mics didn't go hot every day, I'd have a hard time.
They be out there and there somewhere eating cookies. Like there's cookies all over the place at people's job.
You ever seen those things on social media where they're like, how to maximize your vacation? You know, you use certain days here where you're behind or before holidays. Boy, I'd use all them joints. Right. I mean, I use them anyway, but I would use them to extend, like get extended time away from them.
You may see me use them here soon. Let's head to NRG to hear from the offensive coordinator. Here's Nick Caley.
When it comes to Spags, what are some things that you see from him that may be unique compared to some other defensive coordinators?
Yeah, I mean, he's very multiple, aggressive. He's been doing it for a long time, experience, and I think that, his guys are coordinated, disguises, stunts, pressures, etc. Does a great job.
Going back to the last game, the next to last offensive possession, going for it on fourth down. D'Amico said that he liked to push on third down, and he wanted to go for it on fourth down. I think the phrasing he used was run it again. Did he say we'd like the same play again, or he wanted you to get that yard?
Yeah, we were talking about the same play. I mean, we had success on the first two. Thought we had a good push, actually, on the third one. They marked it short, and is what it is. So had confidence to go out there and do it, and unfortunately we came up short on that.
How did you come about developing that play and deciding on Cade for that role in that situation?
I think Cade had history doing it, dating back, at least working through it at Ohio State, and always have researched that for a couple of years. And we had a lot of guys that have done the same thing on our staff. So it's kind of where the origin, I guess, the genesis of it was for us, and just trying to find an alternative way to give us an opportunity to convert a first down, really. And Cade had experience with that too.
What do you see as kind of the key to that play being a successful play consistently?
Yeah, I think you gotta be able to have good pad level. You gotta have good inertia and surge off the initial wave on the line. You gotta be able to find the soft spot and be able to press and push. So
at the end of the first half, I know JJ was on the broadcast. He said he didn't understand the plan. What was the plan there?
Yeah, the plan was to end the first half with points, and just not dissimilar to the week before in Buffalo. Similar situation, timing-wise, may have been a little bit different in terms of seconds or whatever, but to be able to, get our drive started, we were going to be in our normal mode, and then we were going to kick it into our 2-minute mode. We didn't convert the third down, so I think that might have altered the approach from there, unfortunately. We didn't execute.
First play, I think the confusion is after the first play, it was 41 seconds from the next snap, and then you ran a play, and it was 25 seconds. So is that executing the plan as 41 seconds?
I would say this: the first play, we're going to be in our normal offense in that situation. Every situation's different. We did, and then relative to that, second one, had an opportunity, hopefully to get to the sideline. I could have probably done a better job, maybe given in hindsight a better play than obviously to not gain enough yards and not get out of bounds. So if I could go do it back again, I certainly would on that second play. But ultimately, we were going to start in a normal mode and go from there when we felt it was time to go do that. So
the 41 seconds is according to plan?
Yeah, normal operating procedure in terms of huddle operation.
What are you seeing from this offensive line? Why are they starting to finally have success with this unit, and what took us so long to get to these guys, you think?
Yeah, I think they've continued to get better at just fundamental football. In the run game, I think our double teams and combinations have gotten better and improved steadily, and I think just time on task, trying to settle in with the guys that are in there now, just more time at doing it, honestly. We've improved on that. I think in terms of the pass protection, the cohesiveness, starting with communication and being on the same page, those guys have done a really good job of just working together, communicating, so that we're all coordinate in terms of our distribution in the pass pro. So when you couple that run game, pass protection, I think we've made some strides. We still gotta make some more strides, but I've been pleased with the improvement from that standpoint. We get a lot of extra work at practice, do a lot of stuff fundamentally in terms of blitz pickup, et cetera, and I think it's starting to show improvement at a good pace. We just got to make more.
What's the crowd preparation for the atmosphere at Arrowhead, and how vital is it you guys avoid those pre-snap penalties?
Yeah, clearly you want to avoid all the pre-snap penalties, but it's a hostile environment. You crank the music up as loud as we can possibly do it. You try to make it as hard as you possibly can in practice. You'll never be able to probably simulate exactly what Arrowhead's like. It's a great atmosphere for football, and it's going to be rocking. So you go back, and the biggest thing is huddle operation, getting in and out of the huddle quickly, good communication, getting our feet set, and being able, verbally and non-verbally, to be able to communicate in a setting like that, for sure.
Sticking with the offensive line, what allows for this pass protection to be able to have success against blitzes, stunts, kinds of things? Titus was talking about yesterday, have answers for those kinds of things.
Yeah, well, I think we stress communication. We stress seeing it through the same set of eyes. It starts with our mic point and our declaration, and then everybody else being able to communicate and know exactly what we're doing. Leave nothing to chance, communicate, and then be able to make our calls accordingly. We want to protect inside out, and we rep. We take a lot of reps in terms of blitz pickup, stunts, pick stunts, games, et cetera, like that. So it's like anything else, you got to work at it to improve it, and that's what we're still trying to do.
Nick, I remember you talking earlier about being with the Rams during a 2-6 start. How much did you draw on that in order to try to improve the offense, and how did you, if you did, draw on that experience?
Yeah, I think that experience for me the last 2023 and 2024 was, we kept working on. We were process oriented, and we talked about this and we discussed it in here. Obviously, we all want to go out there and win every week. But in terms of having a clean process, being able to clean up mistakes, being able to practice and focus, you may fail fundamentally on a certain play or technique, but if your process is right continuously and you're willing to improve and you're willing to learn and work at it, you can make steady improvement. And that was what I took from that. We continually tried to refine and clean up mistakes throughout those years, no different than what we're doing now. And just like here, we had coachable guys that took coaching, coaches that no one had any egos here, no one had any egos there, where you want to sit there and find out what you can do best, what can work best for your guys, and you try to put your best plan forward to help that, and you're in it collectively together. And as long as you continue to work and eliminate mistakes and build upon the stuff that you do well, I think you'll show improvement. And that's what I think that happened in 2023. That's what's happened here. We have guys that care, they're coachable, and we're all trying to grow each week and just be better versions of ourselves here moving forward, all of us. So that's what I took from it. Just have our process, understand what we have to clean up, and there's plenty of that we still have to clean up. And we can. We just got to continue to move forward with it.
You are listening to Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley from the podium at NRG.
Change things how they are.
It's not difficult to stick to the process. Sometimes you have to adjust and you have to alter your course, or it might not be whether it's schematically or something you may have to do a little bit different pertaining to who you got. You adjust that, but in terms of being honest, looking at it and lifting up the hood and seeing what are the issues with things, how do we improve them, can we improve them in certain situations, and if you can't, then you got to find alternative ways to do it, and you start there and you go forward and you put your egos aside, and when everybody wants to do what's best for the team, and that's what we got a group of guys here to do. So no, and I think we've evolved throughout the year, from start to till now, and I'm sure we'll continue to as we get going. Whatever's unforeseen out in front of us.
On those same lines, during the in-game process, as far as what you see and what Davis see or what CJ see, how do you all make those type of in-game adjustments like that, especially if you all are seeing two different things?
Well, we communicate. We don't ever take for chance that we are seeing two different things. I hope we're not, if we are seeing two different things, we discuss it and we arrive at a solution. But every time we come off the field, we're going through our series, we're going through, the calls, the front structures, the coverages, the execution or lack of execution, and what the reasons for that are. And you try to chart your course, make adjustments, clean things up, communicate with the staff, with the players, to be able to put ourselves in the best foot forward, to go out and take the field and rid ourselves of maybe some mistakes that had happened, to try to clean some of those things up. But it all starts with communication. and just transparency and being on the same page, and and we are. It doesn't mean somebody might see something that's different here or there, and we talk about it and go from there. But it starts with communication. Players, coaches, everybody on the same page.
What is there were times last week against the Colts where they were doubling Nico, and it looked like times we were using that to free some other guys open. What's kind of the balance of trying to use that to free other guys, but also still want to call plays to get the number one receiver the ball?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think you go into it and you're not sitting there trying to necessarily make anybody equal. We try to put together a plan that gives, our players opportunities to go out and have success. Nico's a very important person and player to our obviously organization. So, but we also feel that guys that are in the other, eligible spots to be able to catch the ball, you're also putting everybody in the position that we feel utilizes their strengths, skill set, based on personnel group, et cetera, style of play, whether it's pass types, et cetera. So I think those are the biggest things, is trying to not have a one trick pony at one spot and then you don't have a viable option. Try to have pure whether it's a pure progression with backside complements. So if you're off your first and second read, you have things that you like pertaining to the coverage structures that you're going to see in the passing game. So we're always mindful of that when we build the plan. And I think it's a testament to the skill players. And we've got a deep receiver room, tight ends, backs that have all contributed, all those guys, and obviously the quarterback, CJ, done a good job really distributing the football and being disciplined.
What is Dalton Schultz's, what is his impact on this offense? Maybe not just on the field, but in the meeting rooms and everything else?
Yeah, he's a pro. He's smart. He's extremely savvy. He understands the big picture. He sees the game through the lens, the big picture lens, not just in the call it tight end box. He's one of the smartest players that I've had an opportunity to work with. I have a lot of respect for him. He cares a lot. He works really, really, really hard. He's here early. He's here late. I have all the respect in the world for him. And I think when you've had a successful career and you've played as long as he has, and he goes about it the right way, there's, to me, it's not by just a happening of why he's had success. And he's got character. He's great, leader for the guys in the room, and he does a lot for us in a lot of ways. And I'm proud of the way he's competed this year. I really am.
I talked to Nico last week and asked him just how he handles not getting the ball, if he's not getting the ball, and how he goes about it. And he said he never views it about him needing to get the ball. As an OC, to have a star wide receiver that approaches it that way, how nice and helpful is that to you to do your job easier?
Yeah, I think it's a testament to Nico. He's a great teammate. He's extremely unselfish. He's a great player. And, obviously he's a part of what we do, and I think you see what you get with him every single day, and he's the same guy every single day. He's consistent in that approach, so it's why he is the person that he is. He's the player that he is. He's a great player, and he's a great teammate for us.
All right, that is Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, as they get ready for a challenge with the Kansas City Chiefs, and especially defensive coordinator for him, Steve Spagnuolo. Will react to a little bit of what he had to say, and I think we can address some of the things we're getting about CJ Stroud from some of the fans, not all, but some fans, and see how real they are when we run it through the eyes of our quarterback, Clint Stoerner. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, perfect timing, y'all. Coushatta Casino Resort. It's a quick trip east, and there's plenty of space, plenty of room, plenty of ways to win at Coushatta Casino Resort. And right now is the perfect time to be talking about it because there's a big holiday cash weekend. It's waiting for you. There's $200,000 in holiday cash to be given away.
leadership and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You're gonna get hard.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, baby. Clap it up as we're in the building here, baby. Having a good time here, Buffalo Wild Wings. Here in Spring. Make your way on out here as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. And we're going to have ourselves a great time. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings, also to Bud Light. The Bud Light girls just arrived too, Tyler.
Ladies!
I just saw them. They just arrived, and they are. They've got they're going to help us have a good time here as well. And again, shout out to Bud Light, who they help us put this together each and every week. Good food, good drinks, and if you're in the building or on your way, we're going to start with our raffle coming up in this hour. All right, a projector. Somebody's going to win a projector in this hour. We also got an autographed football from Payne and Pendergast. All right, yeah, right there.
Little show graph, huh?
Pendergast and Payne. Get the Duke with Payne and Pendergast. Seth Payne, a 10-year vet, baby. Yeah, Sean Pendergast, the face, one of the faces of Sports Radio 610. You got a chance to win that, so we'll be doing that throughout the show. All you got to do is grab a raffle ticket and give yourself a chance to win throughout the show here. All right, Clint, we just heard from Nick Caley, and a lot to say here. And listen, Nick is starting to get some positive conversation about him. We've talked about his improvement over the last month. It's not, I don't think, a coincidence that in this 4-game winning streak that I think this is probably the best that people have felt about the Texans offense, both
the arrows pointed up
in the fan base and outside of it. But he spoke a few times, talked about the matchup coming up with Steve Spagnuolo, the great defensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs. What did you hear? What do you think jump out to you coming from Nick Caley today?
Well, he's got an answer for everything. I mean, there ain't no doubt about that, and it's lengthy. But I thought the O-line stuff, as we're talking O-line heavy today, I thought the O-line stuff was really good, man. Now I would ask, and I'm not being negative. I'm just being critical, right? I mean, it's like I would ask what took so long, because it seems like
what part in particular?
Well, two different things is two things that most offensive linemen. It's like guys didn't just get to the league and all of a sudden become 340 and be an offensive lineman. Most offensive linemen have played that position for a long period of time. The inability, and I've talked about it before, now they're starting to do it well. I talked about it for multiple years now. This team's inability or unwillingness to double team and two guys get on one guy and move them physically has blown my mind. The unwillingness or inability to do that has blown my mind. Now they're doing it better, and that is that's a big reason why the run game is significantly better. And I said that before it even got there. I said, look, I know what's going to happen, but the double teams inside, these guys are committing to double teams. They're not coming off early. They're focusing on two guys moving one, and it's creating some space inside for the running game or some space in the pass game. So that I thought was really interesting, because he talked specifically about, he was asked what, this offense is getting a lot of love. They're playing better. Why is that? And he spoke specifically about the double teams and executing the double teams, and I think it's real. The other part of it is settling on these five. There's installing an offense takes time, but the takes time part of it typically is these are the five best guys we've got, and now they've got to learn the offense. And it seems like there was an extended period of time where you were committed to Lakin Tomlinson, you're committed to Juice Scruggs, you're committed to these guys that just flat out, for whatever reason, weren't able to get it done. And now Lakin Tomlinson's not even on the team, and Juice Scruggs is buried on the depth chart. So I love hearing about it. I'm glad they've settled on these 5. I love what we're seeing in this offensive line getting better. The question is it takes a little while to install an offense.
Maybe they needed some time to know what they had.
Did you need that much time to realize that Lakin wasn't even good enough to be on the team?
Yeah.
That Juice is – you rotated him and gave him every opportunity under the sun early in the season for multiple games, half the season. Did you really need that to figure out that he's not a starting offensive lineman in this league?
And they say no.
So it's interesting how long it took, but I am stoked about where they've landed.
Yeah.
The offensive line stuff I think was the most in.
But I think it is. I don't think it's a coincidence that the offense is looking much better right now when the offensive line has probably looked, from a consistent standpoint, the best we've seen it in the D'Amico era. I think there's an argument there that, the last few weeks it's looked the best. Now, are we 100% sold that, I'm 100% sold that they're not going to be a travesty like they were at times last year where they just don't give you a chance. I think that's a big difference in particular with this game. The last time they played the Chiefs, they just didn't have a chance at times up front. I believe they gave up 8 sacks in that game, and then at the end, they just couldn't handle anything. I'm confident we're not going to see that again. Now we'll see what they do when they face better defensive lines, and I don't think necessarily this week is a better one. Chris Jones is there, but outside of that, they've struggled. But no, it is definitely moving in the direction where you can absolutely win with this, and they're showing you can do that against good teams.
Well, the challenge this week is a unique one, and Chris Jones is going to get a lot of the talk, and rightfully so, he should. But really, we've seen this offensive line not completely remove good players from a box score, but making them really non-factors in a game. We saw it with Simmons earlier in the year with the Titans. And so, and I know. Look, Chris Jones is in a different. I think probably in a different.
No, they're probably about the same right now.
Well, but Chris seems to make a little more. Anyway, the point is like him in a vacuum doesn't overly concern me. Yes, it's a problem. You can commit some assets to him and try to figure it out. But game plan wise, but the part that is interesting is you got him being in the middle, and then you've got Spags, who is really good at, however you want to slice it, bringing A-gap pressures, whether it's safeties or linebackers or an end, twisting in, like finding a way to attack the quarterback from the shortest point to where he's at, in that interior A-gap pressure. And that is what the Texans didn't have an answer for the most part last year. Now, I know they struggled with some tight ends, blocking edge rushers kind of deal, but that was all an attempt to try to squeeze the A-gap kind of thing. So they got to figure out that. Less worried about, you're not going to figure out Chris Jones. He's going to whoop your ass sometimes. You have to deal with it. The part they got to figure out is schematically, how do you handle what all Spags can throw at you? How are you going? And you can't block everybody all the time. But
that's going to be the dilemma this week. Is they're going to walk up about 4 or 5 guys, and you don't know who's dropping. You don't know who's
that's been the type of defense that gives the Texans fits. You get a team that's active at the line of scrimmage and bringing defenders up and back and rotating. You can't figure out who's coming, who's the Mike, who's the safety, who's where, and that creates confusion. It creates confusion before the ball's ever snapped. It makes you hold the football late. It forces you to get out of the huddle earlier so you can do different things. So it changes the game consistent. I mean, in a big way. And so, are the Texans prepared for it, and do they have the answers for Spags? Is more of the question that I have for this week.
We'll see coming up. It was good to hear from Nick Caley, though. Hey, I did want to run this thought by you because I think there are a lot of people within the last 4 weeks. We've seen what Davis Mills was able to do while he was in there, and now CJ Stroud is back. And I think there's a lot of comparison within the two because we saw a positive success from Davis Mills, and you got to just see something to compare CJ to. But there are a few things that I'm seeing a lot of people text in, message, see that about questions about Davis Mills and maybe things that he may do better or have been improvements over CJ Stroud? I want to run it through you to see how much you agree with this. Do you see this as accurate? Like, okay. I saw somebody text in that Mills goes through his progressions and sees windows better than CJ Stroud. How real is that? How much do you see that as something that is accurate between those two?
Oh, I think it's accurate. I think Mills doesn't have a choice. CJ does. Mills has to have the ball out on time. Mills has to get the ball out of his hand when the window's at its widest. If he's throwing to the sideline, it's got to be up early with air because he doesn't have the ability to drive the ball the same way CJ does. So yeah, I think whether it's because CJ can't or CJ's skill set allows him not to be, at the end of the day, I think Mills goes through progressions and sees windows better than CJ at this point.
You said Mills has to and CJ does. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like the slant for 21 yards last week to Nico Collins. The only way Mills throws that ball is if he puts his foot in the ground right now and lets it rip and hits him in the chest right out of the break. So he is seeing that and processing that quicker. Where CJ takes a drop step, looks left for some reason. I don't know if he's trying to move the linebacker or not, but then he comes back and he throws it, and the outside linebacker almost gets a hand on it. So it became a much closer play from incomplete to complete because CJ too long to get there, right? And so for whatever reason, that seems to happen. Now I think it's because CJ knows he's got the arm ability to do those things.
Where he may try to look at something else that may come open.
Yeah, maybe it's manipulating the linebacker or manipulating the safety. He's trying to do more where Davis Mills knows, I can't do that. I can't get away with that. I got to get this football out. And so, yeah, I would say that right now when it comes to going through progressions, seeing windows in coverage, I think they're both really good at it, but I think one guy has to be great at it in order to survive. The other one can get away with doing some of the more difficult things in the game.
With that, and I've seen this too, kind of going off of that, you think Davis Mills is a better processor than CJ?
I think he's a more willing processor. I don't think he's better. I've seen CJ be an elite processor. I don't think it's not easy.
Which is big in this offense, right?
Yeah. Like I think CJ's ability to process defenses, I think, is really good. The question is, we've talked about this many times, the question is, will he commit to it? Again, another one of those deals where CJ's talented enough to where he doesn't have to commit to it. Davis Mills knows better than to even try to get away with not committing to it. You know what I mean? So there's a difference there that from a processing standpoint, I think Davis Mills is more committed to being going through the processing and being very mechanical, and where I think CJ Stroud likes to live on the edge a little bit and take more risk, if you will. So I don't think he's a better processor. I think he's a more willing processor.
Because he has to be, right?
Yep.
Absolutely. Because he has to.
Absolutely. Like there was a throw to Christian Kirk that was caught that CJ Stroud threw late to the right. It ended up getting called back for a penalty, but it was one of those where Davis Mills would have threw it before he ever came out of his break, committed to it and threw it before he ever came out of his break. Well, CJ was over here jacking around trying to look at a different route down the field and then came back and threw it over there late. Whereas, one guy, before the ball was ever snapped, completely eliminated this crap over here and just went to easy completion. It took CJ a while to get there. I think that's by choice. I don't think that is CJ can't process. I think he chooses to do that. Now, again, the question is with this offense is can he commit to doing more of those things of just eliminating certain routes and taking the easy completions.
Yeah. All right. We'll continue here. As we said, you got a chance to win some prizes if you're in the building or on your way. Make sure you get in our raffle. Get your ticket in our raffle boxes. We will do that coming up. First winner is going to come in this hour. There you go. The Bud Light girls, they're around now. So come on out and enjoy yourself on this beautiful Thursday, this beautiful thirsty Thursday out here. Buffalo Wild Wings, the spring location off Grand Parkway. So come on out and have a good time with us. Coming up, we've talked a lot about on the field, which I think that's a big key in this game. But what about the other side? What about the potential mental part of this game? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on SportsRadio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, The Drive is live Buffalo Wild Wings, and it is going beautifully, and you can be a part of it. Come on out and have a good time with us as we are here in Spring, having, as we usually do on a Thirsty Thursday, a good time. Shout out to Bud Light. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings holding it down and helping us put this together. Your chance to win prizes. We're going to hook somebody up with the first giveaway coming up as soon as this segment ends. The first one as soon as this segment ends. We were just talking about some of the perceived things that people feel Davis Mills does better. Clint, someone texted in, imagine if CJ would just take easy completions more often. Oh, okay. Listen, I know that sounds good, and to be honest with you, I think CJ does a pretty good job of it. But your excitement level about CJ that rookie year was not because CJ just always just took easy completions.
Are we gonna get
the combination is, boy, he's taking what they give him, but damn, when you need to go make a play or you need a big boy throw or he can fit throws in that many others can't, he makes that throw. And it's not just for checkdowns. I think sometimes checkdowns are a great thing, and I think he does it in this offense. But sometimes
you need a little bit more, and that's why you go and get CJ where they got him.
Well, to be clear, processing is not all about easy completions and checkdowns.
Yeah.
You know, so often when I talk about it, we talk about it, that's what we're referring to, but it's not. A big part of processing is eliminating half the field pre-snap based on something you saw, whether you know that side of the field is not a good concept or you recognize that the other side of the field is the better concept to go to. It's, processing is, hey, man, they're disguising the hell all their coverages, but I know I've watched enough film. I've seen this corner when he sits inside like that, they're going to roll to some kind of two, so I got the corner over the top. That is processing as well. Getting to the line of scrimmage and figuring out who's coming and who's not coming and directing traffic. That's processing as well. So it's not about just always taking easy checkdowns. It's there's a lot that goes into it. And your more talented guys. We're watching Pat Mahomes right now, right here in Buffalo Wild Wings, Kansas City, and Dallas. I mean, if you want to just watch his film and take his name off the back of the jersey, there's a lot of checkdowns that he could go immediately to. But he plays the game on the edge, and he plays a little bit looser and a little bit more risky brand of quarterback than most do. And
I don't think CJ plays risky. Like I don't.
No, I don't.
I know you're not, but I'm just saying the way. Like imagine if he took some of the. Yeah, I don't think he plays risky.
I don't think he plays overly risky. I do think that he battles with the aggressive approach to football that he knows he's capable of playing, and the ultra-conservative brand that D'Amico and Nick Caley want him to play. I do think that he struggles with the thought of stay ahead of the chains. Boy, don't hold the ball here. Don't you risk taking a sack because it's going to put us behind the chains. I do think he struggles. Now, the question is it because he's young or is it because he's bullheaded? Is it ever going to be a good fit or is it not? Is it a hey, there's a better offense to fit him or not? Like all of that is yet to be seen. It's not as much of a negative conversation as a lot of people want to make it out to be of one guy's smart and one guy's not. No, there's inexperience involved. There's just solid reps that are involved. There's abilities that one guy has that like if I were still playing, like I would have to be a really conservative dude, and I would greatly appreciate.
I was going to say their skill level that also determines.
A guy like Davis doesn't even think about making certain throws, where CJ Stroud can make them jokers in his sleep. So it's a different approach, and it's all that. There's a lot that goes into that processing word. So many times it just gets watered down to, one guy's smart and the other one's not, or one guy can, that's not the conversation.
Yeah, no, yeah. The quarterback he's playing this week, yeah, you'd like him to calm some of the stuff down at times, but some of the stuff that he is able to do is why he has separated himself.
Well, the interesting thing with Mahomes, and you can attest to this, following him so closely, is like I don't follow him game to game, so I don't know game to game, but I know year to year what he's done over his career is manage. Hey, this year I know with this offensive line or this set of skilled guys, I can go out and play this brand of football. Now, okay, we don't have those guys or those guys are injured. We're going to have to run the football a few more times, and I'm going to have to be more conservative offensively. I'm going to play a different brand of quarterback. He, big picture, has managed that in a really impressive way. They've won 3, but in a really impressive way. They've won 3, yes, but they've won 3 with kind of different approaches to offense every year. And managing that has been impressive.
He's done better where I don't think he'll let what Josh Allen allowed happen to get himself sacked 8 times. Yeah. Probably 4 times, it's funny, but maybe not 8.
It's funny you mentioned Josh because when you're talking about, like, Josh is a guy that his whole career has really struggled with it.
Yep.
I mean, how many times have we seen Josh Allen go into this conservative, we're going to play a different brand, and then all of a sudden he gets sacked 8 times. Or all of a sudden he has a 6 or 7, 8 game stretch where he throws a bunch of picks and people are like, oh, here, Josh Allen's back. Yeah, the numbers are great. He's throwing for a bunch of yards and touchdowns, but also the interceptions, and they don't control the ball. And so, I mean, you talk about a guy that is like crazy talented, but has like the conversation we're having about struggling with what does the offense look like year to year, and how does he facilitate that? He is a all gas, no break guy. That's how he wants to play. Whether that's driving the football down the field or taking all risk and taking a bunch of hits and getting sacked 8 times. He's an all-gas, no-break guy, right? And he's struggled with that his whole career. Now, he's uber talented and won a lot along the way, but he's a guy that struggled with, I would say, processing the big picture of what winning offense looks like.
Text line coming through. CJ has an issue trying to force big plays too early in games. Ron's wrong. CJ needs to get back to doing the simple things savagely well like he did his rookie year. We haven't seen that CJ since because he's trying hard to go deep with the ball. While exciting, I want to win, bring back doing simple things savagely well and being okay with the boring. I just think that you're imagining things that you want to be. You go back and watch that Colts game. You tell me how many times he fired the ball down the field. Now, maybe you remember the pick, but like I'm going to tell you right now, Captain, he took what the defense gave him. You don't lead the league in passing yards per game, not just overall, but per game. Lead the league in passing yards with Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Burrow like he did his rookie year by just being born all the time. I mean, he made big plays. Listen, yeah, is he going to, compared to Davis Mills, as Clint has explained, is he going to take more chances or believe in himself for bigger plays to develop? Sure. But let's not act like CJ Stroud is somebody that's like Josh. He's sitting there holding the ball to get himself sacked 8 times, regardless of no. He's not. He is not a reckless player to me with the ball. I think he takes more chances than Davis, or sometimes he'll try to look a little bit longer and not immediately hit the check down. Yeah. But I don't think he's a reckless player. I just don't think he's just somebody who, oh man, he's just trying to throw it deep all the damn time. I don't get that from him. I don't see that. All right, coming up as we continue, something that Clint said it's just over after watching the Rockets last night, and I do still want to get the thought of the potential mental part of this game coming up on Sunday. We'll do that next.
All right, before we do that, dog, I got to tell y'all about Underdog Fantasy, and right now is a perfect time to play. It is available in the great state of Texas. Download the app right now, y'all. I'm telling you, this is the way to go, man. It is it's a lot of fun. Football season's in full swing. The big games are going on right now, and you can add a little entertainment value by downloading the Underdog app. And I'm going to tell you, the Underdog app is fun.
Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we're live here. I like to let it build up, Matt. I know how to do this.
I liked how you were liking that.
I let it build up, baby.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to you out there as we are here live, Buffalo Wild Wings. Congratulations to our first winner. Still got multiple prizes for you to win as we will be here till 6 o'clock here in Spring. Come on out, have a good time. I saw the Bud Light girls walking around. Having a good time with some of our listeners here as well. And come on out.
I think you done scared them off, man.
I ain't scared them off. They ain't look scared, man.
There they are. There they go.
They didn't look scared now.
Hello.
Do it, lady.
They look like they look like they're good to go. You ain't scared, are you? No, she ain't scared. She's not scared. She might be. But come on out here and enjoy yourself with us. Win prizes, get you some good food, some good drinks as well. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, please jump in on this as well. Tyler, Clint. I've been seeing this a lot. Boy, if the Texans can beat the Chiefs, if they can, I think I heard Sean and Seth talking about this, those demons in Kansas City, if they can get this game, if they can win this game, that they'll feel different. The Texans will believe, like, yeah, everything's been going well, but they're losing. They don't win primetime games late or whatever, and the Chiefs, they haven't been able to. Do you guys get a sense that maybe the Chiefs are in their head and that this is a mental thing to overcome as much as it is a thing on the field? Do you get the feeling that the Chiefs are in the Texans' heads and this is something that they got to get over?
No, I don't think so. I think D'Amico's done a good job of building the team in a way, being mentally strong. I don't think there's a lot of that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like they've just not been good in prime time. They've not been good against the Chiefs, historically speaking. So there's some of that's got to be, you got to be conscious and aware of that, and maybe be a little bit more focused. But no, I don't think right now the Chiefs are a team that's in the head of the opponent at this point in time.
I don't either. Now I get that from the Ravens. I think there's a mental thing with the Texans and the Ravens. But I don't get that with the Chiefs. Like I don't get, like, in the middle of the game that the Texans are like, oh boy, here we go. When the Ravens when they play the Ravens, some reason that game they're just a bad matchup for the Texans. And I know they beat the Silver Springs Ravens earlier this year, but they didn't have a lot of their guys. I think that still will be a thing next year when they play them. But I don't get that from the Chiefs. I know they haven't beaten the Chiefs, but Clint, I've gotten the feeling they haven't beaten the Chiefs just because they just got beat, not because, oh, here we go, or there's some sort of mental thing that they got to get over. Maybe the primetime thing or winning a big game, but I don't know if that's the case. They beat Buffalo the last couple of times they played them, and they beat Buffalo primetime. I think to me the Ravens are the only team that I look at to where, like, going into the game, like there may be an advantage from a mental standpoint against the Texans, because when the real Ravens have been able to play, they've completely dominated the game. Like, I think when they played the Chiefs, and we've heard it in press conferences, I think the Texans have walked away under D'Amico. They've walked away thinking, damn, I think we could have won that game. So I feel like it's a bit different.
Yeah, look, I think we've talked a lot about how, for whatever reason, the Texans are a bad matchup for the Buffalo Bills. and the Texans have beat the Buffalo Bills multiple times. I get that same vibe in a reverse form with Baltimore, to your point, that it's just a bad matchup with Houston. I don't think there's an intimidation factor. I think it's just a bad matchup. Now, when you get to Kansas City, I just think the days are over right now unless they return. I think the days are over of them being the team that they take the field with, and the opponent feels like they need to get outside their identity or get outside of their skin because the Chiefs can go do X, Y, and Z, or because the Chiefs are this good. Like I think that has died off in the league over the last year. So I don't think it impacts. It's not just the Texans. I don't think it impacts any of their opponents the way it used to. So. Not as Texan specific, but more about just who the Chiefs are right now.
Texans don't text in. They're in my head. If the Texans don't beat KC this Sunday, I don't know when they will. No, the Chiefs are in the Texans fans' heads, but not the players. Maybe the case. I don't. Again, like I said, the two teams. If you look at the teams that have been the AFC at the top, the AFC, the three teams have been Buffalo, Kansas City, and Baltimore. And for me, we've watched the Texans play those three teams multiple times in this run that D'Amico's been here in the last 2+ years. It looks different to me from the Texans when they play the Bills and the Chiefs. I don't get I get when Derrick Henry starts going early. Oh God, here we go. I get that and mentally in their mind. I don't. I think they're fine. I don't think there's a mental advantage the Chiefs in this game against the Texans.
You can argue. Now I don't know how many conversations like this have gone on in
other cities.
Well, no, I'm just talking about as the Texans built this roster. I don't know how much of this was the focus, but you can argue that they built a roster to defeat the Chiefs. You know, when you talk about the speed on the edges and be able to rush the passer, when you talk about the corners that can play man, that can be physical at the line of scrimmage, you know, you've built a monster here that by design, in theory, is going to be, if you're hitting on all cylinders, is going to cause some real problems for an offense like the Kansas City Chiefs, who rely heavily on their quarterback holding the football a lot of the time and running around and making plays. The way that they pursue the ball, the way they're built, first of all, but then the way that they pursue the ball, the physicality, you can argue, again, I don't know if it was by design, but you can argue they're built in a fashion to really cause problems for Kansas City. And to your other point, they're clearly not built in a way to counter Baltimore with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson running downhill. They're clearly not, built, even though they've had a ton of success. I don't think they're necessarily built to Buffalo with Josh Allen. If you're going to use him in the +1 run game and you're going to use your run game, they're not necessarily built for that. But for whatever reason, they've got their numbers. So I think it's a good matchup. And here's the deal: you're catching the Chiefs at a time when if you're the Texans, you typically have played up. Like you've gone to this game and you're playing the Super Bowl champ. You're playing the best in the league. They're going to win 12 or 13 games. How do you match up against them? Can you go shock the world? This is not one of those games. This is one of those games where, you got to go play in a tough environment, but you feel like you're on a very, very level playing field with the Kansas City Chiefs right now. And so I think it's a different vibe all the way around. I think this is a game where you go in there and you can, if you're being honest with them Chiefs injuries, hell, you could say, let's go in there and bully these boys and show who the best team is versus let's go shock the world. So I think it's a different approach to the game overall.
Yeah. Someone texted, I do think the refs may be in our heads. That is an interesting point because in the end of the playoff game, multiple people went to after the game in the media, including D'Amico, Will Anderson. I think Joe Mixon had initially got fined, and then they revoked it, talking about the officiating, and that was in the mind.
The Chiefs are in bed with the refs.
I would imagine that's a big point of emphasis from D'Amico this week. Just play. Just play and not worry about that other stuff because, when they were talking about it after the game, you clearly see it was something they were thinking about. So, again, even with that though, I think this is a team that's matured and not in that space anymore. So, yeah, man, I think I don't think there's a mental advantage like some may think. Some people are talking about. I don't know that it's the hurdle that a lot of people are talking about. All right. Again, if you're on your way on out here, make your way out here. We've got a couple more hours. We're still hooking people up with prizes. Get you some food, get you some drink, do your thing. And if you're on your way, our guy Shay right here, he is waiting for you. All you got to do is grab a ticket, and you can be a part of our raffle and have a chance to win. We've got autographed football. We've got another projector we're going to hook somebody else up with over the next couple of hours. So come on out and have a good time. Grab you a beer, grab you whatever kind of drink. I had me a little mule. Clint's been fully dressed over here. What'd you get, Dos Equis?
No, it was a Coors Light.
Oh, Coors Light, of course it was. Yeah, my fault. Fully, what was I thinking? Fully dressed Coors Light. And it's a good time to be had out here. Come on out here. What you got coming up at the 4?
Texans offensive tackle Trent Brown. Has he saved the season for us all? Has he been the key to the Texans' recent success? We'll discuss right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. It is hunting season, and it is holiday season. What do we do around the holiday time? Well, some folks go hunting. If you're going to do that, get on down to Academy Sports and Outdoors and check out that full line of hunting gear, that full
People.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
My wife plays with me.
All right. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, The Drive. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 99 in Kirkendall. Come on through. We're up in Spring, Buffalo Wild Wings again, 99 in Kirkendall. I think I heard the midday folks talking about there is 2 locations up in Spring. There are 2 locations up in Spring. We are at 99 in Kirkendall. Come on through and hang out with us. I've already eaten twice and had a couple of drinks, and Ron has as well. So come on in and join us. There's a little crowd here having a good time, watching a little TV and enjoying the cooler weather outside and having a few pops, enjoying their Thirsty Thursday. Big shout-out to Bud Light for making it happen. Big shout-out to Academy Sports and Outdoors as well. Always give them a shout-out, right?
Why not?
And just a quick announcement. Today we are obviously once again at Buffalo Wild Wings, 99 in Kirkendall up in Spring. But tomorrow we are at the Raven Tower.
Yep.
The Raven Tower down. Is that in the Heights, T? That's the Heights location? Heights-ish?
Ish.
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
It's next to that outdoor music venue.
That's right. It's inside the Loop, I believe.
Yes.
So look it up. The Raven Tower. I know Ron and I had us a good time last time we were there. They had a little food truck outside with a lot of drinks and TVs everywhere. So come on through and hang out. We got a big matchup tonight, Thursday night football. So can't think of a better place to watch it than right here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Boys, the Texans' offensive line has been significantly better over the last month. The Texans' offensive coordinator has been significantly better over the last month. So much so the national media is catching on. Here is Dan Orlovsky. Earlier this morning, I saw it this morning when I was up with the girls and the kiddos and getting them moving. Dan Orlovsky is obviously extremely high on what's going on in Houston. Here he is talking about these Texans.
They are on this 4-game win streak. What's changed for their offense specifically?
It's the most improved offensive line in football, and it's the most improved offensive coordinator in football. Shout out to Nick Caley, his growth this season. We've talked for years, about 2 years, about how bad this offensive line has been in Houston and the impact on the quarterback. This offensive line was terrible last year. Look at the number difference, okay? At this point last year, 104 pressures and 164 pressures, 25 sacks. Right now, 106 pressures, so a little bit more than 50 less, 14 sacks. That's 11 less. That is huge by that guard trio. Totally has changed. It's the most improved offensive line in football, and it's the most improved and developed offensive coordinator in the game right now.
I couldn't agree more with what Dan is saying. I think now I don't know about in football because I don't study him all the way he does, but I know that if there is a top 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, they're in the tops in a sense of groups and coordinators that have shown the most growth through the first 12 weeks of the season. I don't think there's any secret there. The Texans have been really good. Now the question is why, Ron? The question is why and how. That's the conversation that needs to be had. And earlier we had Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, on right here on Sports Radio 610. You can download the Odyssey app, AUDACY, and go back, use the rewind feature, and catch Nick Caley if you so choose. But Nick Caley gave us a little into what's been better about the Texans' offense this year.
1 second, guys. My computer froze. Here we go.
Oh.
And the program shut itself down.
2 seconds, guys. The old program froze up. That's all right. The offense had early season freeze-up problems as well. What we're talking about right now. The O-line struggled. Hey, man, the offensive coordinator froze up from time to time. Hell, I mean, as good as we are right here on the drive, it even happens to us personally. So for it to happen to a computer.
I think they've continued to get better at just fundamental football. In the run game, I think our double teams and combinations have gotten better and improved steadily. And I think just time on task, time to settle in with the guys that are in there now, just more time at doing it, honestly. We've improved on that. I think in terms of the pass protection, the cohesiveness, starting with communication and being on the same page, those guys have done a really good job of just working together, communicating so that we're all coordinated in terms of our distribution in the pass pro. So when you couple that run game, pass protection, I think we've made some strides. We still got to make some more strides, but I've been pleased with the improvement from that standpoint. We get a lot of extra work at practice, do a lot of stuff fundamentally in terms of blitz pickup, et cetera, and I think it's starting to show improvement at a good pace. We just got to make more.
Ron, I like the thought of, I'll be honest with you, I really like the double team, the physicality, and like the improvement in the double team, because you could see that on film, no question about it. You could see it on film every day, every game. It wasn't there. They were talking about it. It never showed up, and now all of a sudden it's shown up. And so here's the deal. We've established that nationally they're getting the attention that they rightfully deserve, the O-line and the play caller. We've heard from the play caller in the sense of what does he see in difference. Obviously, this group, the time on task, the reps they're getting, the ability to execute double teams better. And I'm going to say this, Ron. I think when I look at this overall, I think it's fair to look at Trent Brown, the former New England Patriot, the guy that was more of a coach and mentor for a good chunk of the offseason and helped part of the regular season. I think it's fair to say that we may look back on this thing and Trent Brown could have saved not just the offensive line, but hell, he could have saved the season. When you look at the way that he plays the game, you'll never convince me that there's not a correlation with him getting in the game, his physicality being shown snap in, snap out. You and I talked about it immediately following the first game that his ass played, and I said, I don't know how you ignore it. I don't know how you put anybody else on the field right there. And his ability, we talked specifically about how they're handling double teams and his ability to know and feel when to go to the next level, when to allow the guard to take over on a double team and go to the next level and not leave him out to dry. We talked about it specifically then. So if you're we can look at it from the perspective of just his play in specifically and how, when you put that on film, how it impacts the rest of these young guys. This is now the O-line coach can say this is what a double team's supposed to look like, boys. Instead of talking about it, and we've heard offensive line coaches asking for more physicality and finishing on double teams for 4 years now, and we just haven't seen it until recently. And so I think from that perspective, his play. Just being better at the right tackle position, more forceful at the right tackle position, number one. Number two, the film aspect of it, the other guys seeing it and becoming contagious. And number three, the bigger piece of this thing is freeing up Titus Howard to be the answer for the missing piece. I think it was pretty obvious early on that Ed Ingram was their best option at right guard.
And they wanted him to play guard.
They wanted him to play guard.
Titus. They wanted him to be an answer at one of them.
Well, they had no choice, right? As you look at what they're going on, you have no choice. You got Ed Ingram that I think clearly early on, if he was healthy, he was going to be their right guard. For whatever reason, however they got there, that's what they decided on. Jake Andrews, they gave him the Kamari Lassiter treatment. They gave him the damn starting job almost immediately in OTAs. He was getting all the starter reps right there. And so those two guys were plug-and-play guys. That left guard position was a real major struggle. And because Trent Brown could get in there and play right tackle in a way of which I don't give a damn who the other right tackle was, I think it's going to be hard-pressed to get him off the field. We now see that. Now that allows Titus Howard to go to left guard. And look, Titus Howard does not like playing left guard. I don't give a damn what anybody says. I don't care what he says. Right?
No, it's not his best position either.
It's not his best position. It's not a good position. I mean, he gets the job done. He gets the job done, but it's not pretty. It's not a guard fashion. He's not built for it. His play style doesn't fit it. He needs to be a tackle the rest of his career. If it's not here, he needs to find somewhere to be a tackle. That's bottom line. But right now, he is the best answer at guard. He can go in there. He can understand the communication, the pass protections, the run schemes. Even in the run schemes, he's the one guy that there's just I don't know if it's out of position. I don't know if it's just not a physical guy. He just does not bring the same level of physicality that some of these other guys do. I mean, if you're out there, Ron, and you know this, hell, having played in the trenches at any level. If you're out there and you play hard and you're physical, you're going to catch guys slipping. You're going to decleat guys. You're going to get some pancakes. Hell, he ain't got no interest in pancaking folks. but he can get the job done. He's more of a shielding style technique approach than some of the other guys are more bulldozers. But I'm telling you, man, Trent Brown has allowed this offense in many ways allowed this offense to learn how to play the position by demonstration. He's freed up a guy that can move in and play the guard position, and now you're looking at an offensive coordinator that's better and a quarterback that's more well protected, and a run game that, while not overly productive, but definitely complementary, if you will, and definitely situationally they've been good of late. And so, look, I think Trent Brown just deserves a hell of a lot of credit for what is going on offensively for the Houston Texans.
Hey, man, I wasn't sold till we talked to him earlier today. And obviously you can see where he plays. I do think Titus is probably their best tackle, and he's playing guard. But I can understand especially what it is that they want to do. Yeah. And I think he may be the leader of the offensive line. He may be the leader of the offense, to be honest with you, especially how much he was in the offseason talking to guys. It seemed like everybody walked right over to him. You could see that he meant more than just, putting his hand in the dirt.
Well, that brings me to probably the final and most impressive point with Trent Brown is after having him here on the radio with us. I know you had some big guy chemistry with him and came around to being higher on him at right tackle. But it's blatantly obvious, Ron. We talk about this all the time. When we have guys on the radio or we have guys in the post-game show, there is a good chunk of guys that walk in there, and I think D'Amico and Nick Caserio have built it this way, but they are literally robots in what they say and how they act when they're on in a setting like this where people can hear and it's publicly presented, right? I firmly believe, I've said this a million times, I think offensively we lack the guys that don't have that. We got too many guys that it's coach speak, it's hey man, don't say the wrong things, make sure you're preaching the company messaging and don't get out of line. And all of a sudden you get a guy on, Dalton Schultz is one of those guys, but definitely is one of the guys that I'm talking about here in a sense of Trent Brown. Like, when you have them on air, they're comfortable in their own skin, they're confident, they're not worried about what Nick Caserio thinks or what D'Amico's going to think. They're going to say things that come to their mind, and I think we need more of that on this offense. And so now, even after talking to him today, Ron, and figuring out, man, he's not just a good player that can do all these things. He's also a guy that brings that leadership, that alpha, that genuine, sincere alpha to the table. That was much needed on this offense as well.
No, yeah, that to me, I think that's maybe the difference.
Yeah.
and what you're hearing, you can't, especially for a unit, Clint. Just listen, they're not going to be great right now. Like this, they're not going to be great. They're too young at some spots. They've got some deficiencies at other spots. You got one guy who's really a tackle playing guard, but all of the intangible extra stuff you need. Yeah. And all of that helps for them to be good enough for this offense to be able to function. At times last year or even the year before, they weren't good enough to function. And all of that extra stuff helps to me, and I think it's no coincidence. Once again, we heard from Nick Cayley earlier in this segment. I don't think it's any coincidence that the feeling of the offense working or looking the best it's looked also coincides with the offensive line playing like they have.
Well, they've got their best five out there. They're executing them double teams, which I can't. It seems simple, but I can't stress how important that is. I think they're probably communicating a little bit better. And the last thing, Ron, when talking about the offensive coordinator being better, I'll be honest with you. Now, he's been better, no doubt about it, and he's finding his groove. But I got to be honest, man. I think a lot of this boils down to they've just got their best players on the field. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Like, my only negative pushback, if you will, is like, why did it take so long to figure out Laken Tomlinson shouldn't even be on the team?
Yeah.
Because it ain't like you know he's a backup now after rotating him and you treated him as a starter, then you rotated him, and now he's not even on a team. Like, how did that take 8 weeks into the season to get it done? Now, I know it's week 12, but it took 8 weeks to figure out you need to rotate these guys. Like, why is it taking a year and a half to realize Juice Scruggs isn't the guy that you can trust to start right now? Like
maybe it was all the injury to Trent Brown that
it was holding them back.
Maybe that they didn't get a chance to put him in.
Fair,
because that's what I said.
And Blake Fisher was bad, so it may limited options.
From the jump, it felt like they wanted to move Titus inside. They had started that way, and then Cam Robinson was so bad, then they felt like they had to get him off the team, and then they had to move Ursary over there, and then it was like, well, we can only use Blake really in this damn jumbo package, which you want them to stop, and so maybe that's what it was.
My only point in saying all that is
they could have got to Jared Patterson quicker.
Right. My only point in saying that is I think this offensive coordinator is better right now because, one, the QBs have been better. Both of these guys have been better. But I think you got the right running back on the field. Right? I think you're getting the ball in the hands of Woody Marks in situations where we can have success without everybody around him being perfect. We've mentioned the O-line to death. They finally settled on the best 5 guys, right? Getting the best guys on the field are just – the only guy still kind of hanging around out there that you could say, what's wrong with Jalen Noel? Why are we still playing this Christian Kirk game? That's really the only one. Everything else it seems like has settled in to what we were begging for after week 1, to be honest with you. But it looks like it's settled in now. So there's the Texans offense, and a ton of credit, rightfully so. The last month has been tremendous. And now you get CJ back, and you got a chance to even be better.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just. I was going to run down the reasons of why again. So what you got?
I just don't want to. I don't want to throw a wet blanket on it.
Well, you're good at that. What do you got?
I do want to see if it's growing like this, and it has gotten better. And by an eye test, it has been.
Hold on, so
they are still averaging 19 points a game in their last 3.
Yep.
Yes, by the eye test, you look at it looks better. Is the next step going to be that they are going to it's actually going to pay dividend? Right?
No. The answer is no. They're not trying to score 30 points, Ron. They're trying to score 20.
They're right at 19.
And they're right at 19. Seriously,
19.6. Sorry,
we're never go the way they handled the end of the half last week.
Can't get to 24.
The way they like literally, Ron, and we've been meaning to talk about this all week, but hell, I'll put it out there. We just listened to D'Amico Ryans talk about I'm aggressive, like to be aggressive, referring to 2 quarterback sneaks to the tight end.
Good time, man. Fourth down.
If you're 3rd and short and 4th and short, if you're an aggressive coach, what are you going to do on 3rd down? 3rd and short.
Go up top. Try to get a big play.
We call I'm aggressive doing the tush push with Cage Stover twice, right? So you got to put all this stuff into context. We're not going to see the full power of this offense, whatever it may or may not be. We're not going to see it given how they approach football, and we're just going to have to find a way to complement the O-line and the running back and the OC. Without saying, well, you scored 30 points this week. I just don't think it's going to happen very often.
Yeah, that's just my thing is, yes, I feel like it is improving. When you look up there, within that improvement, you look up, they had 36 yards total in a half.
Mm-hmm.
They're still sitting there at 19 points a game.
You mess around and get up 10 points in that second half this week, you're going to see it again.
Okay.
We're gonna run that old bad foot off of Woody,
I guess. All right, coming up, important information. This is just developed for the Texans. Not great news here in the last 15, 20 minutes. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Power outages, they can happen. They happen around these folks, this area all the time. Man, extreme heat, extreme cold. We look like we may have survived.
boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday. We are, as the big voice man said, we're in spring. Buffalo Wild Wings, come on out and hang out with us. Also, remember, tomorrow will be a big football Friday, and you can come hang out with us. It will take us to Ravens Tower, as Clint said, in the city, inside the Loop. Come on out and hang out with us, as it'll be a good time. We went there not too long ago. I believe they had that Purple Haze or some sort of a drink that I got coerced into. It's a good spot, good time to be had, good food trucks outside. So come on out and have a good time. 310 North Street here in Houston. That's where Raven Tower is, right next to that outdoor music venue. So come on out and hang out with tomorrow on a football Friday. All right, Clint, I did want to pass along this news. There were reports that Kamari Lassiter was seen on the practice field today. This from Aaron Wilson, two parts here. Texans corner Kamari Lassiter is sidelined with a foot injury. He, while it isn't regarded as a season-ending situation, his availability for Sunday's game against the Chiefs is, quote, up in the air, per sources. Team has added a new corner, Jamarcus Ingram, off waivers today from the Bills. So they do add another player at that position, which I think almost sends the alarms that this could be a little bit more serious in terms of missing at least this game. He also went on to say that Lassiter is hoping to make it back for Sunday's game against the Chiefs, per sources, but availability is uncertain due to foot injury. If he can't go, Clint, as you mentioned before, Tremont Smith would be the next man up to go opposite of Derek Stingley Jr. So it looks like, Clint, from what we heard from D'Amico, it felt like just the way he sounded, we talked about it yesterday, that he felt pretty good about that trio of Lassiter, Will Anderson, and Woody Marks coming back. Two of them obviously are back, but it looks like the Kamari Lassiter thing may be more of a threat of him not playing on Sunday.
Well, I hope this turns into a bad report. I hope that Kamari Lassiter's out there. We've talked about it over the last couple of days just because of some of the guys that have become available on the market. The Darius Slay, cut in Pittsburgh. He ended up signing with Buffalo. By the way, he's talking about retiring now because apparently he didn't want to go to Buffalo. He wanted to return to the Eagles. We've talked in depth about the secondary issues that the Texans have. Boy, to lose one of these corners is going to be a tough pill to swallow, especially this week against Kansas City when they can throw Hollywood Brown out there, Worthy out there, obviously Rashee Rice out there. You got a lot going on right now. And you've got several guys out there that can expose a corner, especially when, you look stylistically when this defense is at its best, it's that sticky coverage in the back end. I don't know that you want
– and the physicality.
Yeah, sure.
And he brings that a ton.
I just don't know that you want to be applying sticky coverage with Tremont Smith. I love Tremont, not minimize, no disrespect, but I don't know that you want to go out there against this group and ask Tremont Smith, who's typically special teams guy, to jump in there and all of a sudden be super physical and have quote-unquote sticky coverage. That seems like a tough ask for him, but we'll see. Hopefully Kamari Lassiter is fine. Did it say what it was? Is it a foot?
It's a foot, yeah.
Foot injury.
Yeah,
man, hopefully that's a bad report and he's actually going to get back out there.
Yeah, that would be him and Tim Settle. Tim Settle, we'll talk about a little bit later on 5 o'clock fire, but he's going to be out. He's been placed on IR, out for the season with season-ending foot surgery. He's already had surgery, so he's out with the foot. And Maury Lester, as quotes report, his availability for the game on Sunday could be up in the air, which is something we are definitely going to be watching tomorrow. And usually, as they gotta travel, it may be, maybe it's a game time decision, but it may be something that we know about coming up tomorrow while we're at Raven Tower for Football Friday. So that's one that we are definitely going to keep our eyes and watch. All right, Clinton, I know last night you said you was watching that Rockets Kings number, and that was an ass kicking, and the Rockets have been doing that to a lot of these. They have taken care of the teams they're supposed to take care of. I know the Jazz got them the other night. It's the second time they had a back-to-back, or first time they had a back-to-back this season, and they took an L. But for the most part, they have been taking care of teams that they're supposed to, like they did last night with the Kings. But you were at a crossroads last night.
Man, I don't know. See, I'm a football guy, man, and football is easy to analyze. It's easy to discuss because you got one game, man, and we tear that thing apart, and we've got 7 days to do it, man, and it's all the different positions, and it's hard enough for me with the Astros. As all the listeners know, I watch the Astros as if every game matters. I just don't know how to watch and root and be a fan for a team and just go, it's a long season, man. It don't matter what the hell's going on. So everybody out there knows my struggle. I have bandwidth to handle it with the Astros. I don't know if I can add the Rockets. I flip on that Rockets game last night, and I'm thinking, I'm going to watch KD do his thing. Yeah, I'm going to watch Alpy do his thing. Hopefully Tyler hits his little over in points.
He did.
I'm going to see how Reed Shepherd's coming along as his point guard, man. Watch this. And I flipped TV on, and Reed ain't on the floor. So I hit and look, I know he played some minutes last night. I'm not saying he should have played. Everybody relax. I'm just talking about my emotions here. And I flip open social media, and all of a sudden I see, Rockets Twitter talking about, well, maybe Reed's better coming off the bench. Maybe this is this or that. And I'm thinking, damn, I just warmed up to the fact that I was wrong on this guy, and I want to see him go out there and play well. And here I flip TV on, and I can't even enjoy it. And I got 82 of these suckers.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, man, it's hard for me to. It's going to be hard for me to do it year round. Between the Rockets and the Astros, it's really a year round of, hey, just watch to watch, man. There's so many games, it doesn't even matter. They don't even mean anything. Just watch to watch. I can't do it.
It's not that they don't mean anything. It's just obviously, you start 0-3, you're in trouble. You have a 3-game losing streak with the Astros or the Rockets. Not as dire. Not as dire. Yeah, man, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. And Reed's fine. Reed, you got enough time to kind of tinker with some things, right? I think the injury is probably what got Reed potentially in the starting lineup, and he was playing well, looking good. I think it is. I think what it has done is given him a thought like, how do I feel about maybe sliding Amin Thompson over where he doesn't have point guard duties at the beginning of the game, and Reed Shepherd, and can Reed play defensively well enough? I think he probably wanted to get Josh in, the better defender, in this game, and kind of toy around with some things. But you should be good. Reed is good. Now he's had three games where he's been under in single digits, but that's all right. Came off that 31.
I mean, to take it even one step further, Rob.
Be all right, man.
But even one step further. I mean, this is like, and I don't know the players well enough yet, the replacements, if you will, well enough yet. The Josh Okogie cat, I don't know him well, but like, man, I can't watch old buddy jog out there to center field no more, man. What's his name?
Ooh.
The center fielder that went out there, lefty, that went out there and hit about 0.99.
Who, Jacob Melton?
Jacob Melton. Like, I can't do that in two sports. I can't do that year round.
The golden era.
No.
The
Really?
The Astros put me through it consistently. Like, I can't look up.
That's interesting. I don't know about you, Tyler. but like, you know, I've never had an NBA team, so I didn't grow up with an NBA team. But Kansas is the closest thing to a basketball team, and they play probably two times a week, which isn't as much as you're talking. But like the Royals or baseball, and I'm assuming the Astros, with many of you growing up, it was such a routine. It is such a routine, and like when the season over, it's like, what the hell? What am I supposed to do at 7 o'clock?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do? It's like a routine for me to get out there, and it becomes a part of my nightly routine.
For me,
I feel weird on days off.
For me, I know it's not realistic, but every time I turn the Rockets on, I want to see the best 5 on the floor they got.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, I want to see the best they got. And I understand they're in a position right now where maybe they don't know, and they got some guys injured. And I know the game's not played that way always, but there's matchups. I get it. But, man, I don't know. It just dawned on me last night for no in particular reason, but it just dawned on me last night, like, man, I got to change my ways. Got to change my viewing habits, man.
Hey, make it your habit.
The way I watch these things, I got to take a little passion out of it.
Yeah, pick and choose games. You can't now you can't just get yourself laced out for a Kings Rockets matchup. Yeah, OKC. Yeah, get yourself going. Lakers, Nuggets, get yourself going. Yeah, take a deep breath, especially when they're getting
I ain't doing that.
They get their ass.
I mean, I ain't getting good and hard for no Lakers Nuggets game.
I'm talking about the Rockets. If the Rockets are playing those teams.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you're not watching that. All right, coming up, a lot of the conversation this week has been about how are the Chiefs going to deal with this number one defense, especially with the injuries they have and what it's looked like in a must-win game. How are they going to handle it? Well, listen, Clint, you know Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, they've been pretty good at this thing. What would be the ways that they're going to handle and have to attack? How can they attack this defense? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, our friends over at Coushatta Casino Resort, Quick Trip East.
injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Bundle-rooski.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, The Drive is live, and we're live on the road. As the big voice man said, we're Buffalo Wild Wings on a Thirsty Thursday here in Spring. Make your way on out here. Got a good crowd out here, and as I look at it, it's almost 5 o'clock. More people starting to get off work. Make your way on out here and enjoy yourself. Still got prizes to win in the 5 o'clock hour, so come on out if you're in the building. I just saw a couple people just grab a ticket, get themselves in a raffle box for themselves a chance to win coming up here in just a bit. 5 o'clock fire. Make sure you're ready for that, because there is some I'd say pretty serious injury news on both sides, including the Kamari Lassiter news. Somebody texted in, Clint. Lassiter is not missing the game. Ron, like I felt through it. It was very, very hard. A hard run. This is what it's called. It is not that kind of run, though.
A hard run.
Yeah, Ron. This is called gamesmanship. They lost two safeties, and that's why another cornerback was signed. Come on, man. Okay. Kamari doesn't seem like the guy to just
take a couple days off.
Yeah. No. Yeah. And miss the two heavy days. Maybe. We'll see. At the very least, it seems like it's up in the air. I don't think this is gamesmanship. I think that Kamari Lassiter is really struggling with something and could potentially miss this game. Again, as I said yesterday, he feels like the type of guy that you got to drag the hell off of it. And we'll see. We'll see where he is. Obviously, he's not 100%, but it'll be interesting to see where he is. But, listen, nationally, we talked about it. The Texans are getting love, right? They are one of the hottest teams in football and deservedly being talked up, especially after these last two wins against the Bills. And the NFL Live yesterday. This is Laura Rutledge. I think you've worked with her a little bit before.
I have.
Dan Orlowski.
Fine young lady.
Lucky.
Come on, Tiger. Dan Orlowski, Field Yates, they were talking about the Texans' defense and the potential dilemmas that Andy Reid and the Chiefs will have to face. Here's what they were talking about on ESPN yesterday.
You know, we're giving credit to these Texans and their offense, but their defense is maybe top 2 in the entire league? I mean, maybe one. They're so
Denver,
good.
Philly, Houston,
so again, that's what Patrick Mahomes and this offense is going to be up against. What can they try to do to make something happen in this game?
Okay, so when I watch Houston's defense, one of the things that stands out is how fast they fill in the run game. Mm-hmm. Everybody's like downhill. Okay, so my initial inclination is always go, well, let me kill you and gut you in the play-action pass. Mm-hmm. And then you watch them defend the play-action pass, and you're like, how can you be so aggressive to the run, yet I can't take advantage of in the play-action? You know, they're so well-coached and so smart. So I think one thing that has to be a big deal is they have to be willing to get the defense to run sideline to sideline. Their 4x1 stuff, kick the ball out to the perimeter. Hopefully make some tackles, make some missed tackles. The challenge is Houston tackles so well. All of 11. I wish I had an easy answer for you.
There's
I don't
not one,
think
right?
that there's Patrick's going to have to make 3 or 4 remarkable plus plays where he goes above the X's and O's.
All right, that was Dan Orlowski and the NFL Live crew talking about how good this defense is. And look, we've watched every one of the games of this defense. But Clint, also, I think you have great respect for the offensive mind that is Andy Reid, and obviously Patrick Mahomes has been in many situations, and this Chiefs offense has been in many situations. But we understand they are in, and we talked about the injury report, but they could be down 3 offensive linemen, right, and 3 backups. So they do have some deficiencies. In your mind, you've watched this defense. You understand still what they have over there, the weapons they have, and how they would function. How do you think Andy Reid, because obviously those guys aren't idiots. They're not going to walk in there and just say, oh, whoa, what the hell do we do? I'm certain they have a game plan. How do you get – what's the sense you did that they're going to attack the Texans?
I think there's 3 things that come to mind, and Dan hit on one of them, but I don't think he started in the right spot. I think you've got to try to attack the Texans between the tackles with the run game.
Yeah.
Guard, center guard, especially now with no Settle, no Foley Fatukasi. There's a real soft spot in there that should allow you to run the ball consistently between the tackles. Now, I'm not talking about chunk plays because Dan was right. The backers get downhill quick, the safeties feel, the nickel defenders can play the run. But when you look at this team, there is an opportunity between the tackles to run the football downhill. And I think that is where you start. And then you go to the play action. I think they're going to have to max protect with some play action, two-man routes, and beat one-on-one coverage in that quote-unquote sticky coverage, right? So I think that has to happen. But here's what I worry more about is there's nobody in the NFL better than Andy Reid in scheming up what I call right now throws, right? Whether that's screens, whether it's behind the line of scrimmage, or it's man with the different kind of pick routes, whether it's picking inside out or outside in. Are you picking to get the quick throw to the sideline? Are you picking to get a shoot route up the sideline, a quick throw but a vertical? You know, I don't think there's anybody in the NFL better than Andy Reid over the years, and that is the way you strain this defense. And so I think those,
even with their speed, even with their ability we saw the Bills have some success with it. Yeah,
they're good. They're good, safe throws. I think with our defense, the way our defense plays, I think you're one seam or one missed tackle away from a chunk play, and I think they're going to strain them that way. I think they're going to try to run it between the tackles to try to protect Pat Mahomes because he doesn't have his tackle hurt. Hell, his whole line is hurt. But I think they're going to try to run it downhill if they can, and the play action's obviously there. But I think you're going to get a heavy dose of the quick stuff, sideline to sideline. And like I said, the creativity, how exotic they are. There's not a better guy in the NFL. There's not a better coach in the NFL with more in his repertoire than Andy Reid.
The big thing that is so different for the Texans than any other team that we watch defensively, I think the closest thing to it is the Denver Broncos, who the Chiefs faced earlier this year. That's similar. Is they're so fast and attacking. Like they seem to be playing downhill at every position on the field, right? The aggression level there's not like the little easy throws you see teams be able to complete. They seem to be in receivers' grill. Like, they're so aggressive. Andy and the Chiefs, to me, to have any kind of level of success, they're going to have to try to slow them down in some form or fashion. Make them think, make them play slower than they normally play. And I don't know that we've seen any teams been able to do that. But to me, whether that's running the football, as you're saying, quick, they have got to slow that defense down and in some way at least stop them from being so aggressive right off the bat to me. And I think you pointed out multiple ways that can be done.
Look, I think there's going to be opportunity. I mean, the reality of it is yes, this defense is really good. Yes, Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes are dealing with a lot of injuries up front. And it's going to be an ugly game. But let's be honest. I mean, we've watched this team with this great defense play games versus offenses that'll go to sleep for three quarters, and it's a one-score game.
Yeah.
So it's not like with the Chiefs had to go out there and be great for four quarters. I mean, you just got to go out there and over a four-quarter span, if you get 9-10 drives, hey, can you get 3 or 4 of them to get points on the board? Can you get a couple of touchdowns, get 3 or 4 of them to get points on the board? You get to that 20-24 number, and you're going to really put some pressure on the Texans to have to score points, and then your defense can eat. So, yeah, I mean, look, I think it's a tough game. It's a tough game for Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid, as a lot of the games this year have been for them. But it's not like our offense isn't going to play to the low-scoring game.
I do wonder, as I know we need to head to 5 o'clock fire, I do wonder, because Andy can be very stubborn. Andy can be I'm going to run my offense, I'm going to run this thing, and I don't care. You know, I may not chip, I may not. He may be forced to have to just, as you said, quick stuff, right now throws, run the ball, have to stick to it just because he doesn't have his full offensive line.
Well, I don't think
he may be forced to have to do it.
I don't think he's going to be scared throughout the game to take shots. I don't think he or Pat are going to, because it's way too inviting. You can't do it for 4 quarters. You're going to end up with 8 sacks the way that Josh Allen did. You can't do it and run around like a chicken with your head cut off outside the pocket. But stay in your lane, inside the pocket, move around, and try to buy a little bit of time to let a double move get over the top, or let somebody get over the top of one of those sticky, low-hanging safeties, and you got a monster play. They're definitely going to try to take advantage of that. They got to be careful, or the Texans will make them pay in a big way. They probably will. The Texans will probably win half of those. All they got to do is hit one of them to make it make sense.
Yeah. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. As I said, man, we've got some real injury concerns for both teams, to be honest. The Texans and the Chiefs will let you know the latest on that. A big Thursday night football game with the other hot team in Texas. The Cowboys take on the Lions. We'll discuss that, and some big news out of the NBA, not only with the Rockets and them last night, but also one of the top players has an injury. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Chronic joint pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most. And it's holiday season, so there's a lot of moments right now.
Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Shout out to you, Lovey. That damn thing gets me every time.
I love that one.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, yo ass, if you're off work, need to be here. Here, Buffalo Wild Wings. Here in spring, make your way on out here. This is a great place to get your Thursday started off right. TVs all over the place. You still got a chance to win prizes. I see a room full of beers, drinks, margaritas being handed out. My man got one. I got you too. Cheers to you. And wings, food all over the place. If you want to watch the Cowboys, my man been here. He is ready to go, baby. He got his Parsons jersey on. Don't let it go. He is ready to go, baby. You want to watch the Cowboys and the Lions? Plenty of TVs here. Big Thursday night football game that you can watch. NBA up here as well. Maybe there's a TV you want to sneak some hockey on. I'm not sure. Maybe the Stars are playing. I don't know. But plenty of TVs here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and a great spot to kick off your Thursday night. I want to get right to it, Clint, because the injury – I talked about it yesterday, Clint. The injury list is going to be really important. I thought a lot more for the Chiefs because of the injuries that they – what are you smiling?
Why are you messing with old buddy in the Parsons jersey, man?
What?
I mean, why let him wear his jersey?
Say with Cowboys jersey, he's still wearing it. What's wrong, man? He still loves Mike.
Why can't you just let that man wear his jersey?
I'm letting him wear it.
You got to make wisecracks. Why you got to make wisecrack when he walks off, man?
I really don't think that was a wisecrack. I just said he still got his Parsons jersey on. He's got his Cowboy jersey on.
You said hang on to it or don't let it go or something.
Yeah, don't let it go.
Hey, man.
Glory hole.
Hey, man, he paid good money for that Parsons jersey.
He ain't like Tyler. He don't buy a Mills jersey and then leave it hanging in the damn closet for 2 years.
Still can't believe he didn't wear it to that Tennessee game.
I really couldn't find it. I looked everywhere.
T-shirt. You didn't just lost it mentally.
You lost a damn $200 jersey?
I guess. I seriously tore my house apart. Anyway.
Listen, again, Thank you, Davis Mills, for all you've done, but we got to move past this. What
about Parsons?
David Mills. Davis Mills, sorry.
Playing tonight. But no, from the injury front, you thought it would be really big to follow for the Chiefs, but I think the Texans have now jumped in this in a major way. One, we kicked off the news today with the Texans now going to be without Tim Settle, defensive tackle. He had foot surgery, and he is being placed on season-ending IR. So he is done for the year, and that is a big loss right there in the middle. So, one, that's a big thing. And then here recently in the last hour or so, Kamari Lassiter reports is that he is sidelined with a foot injury, second straight day. And while it is regarded as something that isn't season-ending, but his availability for Sunday's game is up in the air, courtesy of Aaron Wilson and his report. Also, to go along with that, Clint, they have added another corner in Jamarcus Ingram off waivers from the Bills. So that in part kind of, at least if you're looking at different moves off of it, makes you wonder if this is something a little bit more serious than maybe we thought. He is still going to try to give it a go and play on Sunday. Tomorrow will be a big thing to watch, but we know they're going to be without Tim Settle the rest of the way. They could be without Kamari Lassiter in this game, too.
Well, I mean, look, let's talk about the one that we know for sure. The Tim Settle injury inside is big, right? I mean, if there is a weak spot on this defense, it's inside guard, center guard. It's the defensive tackle positions, right? And when you look at guys that can anchor down, can eat a double team, you look at guys that can hold the line of scrimmage, Tim Settle is the biggest one there. Foley Fatukasi's already injured. Kurt Hinish has been out. And so you just, when it comes to bigger-bodied defensive linemen that can hold the line of scrimmage, man, you are really thin. Losing Tim Settle is going to hurt. Losing Tim Settle is going to hurt. The other guys you have, Mario Edwards, solid player, been a lot more than what you thought he would be since he came here. But he's more of a penetrator that's specific to D'Amico's defense, get skinny, penetrate, and wreak havoc in the backfield. I don't know if he's a guy that can play additional reps because the numbers are down and be that guy that can hold the line of scrimmage. Also, you look up, obviously, Tommy Togiai has been a guy that is built to be a double-team, hold the line of scrimmage guy. Can he do it for an extended period of time? He's not
more reps and more time out there, yeah.
Yeah, he's not the biggest guy out there. And so you just look interior-wise on this defensive line. I think going in with Tim Settle, you got to think offenses were going to attack us inside that defensive line to stay away from the edge guys anyway. And so now you don't have Tim Settle. You got to believe that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to come in and try to run the ball downhill early.
At the very least, it throws off your rotation, right?
Yep.
And now Mario Edwards and Tommy Togiai are going to be called on to do more and play more potentially, and we'll see what they do practice squad-wise or whatever, but that's a big deal. But then also Kamari Lassiter. To me, Clint, I know D'Amico is next man up, and I'm sorry if Kamari Lassiter isn't able to go, and just by looking at the reports, I think that is at least on the table. If he isn't able to go, Clint, I would imagine this at least at some point has to change a little bit of what D'Amico and Burke want to do with this defense on Sunday.
Well, look, I think it changes a lot.
You think it does change
yes.
game plan, how they run defense?
Well, if Kamari can't go, it flat out changes the way you play defense. Kamari Lassiter is a absolute tone setter for this football team. Good to have Jalen Petrie back. Maybe Jalen Petrie can handle a little bit of that, him and Will. But when you look at it between Will Anderson and Kamari Lassiter, they set the tone for this team. Aziz Al-Shaair obviously is in the middle. He does it as well. But when you talk about guys that play with rare energy, rare finish, rare physicality, I think again, Aziz, Will, and Kamari. And when you lose a corner that brings that to the table, D'Amico Ryans is on record this week talking about he's the best corner in the game when it comes to playing with physicality, playing the run, rushing the passer, playing physical, finishing. You lose that, it hurts, right? So it changes, obviously what your secondary looks like. But I think he's the thermostat in the room a lot of the times in that secondary.
Coverage-wise, does it change?
Absolutely.
It changes, so it does?
Yeah, absolutely, man. You lose the versatility that he brings to the table. And you look, I've had questions about Kamari Lassiter's speed since he got here, and I think if you put him on a clock, we'd probably all realize there probably is a difference in speed. But game speed on the grass, he has no problem. And so when you flip that and you put a backup, a reserve corner out there, again, against this coordinator, this quarterback, and the speed that Kansas City has, you could have some problems. So I'm more worried about Tim Settle because we know he's out this week, and we know that's a weak spot if there is one on this defense. But the Kamari Lassiter injury could be a major problem.
That's the one. A lot of the guys, Will Anderson, Danico Autry, Trent Brown, who we spoke to earlier, Woody Marks, another big one, they all returned to practice. They were limited, but it looks like they should be all right to go. The Chiefs, however, Trey Smith and Jawan Taylor. We know that Josh Simmons, their tackle, is on IR. He is going to miss at least 4 games, so we know he'll miss this one. But Jawan Taylor and Trey Smith, again, today did not practice. Taylor with the triceps injury that's really holding him back. And then the ankle of Trey Smith. Trey Smith missed the last game. And then Jawan Taylor came out at halftime and didn't return. So that could be – they're still on track right now where they may have 3 backups in on the offensive line. So those are key things to watch.
Yeah, so for me here on this one, it's Trey Smith. I don't care who you put out at the tackle position for the Chiefs.
They were going to have a problem anyways.
With Will and Daniil, you're just going to have to – it's not like you're going to go, oh, well, Jawan Taylor can't play. Now we're going to have to help our tackles. No, you got to help your tackles anyway.
Yeah.
That's going to have to be a big part of what you do anyway. The Trey Smith, potential, issue there is good for the Texans. But I just mentioned, I think the way the Chiefs have a chance in this game is to run it. Not to have a chance. That's awfully aggressive. But the one thing that you got to believe they're going to try to do is run the ball downhill inside the tackles. And Trey Smith gives you the better opportunity to do that than a reserve guard. So he's the one that, for the Texans fans, if he doesn't play, boy, what you would view as an advantage for them may be less of an advantage because their best interior offensive lineman isn't playing.
Yeah. So those are big ones to watch. There are key injuries on both sides. Tomorrow is a big day to watch to see where these guys land and if they have designations of being out of these games.
if I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go.
5 o'clock fire.
Just found a way to use it, didn't you? Just wanted to get that voice in there. I'm surprised you hadn't dropped it in more times this week.
He's just ready to go, man.
I feel like you're about to maybe stay up there to about 10 o'clock to really get some of the best ones. I told you back in the day, we used to do a segment called "Make Mahomes' Voice Sexy Again," and we used to play ballads and slow jams behind his press conferences to make his voice sound sexy again. So,
hey, old Kermit the Frog here.
There you go, baby. There you go, man. And it worked. All right, big Thursday night football game. I'm certain a little bit later on, T-Mill's best bets, that he's going to try to redeem himself for these football bets. They have been going really, really well, except for Monday Night Football. But Cowboys, Lions tonight. 3.5-point favorites are the Lions in Detroit. A lot of people believe, along with the Texans, the Dallas Cowboys are the hottest teams here lately, outside of, I guess, the Patriots and the Broncos. They've both won like 10 or 11 in a row or whatever. But the Cowboys, one of the hottest teams in the league, just coming off back-to-back wins against the two Super Bowl participants. They go in, and they are 6-5-1. And they're really, really hot. But, Clint, if they lose tonight, I mean, with the way that the standings are in the NFC, they really find themselves in trouble, even though they have really come on late. Because unlike the AFC, like 9-4 right now is the 7th spot with the 49ers, and then this would drop them below what would be an 8-5 Lions team if they were to lose this game. So this is a huge, huge game for the NFC in the playoff race.
Yeah, it's a big game. There's no doubt about that. And look, I mean, these are two teams that have been, I think, trending in a different direction. The last time I watched them, the Cowboys looked like one of the better teams in the league, and it looks like the Micah Parsons move, the Quinn Williams bring in, it looks like the way that they've reshuffled that deck, it looks like it's working out for the Cowboys. This is a major test, obviously, right here for with the Lions. If you beat the Lions, they would have beaten the Eagles, the Chiefs, and the Lions 3 out of 3 weeks. That'd be an impressive run for the Cowboys, a convincing run for the Cowboys that this is a different team. And like I said, the interesting thing here is I would typically say that at Detroit, this is 10 out of 10 Lions. I'm betting Lions all day long. But when I watched the Lions last week, I believe it was against Green Bay on Thanksgiving. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I mean, Jared Goff did not look like himself. He looked out of sorts. I'm not real sure that the offensive coordinator, offensive play caller, with Dan Campbell having taken play calling duties from him, I'm not real sure that that's going as smooth as they would hope. Replacing Ben Johnson, who's killing it right now at Green Bay. I don't know if that's going as smooth. So I think there could be some problems brewing in Detroit. Amon-Ra St. Brown got injured last week. I didn't see if he's playing this week, but
he hasn't practiced all week. He's a game-time decision.
So there you go. I mean, look, that little running back they got, Jahmyr Gibbs, is the one thing you can take to the bank. He's going to be an absolute problem. I don't know if that's enough to outscore the Cowboys, who are hot right now. So this is a monster game for them both. And like you said, if the Cowboys can win, not only do you position yourself to be in the playoff conversation, but, boy, you've won 3 of 3. That's awfully impressive.
Yep. They're in a similar vein of the Texans, right? They had a 3-game stretch where they played the Eagles, the Chiefs, and the Lions, and I think most people thought, well, this is going to determine their season. And I don't know if many people thought they would come out of it well. Like, I think that stretch of Bills, Colts, and Chiefs for the Texans, but very much like the Texans, they have started off pretty well with that, winning the first 2, and we'll see if they can get this one here. And I think right now Dak Prescott could have a chance to really put forth an MVP case if he does this back-to-back Thursday night primetime games, really three games in a row, because that Eagles one was basically primetime as well. And there's a chance where we're seeing him on TV and he's, in a way, dragging this Cowboys team, because he just outplayed Jalen Hurts, he just outplayed Patrick Mahomes, and now he's got another one up against Jared Goff.
Well, it's definitely there for the taking. The names you mentioned, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, obviously Joe Burrow. Now you can add Jonathan Taylor, who was on the early list this year. I mean, look, there's just I'm trying to rack my brain, the top teams I mean, who right now?
Well, Stafford, I would say, is probably the leader in the clubhouse.
Yep.
Maybe Drake May,
there you
and
go.
then I think Dak. I think those are probably the top three.
Well, I mean, look there. I mean, that is the point well made right there. You don't have the big horses that are in the race, maybe the exception of Stafford, and so it's there for the taking. And if Dak, I mean, if the Cowboys can win, it's going to be on the heels of Dak scoring a bunch of points and having a monster game. And so, yeah, I think that's very, very real. If they win this one, he could very easily be in the MVP conversation. Hell, he could be the front runner.
Yep. All right, coming up, let's have some discussions on CJ Stroud. And really, this is really influenced a lot by many of you listeners, Texans Twitter, Texans fans, about things with CJ Stroud. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you, man, if you're into watching live sports, good food and cold drinks, great drinks, Twin Peaks is where it's at, y'all. I'm telling you, there's 5 lodges.
thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Musical chairs with the offensive line again. Musical chairs with the offensive line again.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Not no more, T. No musical chairs, hell.
Oh, yeah, it is done. By the way, if you missed our interview with Trent Brown, I'd say you should go look at it. Open up the show in the 2 o'clock hour right off the first segment, right in the first segment. We were able to sit down and talk with Trent Brown. Really good, fun interview, and it had the best of it. It had some fun. It saw some personality, and kind of gave you a glimpse of I think why we're seeing this offensive line make some changes. That's right. So check that out a little bit earlier in the show in the 2 o'clock hour. All right, Clint. There are some people, and I promise you, as soon as we start this conversation, it's happened all the time, that has feelings that maybe they'd be in a better spot if the Texans would be in a better spot if Davis Mills was playing, or even maybe not even that far, but, man, there's some stuff that Davis Mills does that I wish CJ would do as well. And I am just – I'm curious how much you buy some of these things. And I've been just kind of jotting them down, saying I wonder if Clint agrees with these thoughts from many people in the fan base. And 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, I'm sure you will jump in and get involved in this. Like, I think right off the bat, we both believe that CJ Stroud should be the starting quarterback, right? I think we both believe that right now. And their best chance to win is with C.J. Stroud. But it don't mean C.J. Stroud is perfect, and it doesn't mean that there's some things that maybe you look at and you see what Davis did, and you're like, oh, I don't know, maybe. I mean, I can't go as far as to say, what some people will text in or tweet in. No, I think we'd have lost to the Bills if C.J. would any of that. But I wonder how much you buy some of these things. And these are some things that I've seen. Texans Twitter, text in from the text line, YouTube and Twitch. That Nick Caley, Clint, some people feel like Nick Caley is able to run his offense better while Davis Mills is in the game. Is that something that you buy?
I think Davis Mills is quicker to commit to what they want offensively. Yes. Does he run his offense better? He's ran his offense better this year than the best we've seen this offense is when Davis Mills has been the quarterback. They scored 19 points in a quarter, so that would be the best that we've seen probably.
Outside of that Baltimore game.
The Baltimore game was pretty good.
Niners game was good. I think that's another one, CJ, without Nico and Kurt.
Yeah, look, I think right now, I think if you look at Nick Caley's offense and what they're asking of the quarterback, I think the commitment level is higher with Davis Mills. The willingness to go outside and take risk and take sacks and get behind the chains, I think, is greater with CJ in the game. And so, yeah, I think it's probably fair to say if we're just talking offensive football, the way that they want this offense to look right now, is Davis Mills, is he more committed and to the offensive philosophy? Yeah, I would say that.
But there's probably I think Nick Caley probably feels more comfortable to think, all right, exactly what the play is drawn up, Davis is more likely to run. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean like that's the best thing all the time in each play, because sometimes that play may be a dead end or going to that spot may not be the best thing for that particular play, the way the defense is set up. But I do think there is a thought of like, all right, if I call this and the way we envision this thing to go,
I bet Davis is probably more apt to do that, but I don't know if that necessarily means.
Yeah, look,
it's easier for him to run his offense.
I think he probably sticks to the plan a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think I think he manages the game better, and probably more consistently than CJ Stroud, which is what this offense wants him to do. And so, obviously the ceiling's not as high, and with Davis in there, but is he a better fit for this offense? I think it's probably fair to say.
Yeah. Another one
we'll see. I mean, CJ's got a lot of these questions. CJ's got work to do. He's coming. He's got work to do.
Another one, someone jumped in with that they believe Davis Mills is a better leader than C.J. Stroud for this team.
Yeah, I think the use of the word "better" is hard for me to respond to. I don't think it's fair. I guess I think Davis Mills is who he is. I think he's very comfortable in his skin. I would never say Davis is a alpha leader on this team. I think he's very comfortable in his skin. I think when you're the quarterback, I think it's contagious, and I think that monotone, never too high, never too low vibe really works at quarterback, again, in this offense. And I think he's very confident in it, and I think it's authentic. I think CJ hadn't found himself yet in that department. From a leadership perspective, I think CJ Stroud leaves a lot to be desired, and I think he's still learning who he is as a leader on the football field. I firmly believe that.
I don't think either one of them are guys that I would say these are leaders.
I agree.
I mean, like you said, I think Davis does his thing, and I think he is somebody that you don't think is flustered.
And in adverse situations, that's a plus.
Yeah, but I don't look at and thinking like these boys are like this is the guy that they're looking towards. Like he's about to step up and be the guy that everybody goes to. He's about to be the guy that's in the middle of the way Aziz was on the field against the Colts before the game. I'd say I'd probably put my money on CJ. That would be more of that. The guy that in some way speaks up like that. So I don't know that either one of them are great guys right now that you would look at as leaders.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think either one of them are great leaders and like pill around. I do think one is very comfortable in who he is and what how he plays and what he can and can't do, and that's Davis Mills. And I think CJ is still uncomfortable and trying to find himself in that light. So yeah, I wouldn't say better leader. I think a more established leader, and he knows who he is. So if that's better, so be it.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. And then I think more on the field stuff, I think this is a big one I see a lot that people seem to have issues with when it comes to CJ. And I think when they watch Davis, that comparison, and that's him going through his progressions and seeing where the ball should go each time. They think that is something that Davis Mills is definitely better than. I've seen that a lot.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think if you watch the film, I think then you talk about getting through your progressions quickly, even to the point of eliminating half the field pre-snap before you ever snap the football and just going to 3 and 4. I would say that Davis Mills is better at that. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe better because my man CJ is looking. I think he is. I think there is a more of a. All right, let me hold down for maybe the big a little bit more than Davis is looking at the big play potential or the down.
The reality,
and sometimes that's gotten him into trouble.
Well, the reality of it is when you've got a limited skill set, as Davis does, relatively speaking, you play within the system. You are a high level processor. You are you're more apt to stick to the plan instead of go off script. You're going to take less risk than the other guy. And CJ's cut from the cloth of, he's a ball placement specialist. He's a big arm guy. He can make throws that other guys can't make. He can afford to be late on throws to the sideline. He can afford to be late on slants. And so he has a tendency to look guys off a little longer. And he's young, so he doesn't necessarily always eliminate half the field, the 1-2 first and before the ball's ever snapped, and then just get on to 3-4. So, yeah, I think Davis Mills gets through progressions better. I think he probably processes at a higher level at this point. And a lot of that has to do with it's the only way he's ever had to play the game, right? CJ's got a longer leash. CJ can do things that Davis can't, and so sometimes that stunts your growth as it pertains to progressions and processing.
Well, all right, coming up as we continue here, we're looking at the Kamari Lassiter situation. We're looking at some of the injuries they have in the secondary, and as we know now, they have 3 spots open on the roster. There's been some connection with some guys with the Texans potentially wanting to come in. Should they take this serious? Should they be looking at adding certain players? We'll do that and discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to
is Pam cheating at charades?
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Bite a kneecap off.
Playing some football on Thursday night.
Take your other kneecap.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we continue here live, been a great time here. Buffalo Wild Wings out here in Spring. We always enjoy ourselves. Shout out to the bartenders and the waiters and waitresses who have taken care of us and everybody who's come out here on a Thirsty Thursday. Shout out to Bud Light, as they always help us put together a great.
They still here?
Great event. I didn't even. I think the Bud Light girls dipped off. I think you scared them off when you yelled at them.
I did.
You yelled at them.
They didn't like my tone.
They didn't like your tone.
I'll be damned.
You know that's gotten you in trouble before.
Yeah, it does. It's on a daily.
But no. Shout out to them. Shout out to our guy Shay. And our promo staff, who has done a great job, as he always does. Matt keeping us on the air and on YouTube and Twitch as our engineer, and Tyler, of course, holding it down back at the station and keeping us on the air. Everybody who played a part in getting us going on this Thirsty Thursday, not an easy gig. We appreciate everybody's hard work. And remember, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, the Hall of Famer John McClain will join the fellas to preview this big game against the Chiefs coming up Sunday night.
Make sure he bags it.
Yeah, I know he will. And also following that, a little Thursday night football courtesy of the good friends at Westwood One. I know there's some Cowboy fans out there and some Cowboy haters, so go ahead and take a listen on Sports Radio 610 as the Cowboys and the Lions get going in a big, big NFC playoff potential matchup, or NFC playoff ramifications matchup in that game coming up after Texans All Access. So stay tuned for that. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up as well, and he's on a roll, folks. Back-to-back days at 80%, 4 for 5 on back-to-back days, and looking to get completely in the green, 8 of 14 on the week. So stay tuned for us as Tyler is rolling. And you know, outside of Monday, the football bets have been strong for Tyler. So
let's get
just got a chance to make a little cash. Somebody a question on Twitter for you, Clint. They said your assessment of Mills being the better processor. Why is that not playing out eye test wise on the field? Why did the offense not move most of the games he played?
Well, to be fair, the offense hasn't moved most games, period, regardless of who's at quarterback. So there's that. So, I mean, we're not talking about one guy's in there like processing at a crazy high level and scoring a bunch of points and the other one's not. This offense is inconsistent as it is. And I would argue strongly, confidently, that if you watch the film and you compare the two from a processing perspective, from the ball being out on time, from I
was going to say, explain exactly what processing is, by the way.
Well, processing is much bigger than, much broader than what most folks hear when I say the word. Most people think literally one guy's smart, one guy's dumb, or one guy's smarter than the other guy. And it has nothing to do with that. I mean, when you talk about processing, it's getting to the line of scrimmage and deciphering what the defense is doing and directing traffic quickly. It's getting to the line of scrimmage and going, okay, the defense gives me this look, and I've got a bad concept to my left versus this look. So I'm going to eliminate what would be 1 and 2 in my progression. I'm going to work right to 3 and 4 because of what I've already seen. So I'm processing, and I'm eliminating half the field, speeding up my read. You look at just some different throws and how quickly they come out of the quarterback's hands, whether it's by design because you're physically more gifted or you're not processing at a high level. CJ tends to be late on a lot of throws. CJ seems to see the rush and not get back down to his check down when he is working high to low. And so there's several layers of processing. I think both of these quarterbacks are good at processing. I've seen CJ be elite at processing, so I know it's there. But right now in Kaylee's offense, I would say from a processing grade that Davis Mills, the little bit we've seen, has probably processed better at this point. But you look at him. One guy is relatively speaking limited from a skill set, and so his whole ID, his whole the way he plays the quarterback position, Davis Mills, is within the system, processing, getting the ball out of my hand, throwing the ball on time, anticipating. And then you've got another quarterback that has the ability to hold the football and stretch the field. You've got another quarterback that's able to be late and throw into windows, throw into tight windows, force the ball down the field. He has the ability to do that. How he manages it is going to ultimately decide, if he wins or loses. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know that this is the best offense, the best scheme for CJ Stroud. This is by far the best scheme for Davis Mills.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot goes into it. It's not a smarter, dumber. It's not what most people want to make it out to be. And right now, I just think that if you look at the film, Davis Mills was really good when he was in there from that perspective.
All right, before we get to T-Bill's best bets, Clint, they're, as we talked about yesterday, now with the Tim Settle injury, they even have another roster spot as he's been placed on IR for the remainder of the season.
Yep.
They've got 3 roster spots. And here in the last couple days, Clint, 2 guys that are not on anybody's team that haven't played all season that have been Pro Bowlers, and I'm not sure on Justin Simmons, but I know Matthew's been an All-Pro at the safety position. They've both come out and expressed, I play for the Texans. I would play for the Texans. We understand, man. It's December. These guys haven't been in camp. They haven't. Well, maybe Matthew played a little bit of camp, but I know he retired early before the season started. They haven't played in weeks, and they're right in it. Are those guys that you would seriously give a look at to potentially add to this team? Guys like a Tyrann Mathieu and a guy like a Justin Simmons who haven't played all season long?
Well, I got to see what kind of shape they're in. Nowadays these guys, the training facilities, it's not crazy to think that they could help you down the road. My thing with these players is if you are, now's the time. Because these are guys that you're going to get in the building, and it's going to take 2 or 3 weeks before you even know if they can help you. And so if they're in great shape, if they're a good fit, you're making the decision for the long haul. You're making the decision for a playoff run. You're not making the decision because, you lost to safety and Reed last week. That's where I'm at with these guys. Is sure they're good players, and sure they can help you. They're not going to help you this week. They're not going to help you before the Indy week to end the season. These would be playoff type ads if you bring them in. Guys that haven't played football all year long, to sign them and think that you're going to plug them in and it's going to be a plug-and-play situation, I think that's awfully risky.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. To me, do you think any of those guys in a month are going to come in and be better than what Miles Bryant has given you?
No.
Yeah.
Nor are they. I guess.
I'm just saying they haven't played all season.
Simmons is going to be a safety. Miles is a guy that's super versatile. That can do
play a
different
lot
things.
of spots. Yeah.
Simmons is going to be a safety, and I don't want to disrespect Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger. There was a time when he could do it all. I don't know that now's that time. So you're just talking about different players. Like I said, you're not
3
bringing
or 4 months off,
but you're not bringing these guys in to replace a Miles Bryant or to fill in for a Miles Bryant. Miles Bryant's going to be a part of this team and a part of the game plan moving forward, no matter what moves they make. Period, point blank. That's going to happen. Now these guys are coming in so if Eric Reed can't come back, one of these guys would come in so that if something were to happen to another safety, I don't even know what they're going to do. I don't even know who they're going to use at the safety position, to be honest with you, with Reed being out. Did it say Eric Reed? Is that right?
You said Eric. I was trying to figure out who's trying to get to.
Eric Reed, is that the receiver?
Eric Reed is another safety.
Reed, the kid that played at
Justin Reed.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the Reed that's.
I know who you're talking about.
What's his first name?
Jalen Reed.
Jalen. Hell, I could have had about an 80% shot if I went Jalen.
Say when in doubt, just say
Jalen. There's another Jalen. So Eric Reed is. The guy who took a knee with
but none of these guys are coming in and helping you the next couple of weeks. You're going to ride Miles Bryant as far as you can at this point in time. You bring one of those guys in, it's to keep from being in the situation you're in right now in the first round of the playoffs. Yeah. I don't know how realistic that is.
Yeah, I don't know. Those guys have just been out. That's why they turned to somebody who's on somebody's practice squad that's been practicing.
I think being aggressive after Darius Slay would have been
that would have made
that would have made more sense. And he was on waivers, which by the way I didn't even know this veteran waiver thing was a thing. I thought if a veteran was waived, I thought they were cut. I didn't know they were waived.
They could go to anywhere.
But now. If you would have claimed him, I think you're in line ahead of Buffalo, had you claimed him. And so they obviously didn't. That would have been right now. Knowing this with the Kamari Lassiter thing, that would have been a good get.
All right, Till. Let's get to you. T-Mill's best bets. He's rolling hot. A little Thursday night football action again. If you do not remember what he says here, go to @T-Mill Real Deal and you can find his bets. What you got tonight?
Yeah, that's how you answer an 0-4 start on Monday. You go 8 for the next 10. No biggie.